You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear,
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Welcome to Sleuths. I'm Greg, coming to you from the Retro Radio Sanctorum. Lots of great detective shows for you on this one, from soft to hard-boiled, from light to dark noir. And as always, every episode has been remastered and optimized for your listening pleasure. A reminder that if you want to skip my commentaries, you can use the timestamp links on the description page below to jump wherever you want to go. Now let's dive into the first batch of great detective old-time radio shows. Sidney Greenstreet played the genius armchair detective Nero Wolfe. He liked orchids, he liked beer, and he hated going outside. His right-hand man, Archie Goodwin, was played by many actors over the show's run, and Archie did all the legwork, bringing the information back to Nero to solve the mysteries. The show was based on the books by Rex Stout, who was said to have approved of Greenstreet's portrayal of his character. In the case of Room 304, a European woman is shot while on the phone with Archie. It was the final episode of the series. Next up is Mr. Keen, Tracer of Lost Persons, which was one of radio's longest-running shows from 1937 to 1955. Several actors played the title role, and Jim Kelly played his assistant, Mike Clancy. There were 1,690 episodes produced, although only 59 survive to this day, sadly. In the case of Murder on the Star of Death, a magnificent jewel, the Star of Death, is stolen, and a killer commits murder in a darkened room at a dinner party in a ritzy suburb of New York. This one is a great classic whodunit with suspense, fantastic acting, and several big surprises. Next, Mr. Chameleon, which ran from 1948 to 1951 and starred Carl Swenson as a New York police detective who is a master of disguises. He assumes a new identity in each episode to catch the criminal. Chameleon isn't just a nickname, it's the character's actual last name, and his motto is, "The innocent must be protected and the guilty must be punished." In the Dusty Room murder case, a famous inventor is found dead in his room, and everything is completely covered with dust, except for the gun that is the murder weapon. It originally aired on April 5th, 1950. And then one of the best hard-boiled detective shows, in my opinion, Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring the great Jack Webb, and then later two other actors, Frank Graham and Frank Nelson. It ran for a few months in 1948, then again from 1949 to 1950. No clue why this was such a short-lived show, as it was an excellent detective show, writing, acting, and production-wise. In the Diamond Quartet, Jeff is hired to return a valuable necklace to someone, which leads to a double murder and a very complex set of events. One of the characters is a very obvious imitation of Sidney Greenstreet's character in The Maltese Falcon. See if you can spot it. And then finally we have Matthew Slade, Private Investigator, the only detective radio show launched in the 1960s at the very tail end of the golden age of radio, some would say after, on the Starlight Mystery Theater. William Wintersole played Slade, and Carl Swenson and Norman Belkin as his police contacts, and then Sylvia Walden as his secretary Jonesy. The show is considered an homage to the earlier detective shows of the 40s. In Who Killed My Pen Pal, Slade is hired by a millionaire to find out what happened to his pen pal, who has stopped writing to him. This leads him to Los Angeles, and a very disturbing story. One of my favorite episodes of this great series. Now let's listen, and I'll be back in a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking.
Hello? Is this Mr. Wolfe?
If it's for me, I'm not here.
Hello?
What if it's a case?
If it is, tell them no.
I will not.
Hello?
Confound you, Archie. Do as I say.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Wolfe's residence?
Yes.
Is this Mr. Wolfe?
Yes, Mr. Wolfe speaking.
Oh, I am in very much trouble.
Well, now, yes. What kind of trouble, miss?
Give me that phone, Archie.
No.
Hello.
Sorry, I had to turn the radio down too loud, you know.
Oh, may I see you right away?
Well,
I pay you $1,000 for the retainer fee.
Yes, indeed. I'll take the case. Come right over. The address is 601 West 35th Street.
I cannot, Mr. Wolfe. I just cannot come there.
Well, where do you live?
I am staying at the Pole Hotel, room 304, and I...
Hello? Boss, that was a shot. Hello? Hello?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chairborne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
We have usually referred to this story as the case of room 304. The girl on the phone had a decided foreign accent. I wasn't quite able to decide what nationality she was, but it sounded like French. Anyway, there was what sounded like a shot, and then dead silence for a second or two. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Well, Archie, another woman? Bah.
Mr. Wolfe, I heard a shot, and then the line clicked off.
Trouble. Women always trouble.
I said I heard a shot on the phone.
Indeed.
I'm going over to her hotel and see what goes on.
By all means, Mr. Wolfe.
Yeah. Huh?
Now that I've been insulted to the tone of being called a radio...
I'm sorry, Mr. Wolfe, but we needed the money, and this was $1,000.
If you'll excuse me, I have to attend to my orchids, Mr. Wolfe.
What about the girl, the shot?
Fascinating, isn't it? You figure it out.
Okay. I've got to get over there. Room 304, Pole Hotel. So long, boss.
Good luck, Mr. Wolfe. Please phone me from time to time.
301, 302, 304. What do you know? The door's open. Oh, hello.
Who are you?
Archie Goodwin. Now it's your turn.
I'm Jay Bream, pilot for Jan Airlines.
You seen... Yeah, I guess you have. This girl's been shot.
Oh, that's all?
Yeah, dead. Real dead. What do you know about this?
I don't know anything. Say, who are you?
Looks like you're in a spot, pal. You better start digging, hadn't you?
I got here a few seconds before you did. I knocked on the door. The door was partially open, so I pushed it wide. And...
Go on.
Well, there was no answer. I couldn't see anyone, so I came in, and there she was.
You know her?
Well, yes. Why do you think I came here?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Look, what right have you got asking me all these questions? What's it to you?
Did you ever hear of Nero Wolfe?
Of course, who hasn't?
Like I said before, I'm Archie Goodwin, Wolfe's assistant. Now, would you rather talk, or should I call the police?
I've told you all I know.
Who is she?
Helen Rennie.
French?
I don't know. European, anyway.
Why'd you come here tonight?
I have a dinner date with her.
You mean you did have?
Yeah.
Let's turn her over. There. Got an automatic in her hand.
Yeah. I never saw it before. Hey, I wouldn't use the phone. Fingerprints.
It's okay. I'll use this handkerchief.
Who are you calling?
My boss.
Oh.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, boss.
Archie, I thought you were Nero Wolfe. You sound very much like him.
Please, boss, be serious.
Oh, but I am.
I'm here at the girl's apartment, the one who called me. She's dead.
Beautiful?
Yes, was very beautiful.
She would be. How did it happen?
Shot. Neat round hole in her right temple. She's married and looks like she shot herself. When I turned her over, I saw a wedding ring on her finger and a .32 automatic still in her hand.
Are you alone?
No, a fellow named Jay Bream, a pilot. He was here when I arrived.
No one heard the shot?
Apparently not. No one showed up yet.
Very interesting. What do you do now, Mr. Wolfe?
Should I call Inspector Kramer?
No, say nothing to anyone. Get over here at once. And bring Mr. Breen, the pilot, with you. Goodbye. That's all you know about it, Mr. Breen?
That's right, Mr. Wolfe. Just like I told Mr. Goodwin here.
The whole thing sounds... Hey, I just thought of something.
Pray tell, Archie.
It can't be suicide.
Oh, and why not?
How can a dead woman hang up a phone?
You finally arrived at that, Archie. Amazing. Of course she couldn't. She was murdered.
Murdered?
Yes, Mr. Bream.
But I thought she committed suicide.
Please, Mr. Bream, it'll be better if you don't think. Where do you stay?
321 West 19th, apartment 5.
And your job?
I've 10 days vacation. Started yesterday.
One thing, Mr. Bream, I suggest you don't leave town. Furthermore, talk is not advisable. I strongly recommend that you adopt precautions.
Yes, sir.
Show Mr. Bream to the door, Archie.
Yes, sir. Right this way.
Good night, Mr. Wolfe.
Good night.
I didn't want to tell you in front of Mr. Bream, but I found this in her purse when I sent him for a sheet to cover the body.
$1,000 check. Made out to Mr. Nero Wolfe.
Well, boss?
I think it's time we phoned Inspector Kramer.
Should I?
Who else, Archie? Who else?
My apologies. I forgot how heavy that phone really is.
Archie.
Oh. Do you want me to talk to the inspector?
I'll do the talking.
Should I hold the phone for you?
You can get me some beer.
Inspector Kramer.
One moment. Here you are.
It's Nero Wolfe, Inspector. I think you had better go over to the Paul Hotel.
Yeah, why?
I believe you'll find a dead woman there.
A dead woman? What is this, a gag, Wolfe?
I'm afraid not, Inspector.
Well, how did you know about it? Have you been over there?
Telepathy, Inspector.
Mental Wolfe, I'm too busy today to listen to nonsense. Telepathy. Don't give me that kind of stuff. If I find a body, I'll lock you and Goodwin up.
You watch your blood pressure, Inspector.
Never mind about my blood pressure.
One thing, Inspector.
Yeah?
Would you hold off the press for the present?
Why? What are you holding back, Wolfe?
Will you stop your idiotic jabbing to what I ask?
Okay. By the way, Wolfe, I suppose you know the girl's room number.
Naturally, Inspector. It is room 304. So hurry.
Oh.
Dear Inspector Kramer, he's so fond of me. Archie.
Yes, sir?
I suggest you call the bank in the morning and find the person who is handling Miss Renee's account. Try to bring all her canceled checks over here.
And what if they won't hand them over?
Then Kramer will get an order issued to do so. Simple?
Coming.
Well, where's Wolfe?
Where do you think he'd be? In his big chair.
Good evening, Inspector. I expected you before this, Inspector. What kept you so long?
If I told you I had a flat tire, would you believe me? Now start giving, Wolfe. What did you know about the dead girl?
Inspector Kramer, do sit down. Relax. Nervous tension is such a deadly thing.
Now listen here, Wolfe.
Would you like some beer? Most soothing, you know.
Come on, what's the dope on this case?
Fill the inspector in on the details, Archie.
I was here talking to the girl over the phone. There was a shot, and then I went over to her hotel and found her the same as you did, dead on the floor. And the phone was placed back on the hook.
Come on, Wolfe. There's more to this than that. Let's have it.
Really, Inspector?
Who was she?
You don't know?
I mean, what do you know about her? Now get this straight, Wolfe. Please, Wolfe. What's this all about? A girl's been shot. Her name is Helen Rennie. What's the dope?
Did you have a ballistics report made on the gun?
Well, not in this short time, but I will.
How did you make out your report?
Suicide, naturally.
Archie was talking to the girl on the phone at the time she was shot.
So she chooses to kill herself talking to your assistant.
Why, you big, flat-footed...
Inspector, precisely how can a dead girl hang up a phone?
Why, she,
You see, Inspector, quite impossible. And now I suggest you make out your report murder.
Murder? Wolfe, tell me, why is it you're always mixed up in these cases?
That, Inspector, would be as difficult to answer as it would be to convince Archie of the danger of the female of the species.
Oh, what's the use? No one ever answers my questions. I give up.
Oh, Inspector, I do hope you will bring the girls' canceled checks tomorrow if they don't turn them over to us.
What?
The inspector is just going, Archie. Please see him to the door.
I'm not helpless.
Good night, Inspector.
Good night.
please, boss. Can't we have just a little air in here?
You've been out all the morning. Isn't that enough?
Gonna get me an oxygen tank to use in here.
Did you contact the bank regarding the girl's account?
I did. I finally talked to the head of the accounting department. He told me about her personal agent here, Mr. Renfrew. He was handling all her financial affairs. Went to see Renfrew.
What did he have to say?
Very little. But he seemed very upset when he learned of her death. I didn't tell him how she died. He said Helen Rene was here buying technical equipment for her government in Europe.
Technical equipment? What kind?
Laboratory stuff.
Did she make any definite purchases?
From the Arrow Company here in town, and Mr. Paul Morio is the head man of this Arrow Company. Mr. Renfrew, her agent, gave us quite a bit of an argument about coming over here today, said it was very irregular to show bank statements. But he finally gave in. I didn't need the inspector's help.
What time do we have the honor?
He said he'd be here at noon.
Noon. You know I'll be busy at that time.
Well, I didn't think you'd let...
Archie, you never do.
Your lunch will keep just this once, Mr. Wolfe.
Not this once, nor any other time, Archie. You know I have lunch precisely at noon. Not after, not before. Understand?
Yeah.
I surmise you have the address of the Arrow Lab Supply Company.
Yes, sir. You want me to go have a talk with Mr. Morio who runs the place?
Sometimes, Archie. Your conclusions are fantastic.
I'm leaving.
One thing more.
And?
After you return from your visit with Mr. Morio, would you be so kind as to entertain Mr. Renfrew until after my lunch? And don't stand there with the door open.
Sorry, boss. I'll go out through the coal chute. Do forgive me. Arrow Supply Company.
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Morio in?
Yeah, I'm Morio.
My name's Archie Goodwin.
What can I do for you, Goodwin?
I'm Nero Wolfe's assistant. You've heard of Nero Wolfe?
I don't get around much. Tell me about him.
How should I answer that?
Any way you like.
Nero Wolfe's a detective. Did you ever hear of a Miss Rene?
Stop shadowboxing, Mr. Goodwin. What's on your mind?
I understand you sold Miss Rene some laboratory equipment.
Is it a jail term? Now, listen, Mr. Goodwin, I have a nice, respectable business here, so what do you want? Spill it.
When'd you last see Miss Rene?
2 days ago.
Talked to her since?
Once on the phone.
What time was that?
Yesterday morning.
You called her from your office here?
No, from my hotel room. Now, look, let's quit playing cat and mouse. Why all the questions?
Miss Rene is dead.
Dead? Who did it? Now, wait a minute. You don't think I had anything to do with it?
What makes you think anyone did it?
It'd be the only reason cops would get into it.
You know, Morio, I'm beginning to wonder just how long you've been in the lab supply business. You know what a retort is? And don't tell me it's a snappy comeback.
Now, what's the matter, Goodwin? What's eating you?
Look, Morio, I came here to find out something about Helen Rene. Just what sort of equipment did you sell her?
It was heavy stuff, heavy chemical work.
Where is it?
We don't have samples, just pictures. Yeah, we ship it direct.
Oh, so the purchaser never sees what he's buying.
That's right.
Could I see what she purchased?
I'm afraid not, Goodwin. Besides, what difference would it make?
Did Miss Rene see what she bought?
No, I already explained that. Now, I'm busy, Goodwin, so if you don't mind...
Okay, I'll run along. Good afternoon, Mr. Morio. I'm sure we'll meet again. Soon.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, boss.
Yes, Archie?
Just left the Arrow Lab Supply Company, and as far as I'm concerned, something's rotten in Denmark.
Indeed.
This guy Morio, who runs the company, doesn't sound like a legitimate lab supply man. I think he's running some kind of a racket.
What makes you believe that, Archie?
Just not the type to be in a legit business. Things just don't jive. And she didn't see what she bought.
You believe, then, that he would have reason to want Miss Rene out of the way?
Yeah. Guy made me see red. I wanted to take a poke at him.
Archie, you're an idiotic hothead.
He said it was all heavy lab stuff she bought, and it was too late for me to see it.
Forget it now. Get over here as soon as you can.
Immediately?
Immediately. Have you forgotten you have an appointment with Mr. Renfrew at noon? Goodbye.
Coming.
Hello, Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Renfrew. Well, who's this? My goodness, come in.
Yes. Come in, my dear.
Thank you.
Mr. Goodwin, I brought my secretary along. I hope you don't mind.
Mine? Why, Mr. Renfrew, how could anyone object?
Mr. Goodwin, Miss Bennett.
Oh, Miss Bennett? First name?
Jean. Do you always use this approach, Mr. Goodwin?
Only at noontime, and my name's Archie. Well, this is a happy surprise. Please sit down, Jean. Allow me.
Thank you.
Well.
Wasn't it Mr. Renfrew you wanted to see?
Yes. Mr. Wolfe will be down shortly, Mr. Renfrew. Please be seated.
Thank you.
Is something wrong, Mr. Goodwin?
Not a thing, Miss Bennett. Not from where I sit.
I don't believe a word he says, miss. His judgment concerning women is not to be trusted.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfe. You're so kind. Mr. Wolfe, Miss Bennett.
How do you do?
Mr. Wolfe?
Mr. Renfrew, I presume.
Yes?
Now we can get down to business at hand, Mr. Renfrew.
Yes, by all means. I don't understand why we couldn't have discussed this on the phone, Mr. Wolfe. The whole thing is highly irregular. Of course, I know you're trying to do your duty, but...
I prefer not to discuss the dead girl's business affairs on the phone, Mr. Renfrew. You should appreciate that.
Yes, I see. Now, what is it you wish to know?
How long have you known Helen Renee?
About a month.
When's the last time you talked to her?
Yesterday.
What time?
Why, about 2:30. I called her from my room. She was here on government business.
You brought the canceled checks?
Here you are, Mr. Wolfe.
Quite sizable amounts, Mr. Renfrew. Very interesting indeed.
Yes? You see, Miss Renee made some very large purchases, Mr. Wolfe, and of course they were all quite legitimate.
Would you mind if I kept these checks overnight?
Well,
Thank you, Mr. Renfrew. By the way, was Miss Renee right or left-handed?
Why, left-handed, Mr. Wolfe. Why?
Just inquisitive. Now, if you will excuse me, Miss Bennett, Mr. Renfrew, I have a very urgent appointment.
Well, if I can be of any more service, don't hesitate to call on me, Mr. Wolfe.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, dear. Poor Miss Renee. I hope the person who did this dreadful thing is dealt with properly.
Indeed.
I must run along now.
Yes, this way. Must you go too, Miss Bennett?
Good day, Mr. Wolfe.
I must, and good day.
See you soon, Miss Bennett. Well, boss, what do you think? Isn't she a beauty?
I'm sure I'm not a fair judge, Archie. Do you happen to know where the Morio warehouse is?
Why, yes, it's at the other end of town near the river. Oh, no, not again.
9 o'clock tonight.
Okay. I suppose you want me to take a gander at what's in the warehouse, break in like a burglar?
Archie, if your mind were free of women, I do believe you could reach phenomenal heights in this your chosen profession.
Nothing around here but a bunch of old tubes and glassware. I hope Wolfe knows what he's doing. I don't.
All right. Stand where you are and reach.
What's it?
Flip the lights on, Joe. That's better. Now, sing up and tell me what you're doing here.
I beg your pardon. I'm a little deaf. I couldn't hear you.
I said, what are you doing here?
Oh, Ellen. I was supposed to meet her here.
Make sense, will you?
You think I can?
What's the matter, Mac? Visitors?
This bird refuses to talk.
Well, then knock it out of.
You two talk it over. Don't bother telling me how it comes out.
Hey, wait a minute, you. You ain't leaving.
All right, you win. This night is just full of surprises.
Ain't it? Let's see what you're toting.
Hey, who do you think you're shoving around?
Just full of questions, ain't you?
You know, someday you're going to end up by getting into trouble. It's illegal to push people around.
I guess you better understand.
Hey, are you kidding?
Get the point? Now, get up. Now, talk.
Why, you
still want to play, huh?
He's out like a light, Mac. What are you going to do with him?
You won't do any more snooping around here.
You know something, Mac? You got an awful disposition. I'm actually scared of you. You're that mean.
Yeah. Now, dump him outside.
Hey, boss. It's me, Archie, remember?
Archie, these interruptions are detestable. Can't you see I'm busy? Is that you, Archie?
I've been busy, too, boss. Look at my face. I had an accident.
From your appearance, I'd say that someone else had been busier. All right, Mr. Goodwin, as long as you insist upon interrupting my meditation, start at the beginning.
Mr. Wolfe, I arrived at the warehouse. I went inside. I saw a lot of packing cases and a bunch of old glassware, worn-out junk. 2 men jumped me. I came to lying in the alley. I staggered to a cab and made it home. End of story.
Archie, your repertoire of words is most astonishing. And your description of Morio's warehouse is without doubt most enlightening.
I thought you'd like it.
And now, Archie, I suggest you get Fritz to give you a piece of beefsteak for that eye of yours.
And after that?
I've arranged a gathering for 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Then I shall repair to my bed to suffer in silence.
You should be more careful on these nefarious expeditions. You might get hurt sometime.
Yes, I've been a careless fellow, Mr. Wolfe. Good night.
Good night, Archie. Pleasant dreams.
Mr. Wolfe, I'm glad you called me early. I was just about to leave town for a couple of days. What is this conference about?
Not at this time, sir, if you please.
I'm glad you could come along, Miss Bennett.
Well, I'll be happy to assist in any way I can, Mr. Goodwin.
Archie?
Right. Well, good evening, Mr. Morio. I knew we'd meet again.
It's no fault of mine, Goodwin.
Please come in. Come in, Mr. Morio. You don't want to keep the rest of the guests waiting.
What do you want with me?
Why, what? Nothing. Mr. Wolfe, this is Mr. Morio.
Sit down, sir. Take the red leather chair.
For special guests, Mr. Morio.
Yeah?
Now, gentlemen, you're probably wondering why I asked you here. Naturally, you know it has to do with the death of Helen Renee. Mr. Morio, I understand you and Miss Renee had some business transactions that involved quite a sum. That she purchased laboratory equipment.
That's right.
Archie told me that your warehouse contained nothing but second-hand junk. It was a shame, Mr. Morio, that this shipment was delayed by a shipping shortage. Otherwise, you might have gotten away with it.
Is this why you called me over here?
It is immaterial to the case at hand. Actually, I'm only interested in Helen Renee's murder.
Hey, wait a minute. You don't think I did it?
Didn't you?
No. Mr. Wolfe, I admit everything you said about the equipment. But I've had no part in any murder.
I see. Mr. Bree, you're a pilot of Wallflower. If you had shot the girl and wanted it to look like suicide, in which hand would you put the gun?
Why, her right hand.
Indeed. Where did you first meet Miss Renee?
Boarding the plane at Orlyfield, Europe.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Renfrew.
Now, look here, Wolfe. This has gone too far. I won't be put through any third degree. So if you'll excuse me, I have to get to the dip.
Sit down, Renfrew.
Well,
Mr. Renfrew, I'm astonished that anyone would be as amateurish as they were in this case.
I don't understand.
Could it be that you killed Miss Renee and attempted to make it look like suicide because she was about to tell me that through forgeries her bank account was $50,000 short?
Well, what reason would I have to kill her?
You told me yourself you phoned Miss Renee from your hotel the day she died. Yet there was no outgoing calls charged to your account.
No, this is nonsense. Ridiculous.
She suddenly became suspicious of you. And you are probably the only person here who knew that she was left-handed.
Well, what does that have to do with it?
She was shot through the right temple, Mr. Renfrew, while talking on the telephone. With a gun in her left hand, wouldn't it be awkward for her to twist her arm around her face and shoot herself? In your excitement, you forgot you had shot her in the right temple.
And what else do you know, Mr. Wolfe?
That you once worked in Europe where you met Miss Renee, arranged to represent her in this country. Only you would know how much she had in the account here.
I've heard enough of this nonsense.
Yesterday, you made a statement. Quote, I hope whoever did this dreadful thing is dealt with properly. Only the police, and Archie and I knew Miss Renee had not died naturally. How did you know that? Unless you are the murderer.
Don't make a move, any of you. I was forced to eliminate her. She accidentally learned about the shortage, and she became most unreasonable about it. Phoned you about it.
Oh, dear me. So utterly weary of these melodramatics. Put up that gun.
I've spent 15 years sweating, trying to get enough money to live the way that I want. And now I have it, and neither you nor anybody is going to take it away from me. I'll kill anyone who tries to follow me out of this house. Oh, no, Mr. Wolfe. Stand back.
Mr. Renfrew, don't, please.
I will take that gun from you and...
Stop it, Renfrew.
What the...
Well, Inspector, you certainly arrived at the proper time, even if you are late.
What do you mean, late? I've been standing out there listening to Renfrew for 5 minutes.
Boy, that's too close. Glad he missed you, Inspector.
Well, good night, Mr. Wolfe.
Not so fast, Mr. Morio.
I suggest you hold Mr. Morio here for swindling Miss Rennie and her government. And, Archie.
Yes, sir?
Do you know how to care for a person who has fainted?
I certainly do.
Then look behind you. Your pretty Miss Bennett has collapsed.
I'll get it. Hello?
Is this Miss Jean Bennett?
Yes.
Is Archie Goodwin there?
Well, yes. Just a minute. It's for you, Archie.
For me?
Mm-hmm.
No one knows I'm here. Hello?
I thought I'd find you there, Archie.
How'd you know I was here?
I figured that by the skill you expressed on reviving a patient from a deep faint. Archie, on the way home, I want you to stop at the delicatessen and pick up the following things. Ham, beer, cheese, olives.
It's my boss.
Now, Archie,
How do you know you were here?
Pure deduction. That's why he's called the world's greatest detective.
Really?
Come here.
Yes. Archie, you shouldn't have... Oh. Archie.
Archie, you listening to me? Oh, well, guess you didn't hear a word of it. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Virgil Reimer was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman production, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Lucille Alex, Val Brown, Bill Johnstone, Hal Gerard, Betty Lou Gerson, Vic Rodman, and Ed Daly. This is Don Stanley speaking.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anison and Colinos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Case of Murder and the Star of Death. Anison is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. That's why Anison gives such incredibly fast, effective relief from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pain. Many people have been introduced to Anison tablets by their own physicians or dentists. If you haven't tried Anison, then you may be surprised to see how incredibly fast it brings relief from neuralgic, neuritis, or headache pains. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Ask for Anison at any drugstore. Now for Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the Star of Death. Our scene opens in a large and fashionable home in a New York suburb. A dinner party has been in progress. But now the three guests have gathered in the library, where the host, Mark Adams, observes with some amusement that they're all looking forward to a surprise he's been hinting about. A surprise he is soon to reveal to his regret.
Oh, Mark,
Yes, indeed.
Mark.
Yes, Loretta.
What is this remarkable surprise you have for us?
Yes, what's the big secret? You've got something up your sleeve, old man.
Oh, no doubt about it, I have, Paul. As a matter of fact, that's why I invited you all to dinner this evening.
Then please don't keep us in suspense.
I shan't, Edith, my dear, but first, a prelude to my little exhibit. Loretta, you're a connoisseur of precious stones. Tell me, what's your favorite stone?
Well, Mark, I suppose most women would prefer a diamond, but I'm partial to sapphires.
Big ones.
What are you getting at, Mark?
Paul, you're as well known a collector of precious stones as I am. What would you say was the greatest sapphire in existence?
The Star of Death, of course.
Star of Death? What a dreadful name.
Would you like to see it?
You mean you have the Star of Death here?
In this box, on this table.
What?
I sold over 3/4 of my own collection of jewels to buy this sapphire from the Hancock estate, but it was worth it. See for yourself. There.
Oh, look.
Really, it's magnificent.
Oh, it's beautiful, Mark.
When I said I had a treat in store for you, I meant it. What happened to the lights?
I don't know. They just went
What
out.
could it have been? They
Put the lights on, somebody.
Oh, wait, I'll find the switch. Here it is. There, that's better. Someone must have accidentally brushed against the wall switch and turned the lights off.
Mark, The sapphire.
It's gone. The Star of Death is gone. Very well, I can go along with the joke. Will the one who took the stone please replace it in the box on the table? Look here, a practical joke is one thing, but that sapphire's worth a fortune.
Mark,
Just a moment, Edith. Someone in this room is evidently a fool. Or a thief. But I'll give him or her a chance to save face. I'm going to put the lights out once again, and when I turn them back on, I'll expect to see that sapphire replaced inside this box, with no questions asked. Otherwise, I'm calling the police. You'll have just 5 seconds while I turn out the lights. Here goes. Remember, 5 seconds.
Ah! Mark!
Let me at that light switch.
Mark! He's on the floor.
Don't touch him, Edith. He's dead.
My father had been stabbed to death with a letter opener, Mr. King, taken from the desk. He was murdered for that sapphire, the Star of Death.
I read about the case this morning, Kay, in the newspapers. My partner, Mike Clancy, brought it to my attention.
Sure, it was one of the strangest cases in years. All 3 suspects were arrested, boss. But the police don't know which one murdered Mr. Adams and stole that sapphire.
Where were you at the time of the tragedy, Kay?
Away for the weekend at a friend's house. If Dad had only taken my advice, I begged him not to buy that sapphire.
Why were you against his buying it, Kay?
You've heard about the stone, I'm sure, Mr. King. Its history is horrible. That's how it got its name, the Star of Death. 3 people died while it was in their possession, all violently. Father was the 4th victim.
Tell me something about your father's guests. Who was present that night?
There was Edith Sims. Father was very fond of her. I even think there was a possibility he might have married her. He'd been very lonely since Mother died 2 years ago.
And the other guests?
Paul Dudley is a jewel importer like Father was. They were close friends. And Mrs. Loretta Reynard is a well-known socialite, a widow. She's very rich, Mr. Keene, and she'd never have any reason to steal.
And that was all?
Yes, Mr. Keene. The servants had all left for the night. No one else was there but Father and his 3 kids.
The jewel, apparently, was never found on any of them.
No, Mr. Keene. All 3 persons swear they're innocent. And, well, it's hard for me to believe that any one of them could have done a thing like that.
How's it strike you, Mike?
Well, it's a puzzler, Mr. Keene. Sure, what happened to the sapphire? It couldn't have just disappeared.
No, Mike, and yet I'm sure all 3 suspects were thoroughly searched by the police.
Mr. Keene, couldn't it have been someone else? A thief who sneaked into the house?
It's possible, Kay, but I doubt it. By the way, who described the details of the murder to the police?
All 3 of Father's guests.
And their stories were identical?
In every detail. Will you help me, Mr. Keene? I have faith in the police, naturally, but this case is so mysterious. You're the most famous investigator in the country. And if you could work with the police...
I'll try my best, Kay. And I'll also try to recover the stolen sapphire for which your father was murdered.
Oh, thank you.
I suggest you go home now and wait for my call. I'll want to look the house over. But before I do that, I think I've got an idea.
What is it, boss?
It's rather unusual, but if Lieutenant Hale of the Homicide Squad is willing to cooperate with me, maybe Mark Adams' killer will pay far more for that sapphire than he ever bargained for.
But what you're suggesting, Mr. Keene, is dangerous.
I know that, Lieutenant Hale. One of your 3 prisoners is a killer, but I doubt if you'll ever find out which one is guilty unless you release all 3.
But what good will that do?
That sapphire, the Star of Death, hasn't been found yet, has it?
No, Mr. Keene.
Then it must be hidden somewhere.
No, obviously.
Very well. Your police officers were with the 3 suspects from the time they left the Adams house, isn't that right?
In other words, the sapphire is still inside the house.
Exactly.
But we've searched the place thoroughly, Mr. Keene.
The murderer wouldn't have been foolish enough to stab Mark Adams to death if he or she didn't have an excellent hiding place for the sapphire.
Then how will we get the stone?
We'll let the killer find it for us and expose himself at the same time.
Sounds like a good idea if it works.
You can have the 3 suspects trailed by your plainclothesmen, but I prefer you wouldn't. Any slip-up would make the killer suspicious and spoil my plan.
All right. I'll go along with you, Mr. Keene, on one condition.
What's that, Lieutenant?
I'm going to station a man at all the airports and railway terminals. I don't want my pigeon to fly the coop.
I'm sure your pigeon will stay right here, Lieutenant, until he has his hands on that sapphire, the Star of Death. And when he reaches for it again, we'll have our hands on him.
This is the library, Mr. Keene. The room my father was murdered.
All right, Kay. We'll examine it thoroughly for any trace of the missing sapphire.
Well, I'll go over it with a fine-tooth comb, Mr. Keene.
Good, Mike. I suppose that heavy desk has been gone through, Kay?
At least 1,000 times. The police looked under the carpets and opened up the upholstery and the chairs. There isn't a spot in this room that hasn't been searched.
Isn't that the doorbell?
Yes. Excuse me, Mr. Keene.
Mike.
Yes, boss.
Never mind the search. After what Kay has just told me, I'm sure we'll have to wait for some kind of a break. And we may be getting one right now.
How, sir?
I've been expecting the murderer to make some excuse to return to this house for the stone. Let's see who's at the door.
Mr. Keene, this is Paul Dudley.
How do you do, Mr. Dudley?
Mr. Keene, this is a great pleasure, sir. I'm very glad to know you.
My partner, Mike Clancy.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you.
Mr. Keene, Lieutenant Hale at police headquarters told me you were responsible for my release. I thought you'd be here with Kay Adams, and I wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your confidence in me.
That's quite all right.
The murder was a shocking thing, and Mark Adams was my friend. But I trust the police now realize who the guilty woman is.
Oh, you believe they have the killer?
Naturally. That's the only reason they let me go, isn't it?
And who do you think she is, Mr. Dudley?
Why, Edith Sims, of course.
Oh, no. Edith Sims.
It's a horrible thing to say, I know, Kay, but I know more about Edith and your father than you do.
And just what do you know, Mr. Dudley?
I know Edith was poor, Mr. Keene, and she wanted to marry Mark. I also know he'd made up his mind not to marry again because of his daughter, Kay.
I see.
Sounds like more company, boss.
Yes, you stay here with Mr. Dudley, Mike. I'll go to the door with Kay.
This way, Mr. Keene. Is it true, Mr. Keene, that Edith Sims is being held by the police for father's murder?
No, Kay. No one's being held at the moment.
Kay, darling.
Oh, Edith.
Are you all right? I know how you must feel, dear. When your father died, everything I lived for went out of the world.
This is Mr. Keene, Edith.
Mr. Keene?
He's investigating father's death.
May I ask what brought you here, Miss Sims?
I came to comfort Kay, Mr. Keene. And I want to stay a few days, darling, here with you. We can console each other, perhaps just a little.
Of course, Edith.
That woman isn't here, is she?
What woman, Miss Sims?
Loretta Waynard.
Oh, no. No, she isn't.
Oh, thank goodness.
Why are you so relieved, Miss Sims?
Oh, did I sound relieved? I didn't mean...
Please, Edith, tell Mr. Keene everything you know. He's here to help me.
Well, I have no right to say this, Mr. Keene. But then I have no right to hold it back. I overheard Loretta Waynard quarrel with Mark Adams.
On the night he was murdered?
Yes. They were in the study just before dinner. Loretta told him she'd learned that he wanted to marry me, and she said he was out of his mind.
They must have been closer friends than I thought.
Loretta despised me, I know it, but I didn't care. It was what she said to Mark that hurt.
And what was that?
She said a man would be better off dead than married to a fortune hunter like me. Mark became angry, and she apologized, Mr. Keene.
Miss Sims, would you wait inside for me, please? Here's my partner, Mike Clancy. I want to have a word with him in private.
Come with me, Edith, dear. Very well.
Oh, boss, Saint preserve us, another customer.
Yes, Mike, and I believe this one will be the last. The third and last guest at the dinner party where Mark Adams was murdered and a fabulous sapphire stolen. I'll open the door. You are Mrs. Loretta Waynard?
Yes. Is Kay Adams here? I came to pay my respects in her bereavement.
Please come in. My name is Keene, Mrs. Waynard.
Mr. Keene? The famous investigator? Well, this is a lucky coincidence. I'd heard you were investigating Mark Adams' murder, and I was coming to see you.
Why?
Because I know who murdered Mark. I realized it after I left police headquarters. I remembered a remark at dinner the night Mark was murdered. Paul Dudley said it, Mr. Keene, and I remember his exact words.
What were they, Mrs. Rayner?
He said he'd give anything for possession of that sapphire, the Star of Death, and that it was a jewel any man would murder for.
Did Paul Dudley know Mr. Adams had it in his possession at the time?
Why, I couldn't say, Mr. Keene, but I'm telling you the truth, and Edith Sims is my witness.
Very well. We'll give you a chance to prove it now. Miss Sims is inside, along with Mr. Dudley. Will you join them, Mrs. Rayner?
Certainly. I'm quite willing to make that statement to Paul's face.
Well, Mike?
Soon we've got a fine jigsaw puzzle on our hands, boss.
Each one accuses another, and their stories are all equally strong. The thing to do now is to find out who's lying, Mike, and put our hands on that fabulous sapphire. And when we do, the Star of Death can claim another victim when the killer gets the electric chair for murder.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the Star of Death. Meanwhile, here's a marvelous new scientific discovery that actually helps prevent cavities in your teeth. Yes, actually helps prevent cavities. It's Colinos Anti-Decay Tooth Powder with ammonium ion. Greatest dental discovery since the invention of the toothbrush. Discovered by a great Midwestern university, this scientific ingredient reduces the lactobacilli bacteria in the mouth to help prevent harmful tooth decay. New Colinos is the first world-famous dentifrice to offer ammonium ion and retain its pleasant, minty flavor and popular price. Neither this new Colinos powder nor any other ammonium ion dentifrice is a cure-all, but your dentist will tell you that in most cases, new Colinos, correctly used, reduces tooth decay, reduces the number of cavities. Think what that means to you and your children. Fewer fillings, less pain, less trouble. Above all, healthier teeth. And healthier teeth mean a cleaner mouth, more pleasing breath. Wonderful new Colinos is dentist recommended, dentist approved. So do as your dentist tells you. For brighter teeth, sweeter breath. Yes, and for fewer cavities, get new Colinos Anti-Decay Tooth Powder. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the Star of Death. The murder of Mark Adams, a prominent jewel merchant, brings Mr. Keene, the great investigator, and his partner Mike Clancy on the trail of one of the cleverest jewel thieves in the country. For Mark Adams was murdered for the Star of Death, a fabulous sapphire that Mr. Keene believes has been hidden inside the Adams home by the killer. Now, the three people who were with the victim at the time of his death are in the house, along with Kay Adams, the victim's daughter. And as Mr. Keene and Mike gather them together in the room where Adams was murdered...
We seem to have reached an impasse in the mystery of Mark Adams' death, ladies and gentlemen. All three of you are under suspicion of murder. Just a moment, please. Mr. Dudley.
Well, Mr. Keene?
You told me a few moments ago that, in your opinion, Edith Sims committed the crime.
Paul, how could you say such a thing of me?
You loved him, Edith, and he refused to marry you.
That isn't true.
Mr. Dudley is also among the accused.
You mean someone says that I'm the murderer?
Loretta Waynard.
Why, I'll not...
Take it easy, Mr. Dudley. The boss wants me to keep this conversation on a friendly level, so to speak.
And lastly, Mrs. Waynard joins the list of suspects.
What? Who could have blamed me for it, Mr. Keene? I did, Mrs. Waynard. Edith, you. I overheard what you said to Mark. You told him he'd be better off dead than married to me. You loved him too, and you were furious because he loved me. How dare you say that? How dare... Oh,
She tripped over the rug, Mr. Keene.
She struck her head against the floor. Well, she's unconscious.
Would you carry her inside, Mr. Dudley? I'll call a doctor.
No. I'll be all right. I don't need a doctor.
She's coming around.
Better see that she rests for a few minutes anyway.
Here, let me help you, Mrs. Waynard. In spite of what you said about me, I'm not angry with you.
Help her in here, Paul.
All right, Kay.
There's a studio couch in this room.
Mike, I just noticed something.
What was it, boss?
Just before Mrs. Waynard tripped, I saw Paul Dudley bending over the desk looking at something.
But there's nothing on that desk but a blotter and a pen, Mr. Keene.
Wait. Don't examine it now. I think someone's coming.
Kay Adams said there was some water out here, and I thought Mrs. Waynard... Oh, here's a picture on the table.
How's she feeling, Mr. Dudley?
A little better. Oh, by the way, Mr. Keene, I'm remaining here in the Adams home for the night. I live upstate, and the next train is very late. Kay Adams has offered me a room.
I see.
Excuse me.
Well, that's two of them, boss. Miss Sims made an excuse to stay here, and so has Paul Dudley.
I'm also quite sure that Loretta Waynard will be too ill to go home this evening.
That makes 3 suspects, all trying to stay here in the house where that sapphire is hidden.
Come over to this desk again, Mike. I want to see what interested Mr. Dudley a moment ago.
Well, it's a very fancy desk, sir. Look at the leather covering.
It's kept in place by nail studs. And one of those studs seems to be loose. Yes, this is the one Paul Dudley was...
Mr. Keene, when you touch that nail head, a secret panel opened in the side of the desk. Look.
Yes. And look what it contains, Mike.
Saints preserve us. It's the sapphire, the Star of Death.
The most magnificent jewel I've ever seen. We'll take possession of it for the time being, Mike, and close this secret panel again. Don't say a word about this to any of them. As far as they're concerned, the sapphire is still missing.
Sure, and one of them's going to get a surprise, boss.
That's what I'm counting on. That secret panel in the desk is an ingenious contraption. It must have been specially made for someone.
Well, do you think Mark Adams had it made, Mr. Keene?
No. If he'd known about that secret panel, he'd have looked there the moment the jewel was missing.
Well, then who could have known?
The desk's original owner. Mr. Adams probably bought it from someone else.
Well, his daughter Kate knows, sir.
Possibly, but I don't want to ask her in front of the others, sir. I'll wait for an opportune time.
Are we staying here for the night?
Everyone else seems to be. We may as well join them.
Well, what's the next move, Mr. Keene?
We found the Star of Death, Mike, but we still have to find our killer. Frankly, I think I can almost do that now, but let's wait for overwhelming proof. And I wouldn't be surprised if we obtained that proof tonight.
Mr. Keene!
Shh, not so loud, Kay. I hope I didn't waken you.
No, I've been trying to read. Are the others asleep?
Apparently, all but Mike Clancy and myself. He's in the library waiting for me.
What is it you want, Mr. Keene?
I didn't get a chance to talk to you alone, otherwise I'd have asked you this before. Where did the furniture in this house come from? Did your father buy it himself?
No, it came with the house when we bought it.
How long ago was that?
2 years, Mr. Keene.
And who sold it to you?
Father never told me. I was in school in Switzerland at the time.
Where's the deed to the house? That would give the person's name.
Why, the deed must be in Father's safe.
And where's that?
In Father's study. Do you want the combination, Mr. Keene?
If you know it, Kay.
I do. Left 1, right 6, left 4, right 9.
I just jot that down. All right, Kay.
What are you going to do, Mr. Keene?
I'm going to put my hands on your father's murderer.
Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mike. Put the lights on here in the study.
Did you get what you were after, boss?
I have it right here. The deed to the house with the seller's name on it. Everything seems to have worked out according to my suspicions, Mike, but there's one more thing we have to do.
What's that?
It's going to throw a scare into a few innocent people, but it's the only way to get final proof. You go upstairs, Mike. Knock on every bedroom door and spread an alarm that the house is on fire.
Boss, are you joking?
No, Mike, I'm serious. Don't behave as if anyone's life is in danger at the moment. Just say the fire's in the cellar and they have plenty of time to leave. Then tell them that the fire has burned the telephone wires and that I've left to get the fire department.
And where will you really be, Mr. Keene?
I'll be in the library waiting for the killer to recover that sapphire, the Star of Death.
Now, take it easy, folks. There's nothing to get alarmed about. Mr. Keene's calling out the fire department. All right, now. Come on, this way out.
I'll put the lights on, Mrs. Waynard, so you can see that secret panel a little better.
Mr. Keene!
I was expecting you to drop by for the sapphire.
Don't move, Mr. Keene.
I see you've got a gun.
You planned this. There isn't any fire. You tricked me, Keene.
I began to suspect you this afternoon, Mrs. Waynard, when you tripped and fell at the psychological moment. While you were shouting at Edith Sims, you saw that Paul Dudley was interested in the desk. He noticed that loose nail head by accident, the one which opened the secret panel, and you distracted his attention and mine by falling suddenly and pretending to be hurt.
So I did, Mr. Keene.
Secondly, I found this deed. You were the one who sold this house and all the furniture in it to Mark Adams, so naturally you must be the one who knew about the secret panel in that desk. When you murdered Adams, you knew you would be searched for the sapphire you stole, so you hid it there.
I sold Mark Adams this house because I lost my money, Mr. Keene. And I'm the kind of a woman who needs lots of it to live.
He paid you quite a sum for this house, according to the deed.
$150,000. But I'm used to having millions, Mr. Keene.
You must be quite a gambler to get rid of it so fast.
Yes, I love to gamble on anything. A roulette wheel, a race horse, or the turn of a card. I also like to live the way a woman of breeding is accustomed to live. That's why I wanted that sapphire.
No woman of breeding I ever knew was a cold-blooded murderer, Mrs. Waynard.
The Star of Death isn't inside that secret panel, Mr. Keene.
I know it isn't.
Which means you have it.
Perhaps.
Turn it over to me. I'm not playing games now, Keene. You'll either turn that sapphire over to me or you'll get a bullet in your head.
How would you get rid of the sapphire? A stone that size?
Stop stalling for time. I want that sapphire now.
Do you?
I'll count to 3. If you don't place it on top of that desk, I'll kill you. 1, 2...
Drop the gun. Drop it fast before I...
Oh, you put a bullet in my wrist.
Lucky you didn't get one in your heart.
For a moment, Mike, I thought you wouldn't return in time.
I wouldn't have missed you if I'd had the chance.
I know that. Mike?
Yes, boss.
Put in a call to Lieutenant Hale at police headquarters.
Okay, Mr. Keene.
Tell him we've managed to repay his patience and cooperation by solving this case. Say we found the Star of Death and the woman who murdered for it, and he can have them both at his convenience.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the case of murder and the Star of Death. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Klee. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. We thank William Podmore, who appeared tonight as Mr. Keene for Bennett Kilpack, who's taking a short vacation on doctor's orders. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer turns to the African blowgun murder case.
Next, Mr. Chameleon and the Dusty Room Murder Case. Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder, brought to you by the makers of genuine Bayer aspirin. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer, a disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in the Dusty Room Murder Case. As the curtain rises, we look into the study of an old mansion in Midtown New York. A man about 50 sits at an old-fashioned oak desk, a telephone receiver at his ear, ready to speak the words that bring up the curtain on one of Mr. Chameleon's most interesting murder cases. The man at the desk is the wealthy inventor, Hiram Stevens, and we hear him speaking into the phone.
Hello. Hello there, Fitch. Connection was broken. I'll go back to where I was.
No, I didn't misunderstand you. I know exactly what I want to do. I know what you mean. Just follow out my orders, that's all you have to do. All right, then, come out here. All right, Fitch, I'll be waiting for you. Guess that'll fix him. Say, what's that? Hey, stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Oh, you murdered me. Uncle Hiram! Uncle Hiram! Uncle Hiram, is anything wrong?
Open the door. I can't get in.
What's the matter, Dick?
I heard shots coming from Uncle Hiram's study, Tina. Now I can't get in, and he doesn't answer.
Well, let's go inside then, Dick.
Well, how? He's evidently locked the door.
Oh, here's a chair.
Oh.
Get up on it, Dick, and look through the transom.
Oh, I'd forgotten the transom. Tina! Tina!
What?
Uncle Hiram is slumped over his desk. He's committed suicide.
Suicide? Let me get up there too, Dick.
No, it's horrible. His head is almost blown off. You'd get sick.
Come down from that chair, Dick. Try to break the door in. We must get in there. If you can't do it, I'll run out and call the gardener.
No, don't call anybody. I'll ring the police.
Yes?
You called the police? I'm Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. This is Detective Arnold.
Oh, come in. Dick! Dick, here are the police.
Oh, yes. Glad to meet you, Mr. Chameleon.
My husband's uncle committed suicide.
The last thing we ever expected of him.
But he had been brooding lately.
Your uncle's name was Hiram Stevens, Mr.
Dick Stevens, Mr. Chameleon.
Will you take us to the body, please?
It's in that room, but you'll have to break the door down to get in.
Uncle Hiram must have locked himself in first.
Dave. All right, try your keys.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon. Lock turns all right, but nothing happens. Seems to be bolted from the inside.
Is there any other way to enter this room, Dick?
This is the only door, Mr. Chameleon.
Let's break it in, Dave.
Here we are, Mr. Chameleon. There's the gun next to the body. I'll get it.
Stay where you are, Dave. Don't walk across that floor.
What?
The floor and everything in this room is covered with dust.
And there are no footmarks leading to the body.
It's strange. It's very strange.
Strange, Mr. Chameleon?
What do you mean, Mr. Chameleon?
I wonder how your uncle got to that desk without leaving any sign on this dusty floor.
I suppose he was sitting at the desk and killed himself there without walking anywhere.
He still had to get there some way. Unless...
Unless what, Mr. Chameleon?
Unless the murderer made a very silly mistake, Tina.
Murderer?
Murderer, you say?
Exactly, Dick. Your uncle was murdered.
But how could he have been, Mr. Chameleon?
That's what I'm here to find out. Dave.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Stand in front of this door until the police photographers get here.
Right.
And don't let anyone enter under any circumstances. Dick, Tina, suppose we go into the room across the hall where we can talk.
Of course. Come on, Tina. Won't you sit down, Mr. Chameleon?
Thank you, but I'll do better standing up.
Oh, that's the doorbell. I'll answer it.
Detective Arnold will answer it, Tina. The police photographer, I'm sure.
Oh.
Can either one of you explain why the room in which your uncle Hiram Stevens was murdered was completely dust-covered?
My husband's uncle was an inventor, Mr. Chameleon, was not very tidy.
That's not the point I'm getting at, Tina.
I don't understand.
I'll explain later. The first thing I want to know is, where were both of you when the murder occurred?
Dick and I were both in the house, upstairs.
That's right, Mr. Chameleon. We had just come in from the airport.
The airport?
We went out to get our tickets. We're flying to Europe tomorrow.
I see. Were you both together upstairs?
Yes and no, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes and no, Dick?
Well, what I mean is Tina went into the dressing room and changed her clothes.
Changed her clothes, so you were not together?
What difference does that make, Mr. Chameleon?
Did you change your clothes, Tina?
I started to, but changed my mind.
Then the clothes you are now wearing are the same ones that you had on when the murder took place?
Yes.
Step over to the window with me, please. In the light.
In the light? Why?
I can't see very well here. Come along.
All right, then.
Thank you.
What are you looking for on my wife's clothes, Mr. Chameleon?
Dust, Dick. Dust.
Well, you don't see any on me, do you?
No, Tina, but...
Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, Dave?
The pictures have been taken. We used a distance lens from the door.
Good. We can go into the murder room now. Come along, Dick. Tina.
Mr. Chameleon, you act as if you think Dick and I know something more than we've told you.
Not at all. You haven't told me anything yet.
Shall I try to raise the body now, Mr. Chameleon?
First, make a note, Dave. This entire room is dust-covered, including the murdered man. Write that down.
I have, Mr. Chameleon.
Also write down every object in the room, the pictures, the 2 glass mirrors, the mantelpiece, even the dead man's hair. Everything is covered with a layer of dust.
Got it all down, Mr. Chameleon.
Everything except the murder gun. That is clean.
Well, what does that mean, the gun is clean?
Obviously, the murderer threw it on the desk to make it look like suicide.
I tell you, Dick, Mr. Chameleon suspects you of murder.
Suspects me? Why should he, Tina?
Dave, let's raise the body from the chair.
Yes, sir. You take this side. I'll take the other here.
Exactly as I guessed, Dave. The only spot in this room that's not coated with dust is the seat on which the unfortunate man was sitting. There's no dust on the seat of his trousers.
Well, I'll be...
Dick, you and your wife go back into the living room. I'll see you in there in a few minutes.
This is outrageous.
It's a murder investigation, ma'am. Now do as Mr. Chameleon says.
Oh, all right, then.
We'll be in the living room, Mr. Chameleon.
What's it all about, Mr. Chameleon?
Those 2 people were at the airport arranging to fly to Europe, Dave.
Uh-oh.
Tomorrow. So there you are. They could have killed their rich uncle, left a perfect suicide set behind, and been off like birds in the air tomorrow.
But I can't figure that dust, Mr. Chameleon.
The dust, Dave, would make it seem that no one had entered or left the suicide room, and that the dead man had been lying there for days.
But how did all the dust get here?
The dust was sprayed in here, Dave. Probably with an insecticide sprayer, like the kind used to spray plants.
What do you think of that?
Have the house and grounds search for a sprayer. Call headquarters right away.
Shall I use this phone?
Yes. Also order men with vacuum cleaners out here from headquarters.
Vacuum cleaners?
Mm-hmm. Have this room vacuumed. Send the dust they collect to the lab for analysis.
Okay. Say, Mr. Chameleon, look here. This notepad attached to the telephone.
Yes, I've already seen that, Dave. Murdered man was evidently phoning a man named Fitch just before he was killed.
Yes, the pad says, call John Fitch about changing papers.
I wonder what that means. While you're phoning headquarters, I'll go in to see Dick and Tina.
Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, Dick?
I've been talking to my wife, Tina.
Yes?
She says I should make a clean breast of one thing.
Of what?
She thinks I should tell you I'm the sole heir to my uncle's considerable fortune.
That's interesting.
Interesting? Is that all you have to say, Mr. Chameleon?
There is one thing certain, Tina. If you told your husband to say that, you have supplied him with a motive for murder.
Why?
Oh, there's the doorbell again. May I answer it this time, Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, go ahead, Dick.
Why, Mr. Fitch.
Oh, hello, Dick. Will you tell your uncle I'm here with the papers he telephoned for?
My uncle has been murdered.
What? Murdered? That's what I was afraid of.
And the police are here. One is Mr. Chameleon.
Chameleon?
Yes, Mr. Fitch. And Mr. Chameleon suspects Dick of murder.
That's incredible, Tina. Utterly ridiculous.
Mr. Fitch, I'm Chameleon. And what is ridiculous about my suspecting Dick?
Because this young man had no reason for murdering his uncle. He has every reason for wanting him alive.
What reason?
Well, let me explain first that I am Hiram Stevens' confidential agent.
I see.
And I have right here a letter giving these 2 young people complete control of his fabulously valuable synthetic rubber inventions.
What?
He phoned me this afternoon and told me he was going to sign this letter the moment I arrived here with it. And here's the letter, Mr. Chameleon.
Well, certainly gives Dick and Tina what's equivalent to a fortune.
Exactly.
So apparently Dick and Tina had no reason to murder their uncle before he signed it.
It would have cost them a fortune, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, I get the point, Mr. Fitch. It seems that I'm at a dead end.
I'd not say that, exactly.
Mr. Fitch, if you suspect anyone, it's your duty to tell me.
More than a duty, Mr. Chameleon. An obligation to a man who was very kind to me through many years of close association.
Yes?
And naturally, now, to save his nephew from police suspicion, and also Tina, who was my own secretary before she married Dick.
Good. Whom do you suspect, Mr. Fitch?
I suspect the people who would have lost the rights to the millions the murdered man was signing over to Dick and Tina.
You say other people had these rights and were losing them on account of this letter? Who are they?
A man named Seymour Wakefield, who was Hiram Stevens' original partner, and his wife, Donna.
Well, when does the wife come in?
She was a rich woman when Wakefield married her, and she advanced the money to start him and Hiram in the business.
I see.
The point is that the murdered Hiram, who was a very changeable and eccentric man, had given them the rights that the letter you have gives to Dick and Tina.
What did Hiram do? Cancel the Wakefield's rights?
That's exactly what he was doing, Mr. Chameleon.
Was doing, you say?
Yes, here's the cancellation itself, duly signed by Hiram.
I see.
Hiram told me to give the cancellation to the Wakefields after he'd signed this letter to Tina and Dick.
This is becoming very interesting. The question is, did the Wakefields know about this, Mr. Fitch?
I told them myself this afternoon, and they literally flew out to see Hiram. They left my office about 30 minutes before the murder, on their way here.
What it sums up to, then, Mr. Fitch, is that if Hiram had lived long enough to sign this letter to Dick and Tina, the Wakefields would have lost a fortune.
Yes. And when I informed them, they said they would kill Hiram before they'd let him take the control from them.
I see. Well, there's no time to waste. May I keep these papers?
Certainly.
You know where the Wakefields live?
Oh, I have their address, Mr. Chameleon. I'll give it to you.
Thank you, Tina. Mr. Seymour Wakefield?
Yes?
I'm Chameleon of the police. This is Detective Arnold.
Come in.
Come. I came for some information.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon?
You were a partner of Hiram Stevens?
I am a partner of his.
Then you haven't heard that he was murdered.
Murdered? Oh, that's impossible.
Murdered in a dust-covered room.
Before you go any further, Seymour, let me say something.
Donna, this is Mr. Chameleon, the detective.
How do you do, Mrs. Wakefield? You were about to say...
I was going to tell my husband not to say he didn't know Hiram Stevens was murdered. We both heard it on the radio.
Donna, please.
Acting like we don't know will only make things worse. My husband and I were at Hiram Stevens' house this afternoon.
When he was murdered?
No, we'd gone.
What was the subject of the quarrel that you and your husband had with the murdered man?
We had no quarrel.
You know we did, Seymour. But it wasn't serious, Mr. Chameleon.
I was informed it was because the murdered man was canceling a paper that gave you control of his valuable synthetic rubber inventions.
The only person who could have told you that was John Fitch.
Did you or did you not quarrel?
Well, it's just as my wife says, Mr. Chameleon. Wasn't anything serious.
The control the murdered man was canceling was worth millions of dollars. I've seen murders committed for less than $10.
Mr. Chameleon, I'd like to show you something.
Show me what?
I'll get it from this desk. Please read this, Mr. Chameleon. It's a document from Hiram Stevens giving my husband and me complete control of his synthetic rubber inventions.
And it's signed by Hiram himself.
Yes, I see. Dated last year.
Yes, and Hiram's signature is witnessed, you'll notice, by Mr. Fitch, who seems so eager to entangle us in a murder case.
And here is a document Mr. Fitch gave me, Mrs. Wakefield. One he was on his way out to give to the murdered man.
What is it?
It's a letter giving control of Hiram's inventions to his niece and nephew, Tina and Dick.
I don't understand.
And it's dated today, Mrs. Wakefield, and it is not signed. Had Hiram Stevens lived to sign it, you would have been out a tremendous sum of money. A tremendous sum.
If it's not signed, it's not worth the paper it's written on.
Of course it isn't, Seymour. Mr. Chameleon knows that.
I know also that it's a prime motive for murder.
Do you think we murdered Hiram?
I'm going to make an odd request of you and your husband, Mrs. Wakefield.
Odd request?
I'll ask you both to give the clothes you're wearing now to Detective Arnold. Also the coats both of you wore this afternoon.
What for?
Go to your room, please, and come back with them.
Suppose we refuse.
I'll take you to police headquarters and have them removed.
All right. We'll give them to you. Come on, Seymour.
And don't bother to brush them off. What I'm looking for won't brush off.
Mr. Chameleon and the Dusty Room murder case continues in just a moment. The very first thing to do when you feel a cold coming on is to take genuine Bayer aspirin. You should do this and do it before you do anything else, because a cold is almost always accompanied by muscular aches and pains and a headachy, feverish feeling. And it's important that you relieve this distress in the fastest possible way. Ask your own doctor about this. No matter what you do to try to stop or shorten a cold, we think he'll tell you it's sound advice. And as millions know who have followed this advice, Bayer aspirin provides the relief you want, makes you feel better fast. It's actually ready to go to work in 2 seconds. And remember, Bayer aspirin's single active ingredient is so gentle to the system that doctors regularly prescribe it even for small children. That's why it's been used by millions of normal people without ill effect. So at the first sign of a cold, before you do anything else, take Bayer aspirin. When you buy, ask for Bayer aspirin, not just for aspirin alone. Get the 100-tablet bottle and you get Bayer aspirin tablets for less than a penny apiece. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the Dusty Room murder case. Hiram Stevens, a wealthy inventor, has been found murdered in a room suspiciously covered with dust. Mr. Chameleon has discovered that the murdered man was about to sign a paper taking the rights to his immensely valuable inventions away from his partner, Seymour Wakefield, and giving them to his nephew and niece. And now, as Mr. Chameleon leaves the Wakefield house with Detective Dave Arnold, Dave is saying,
"What do we do with the Wakefield's clothes, Mr. Chameleon? Didn't take them long to get them off and give them to us."
The wife, Dona's a very clever woman, Dave.
Maybe too clever.
Start up the car, Dave. We're going back now to see the murdered man's nephew and niece, Dick and Tina Stevens.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
I'm trying to get the commissioner of police now over the radio. Central headquarters, please.
Central headquarters.
This is Chameleon. Put me through to the commissioner.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
Hello, Chameleon. The laboratory just gave a report on that dust you had vacuumed from the murder room.
What's that analysis, Commissioner?
Well, you guessed right, Chameleon. The dust had been sprayed over the room with an insecticide sprayer. Traces of insecticide are in the dust. Anything else you want?
Yes, I've got a man's suit and a woman's dress and coat in the car with me. I want vacuum, too. Send one of the boys out to get them, please.
Send where?
Dave Arnold will be in the car in front of the murder house. We're on our way there now, Commissioner.
Right, Chameleon. Bye.
Dave, you wait here in the car until the commissioner sends out for these clothes. I'll go in now to see Dick Stevens and Tina.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Chameleon. Come in.
Thank you. Dick, the case is shaping up. I'll soon have whoever killed your uncle in that suspiciously dust-covered room.
Oh, you will?
Just a few details remain to be cleared up.
I see. Oh, Tina, Mr. Chameleon is here.
Good evening, Mr. Chameleon. What are the details you're clearing up?
Dick can answer the first question best, Tina.
I, Mr. Chameleon?
Why was your murdered uncle giving you control over his affairs?
Because he wanted to retire from active work and put everything in my hands.
It's odd that the first thing that you should do is to start off for Europe.
But we were planning to stay only 2 weeks.
I see. I'd like to go back to the murder room with both you and Tina.
Come ahead.
Very, very well. What do you expect to find in the room my uncle died in?
I want to show you something in here.
What?
Let me pull these draperies aside. There's a door here. You and Tina told me there was only one door to this murder room.
Well, that door behind the draperies, it's always locked. It's kept that way. Isn't it, Tina?
It's never been open since we lived here, Mr. Chameleon.
It's directly behind the desk where your uncle was murdered. I put it to you, Dick. That while your wife was in the dressing room, you could have slipped downstairs, shot your uncle without Tina's knowing it.
But why should Dick have killed his uncle? Why, Mr. Chameleon? The Wakefields are the only people who can benefit by the murder.
When I make an arrest in this case, I will then present the evidence.
You can't accuse Tina and me of murder.
I am not accusing Tina of anything.
Then you can't accuse me either.
One other point, Nick.
Yes?
The police laboratory reports the dust found in this murder room was deliberately sprayed in here to make the murder look like suicide.
What?
And we've got the insecticide sprayer that was used. It came from this place.
Oh, Dick! Dick!
Tomorrow morning, I will send a Professor Simpkins out here. He is the expert man on dust at police headquarters.
What for? He won't find anything.
We'll see tomorrow. Good night. And remember, Dick and Tina, this house is under police observation.
Don't you think we know that, Mr. Chameleon?
And the next morning, we find Mr. Chameleon in disguise as Professor Simpkins, police laboratory dust expert, with Detective Dave Arnold outside the murder house. And Mr. Chameleon is saying,
All right, Dave. We're ready for the kill.
I've got all the papers and the other evidence here, Mr. Chameleon. Maybe I should say Professor Simpkins. You certainly look like one in that disguise.
You have Seymour Wakefield and his wife down in the house?
Right. And Mr. Fitch is in there, too.
Good. Let's go, Dave.
Now, inside the murder house, we see Mr. Chameleon disguised as Professor Simpkins, a very learned-appearing man with horn-rimmed glasses, speaking in the voice of his disguise as he says to Dick Stevens and his wife, Tina.
Mr. and Mrs. Stevens, believe me, I feel most unhappy to reveal certain findings to seemingly respectable young people like you. But appearances sometimes are quite deceptive. Quite deceptive.
Oh, what are you getting at, Professor Simpkins?
They reveal that you, Mr. Stevens, purposely and with malicious intent sprayed the room where your uncle was killed to deceive the police and make his murder appear as a suicide. And our Mr. Chameleon requested me to so state to you.
Mr. Chameleon is trying to pin a murder on me to keep up his own reputation.
Still behooves you, young man, to speak that way of an officer of Mr. Chameleon's reputation, especially since the murder evidence was found on your premises after an attempt was made to put the crime on others.
And I know who those others were, Professor Simpkins.
Did, Mr. Seymour Wakefield? Indeed. And how did you and your wife explain that on careful analysis I discovered dust from the murder room on the clothes both you and your wife like?
You see, then, Chameleon knew you were lying when you said we left this murder room before Hiram Stevens was murdered.
So, you were in the room during the murder?
Professor Simpkins, we came here after Hiram was killed. We opened the door behind his desk and a lot of dust fell all over us. But we didn't go in.
My laboratory findings reveal dust from the murder room in your clothes. Unmistakable evidence of murder.
Say that again, I'll choke you.
Stay put, Wakefield, or
Don't
else...
manhandle me, Detective Arnold.
Professor Simpkins.
You something to say, Mr. Fitch?
Your findings prove what I told Mr. Chameleon.
You told him, Mr. Fitch, that Seymour Wakefield and his wife killed Hiram Stevens to prevent his giving the control of his valuable inventions to Dick and Tina Stevens.
Yes, and I was right.
You showed Mr. Chameleon a document of control in favor of Dick and Tina from their murdered uncle, but never signed by him.
That's correct, Professor. I also showed him a paper cancelling a similar power in favor of the two murderers, Seymour and Dona Wakefield.
Quite so, Mr. Fitch.
And that paper was signed by Hiram Stevens.
And that is where you tripped yourself, Fitch. And this woman, Tina Stevens, your former secretary.
You're not Professor Simpkins. You're Mr. Chameleon.
Mr. Chameleon in
Dave,
disguise.
handcuff Fitch to Tina Stevens.
No, help me, Mr. Fitch.
What absurdity is this, Mr. Chameleon?
You planned the murder, Fitch. You dreamed up the idea of a dust-filled suicide room.
That's right, Mr. Chameleon, he did.
But you fired the murder shots, Tina.
If she did, I didn't know it, Mr. Chameleon.
You're both equally guilty, Fitch. A clever scheme. This woman, Tina Stevens, your former secretary, married Dick for only one reason.
I married him for money. Why else?
Shut up, Tina.
I'll put the record straight, Fitch. The unsigned letter that you gave me purporting to turn the murdered man's rights to Tina and Dick was typed by you. It was a complete phoneme.
How can you ever prove that?
And the sign cancellation you used to throw suspicion on Mr. and Mrs. Wakefield was a forgery, and I will put expert after expert on the witness stand to prove that it was. Isn't that right, Tina?
Yes. Fitch himself forged it.
You brainless idiot, Tina.
Dave, write out a confession for Tina to sign. That's all that's needed to close the Dusty Room murder case.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. If you've ever had difficulty giving your children the proper dosage of aspirin as prescribed by your doctor, you'll be glad to know you can now get genuine Bayer aspirin in a new children's-sized tablet. These new tablets contain half the amount of the regular-size Bayer aspirin tablets, and with them you can conveniently give your child the dosage your doctor wants him to have. All you need use is one children's-size Bayer aspirin tablet, because each tablet is full dosage. In addition, they're neither colored nor flavored, and hence cannot be mistaken for candy. And they may be used with complete confidence, for the fact that doctors prescribe Bayer aspirin's single active ingredient even for the smallest children shows how gentle and dependable it is. The bottle and carton are plainly marked children's size Bayer aspirin, 30 tablets for 25 cents. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in The Custody of the Child murder case. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Frank Hummert from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney. Listen for Mr. Chameleon in The Custody of the Child murder case next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Jeff Regan. I get 10 a day in expenses from a detective bureau run by a guy named Lyon, Anthony J. Lyon. I'm the Lion's Eye.
With Jack Webb as Jeff Regan, investigator, stand by for hard-boiled action and mystery and thrilling adventure in tonight's story of The Diamond Quartet.
Well, this is the way it started. Melody called about 6 o'clock that night. She gave me the name of a restaurant out on the strip and said that Lyon was waiting for me. I drove out there and found him squatting at one of the corner tables. He had a big white napkin tucked under all of his chins, and he was working on a plate of crab louis and a bottle of beer. A tall peroxide blonde in slacks and dark glasses was sitting across from him, watching him eat. And a couple of bald-headed waiters were just sort of standing around looking at the ceiling.
Well, Regan, I see you got my message. You're right on time. Sit down. I want you to meet Miss, what did you say your name was, young lady?
Madge will do. Just plain Madge, fatso.
Regan, this is Madge.
I hate gumshoes. They all stink.
Okay, where'd you find her?
Madge? Madge works for Mr. Daly, Mr. Pete Daly. He's a new client of ours. Isn't that right, Madge?
All gumshoes are nosy. That's why I don't like 'em.
Madge is going to drive you out to Mr. Daly's residence, Regan.
Who's Daly?
Very nice chap. I spoke with him on the phone.
What's the job?
Well, it's a rather delicate matter, and I think Mr. Daly himself can explain it better than I.
Come on, all this gassing ain't getting us nowhere. The boss is waiting. Gumshoes talk too much.
Yes, Regan, yes. I told Mr. Daly you'd be there by 7 o'clock. You just run along with Madge here and see what it's all about.
Let's drift.
Nice to have met you, Madge.
Ah, dry up, fatso.
Good. Call me, Regan. Call me if you're running into any trouble.
Just plain Madge, who was carrying a .25 automatic in her purse. When we got into a Cadillac, we went out the pass, turned off a hill, and back of Burbank. Daly's residence was At the end of a private road. A nice old Southern-style place with 2 or 3 private patrolmen guarding the entrance. They all needed shave. They kind of nodded when we got out of the car and went up to the front door. Naturally, there was a peep shutter there. It was real Southern.
Yeah? Me, Felix. This is the private peeper the boss wants to see.
Okay, mate.
Come on this way.
Who's it?
Mads, I got your peeper. Inside. Here he is, Pete. Flat feet and all. His name's Regan.
Okay, Madge, that's all. Beat it. Sit down, Regan, sit down. Don't mind Madge. He's kind of antisocial.
Nice place you got. How's the gross?
Yeah, I do all right. 2 crap tables, 2 faro games, a little roulette in the living room, but I have to be careful.
I noticed that driving up.
There's lots of money thrown around here every night. Somebody might get some ideas. You know how it is.
What about the law?
Law? No trouble with them. I just don't let them know I'm in operation.
Mm-hmm.
In my business, I haven't much use for private detectives. I don't generally like them.
Neither does Madge.
But I happen to need one right now. I want you to do a little job for me.
You seem to have plenty of help around here. Wasn't that Felix Frazier at the door there? Last time I saw him, he was shadowing a banker up in Sacramento.
Yes, that was Felix, all right, but it's a little different. Yeah. Never seen this before? No? Well, it's a little bit of necklace called the Diamond Quartet. It's worth quite a chunk of cash. These 4 diamonds are good stuff.
So?
Dame named Annabella Callender left it here a week ago. She was in kind of deep at the roulette table and was wearing this. She left it for security.
How much did she lose?
About 5 G's, I guess. Kind of screwy little dame. She's a widow with a lot of money and a boyfriend named Teddy Silco. He paints or something. They come here.
And she loses steady.
Every time. Well, she sent me a check today for the full amount of what she lost.
Yeah?
And I want you to take this thing back to her tonight.
That it?
That's it. I got my dough. She gets her little diamond necklace back. Just business.
Well, it sounds simple.
It's simple. You're a licensed investigator, bonded, insured. Don't want any fuss about this. You just take it back. Very simple.
Okay. Now, you told me how simple it all is. Suppose you give me the hook. Did her check bounce?
You, want a drink? There wasn't any check.
I thought it'd be something like that.
Yeah. She called me a couple hours ago, said if I didn't have this thing back by tonight, she'd call a load of cops and come out and get it.
Not such a dumb dame at that.
As you're telling me. If she comes here with cops, I'm closed for the season, and this dump cost me a pile of dough. Felix was running the roulette table that night. I didn't know he'd taken this as security until we counted up. I should have pushed his mush in or something. Letting a dame like that make a setup.
Maybe you'll do better next time.
Ain't gonna be no next time, Regan. Here's her address. Here's the ice. Just take it to her, and I'll chalk it up to experience.
You better get yourself a new boy at that table.
Yes, you're telling me. You're telling me.
Well, I took a taxi over to the restaurant in Hollywood, picked up my Buick, and drove to an apartment house near Pico and Beverly Drive. A couple of men in a little gray coupe were sitting in front of the building smoking cigarettes and pulling on their hat brims. I figured Daly was making sure I got the right address. Upstairs on the 5th floor, I leaned into the buzzer and waited to see what Mrs. Annabella Callender looked like.
Oh, Teddy, I thought you'd never get here. The performance begins at 8:15, and you know the traffic. Oh, you aren't there.
You Annabella Callender?
Well, of course. Who are you?
My name's Regan.
Oh, Miss Regan. Well, I'm only waiting for Ted to get here so we can make first curtain to the Biltmore. We're seeing Carousel, and we're going to be late if he doesn't get here. You can understand that.
Yeah, it figures.
And I'm all ready, and he hasn't shown up. Well, good night.
Yeah. Her white ermine cape and the black strapless thing needed a touch. But she had it. That necklace I had in my pocket, or a very good copy, was hanging around her neck, and it looked like 4 Klieg lights at a Hollywood premiere.
Come on. Lay off, you busted door, lay off. What's the idea? You want to bust down the door? You drunk or something?
I've been pounding on this door for 5 minutes.
Well, that's too bad. Can't you read the signs? This building's closed for scram, drift, push off, flow.
You got a jeweler in this building named Tartaglia?
Yeah, we got a jeweler named Tartaglia. Only don't want to see nobody because it's 9 o'clock at night. The joint's closed and he ain't here.
All right, slow down. He lives someplace, don't he?
Sure.
There's a lot of houses that way. Why don't you try knocking on doors?
There wasn't any residence listed in the phone book. I thought maybe if I came down here to his office, you could tell me where I might see him.
I ain't going to tell you nothing.
Look, I'm a private investigator. I gotta see him tonight.
Oh, how's little old expense account, Pilgrim?
It'll do.
Let me see, pal. The name's Freddie Leach. Your boy's a fat old pile of blubber with a lot of talk in this note. White Hotel, 208, 3 blocks straight ahead.
Thanks, Freddie.
Anytime, pal. Brother Sawbuck, I'll tell you where his girlfriend lives.
Well, come in, Mr. Regan. Come in. You find me a bit indisposed at this hour. I was preparing to retire, but you said it was a matter of jewelry. Therefore, Bert Tartaglia is at your service. Now then, sir, what is so urgent?
I came to see you about a diamond necklace. I found your name stamped on the inside.
House of Tartaglia, most respected name in diamonds as in all the lapidary arts. Most respected. I'm the last of 4 sons. All... But... Continue, Mr. Regan.
Take a look at this.
And how do you come into possession of the Diamond Quartet, sir?
A man named Daly, who runs a gambling club, hired me to take it back to a lady named Callender.
Gambling house? And how did Mr. Daly acquire it?
She lost it at the roulette table. She left it so she could raise the cash.
Deplorable conduct on her part. Annabella Callender, a very indiscreet young lady, to be sure. Lovely body, propelled by a ridiculous mind.
I tried to take it back to her tonight.
Beautiful. Isn't it, Mr. Regan?
I want to know if it's real or not.
Real. Of course it's real.
You sure?
Mr. Regan, do you doubt my ability as a gemologist? Once in a lifetime, sir, only once in a lifetime does an artisan have the opportunity to create the perfect necklace.
How much will it pull?
Priceless in the amount of work. Roughly $65,000. See, here, under the light. See how carefully each stone is mounted. Without reservation, I pronounce the Diamond Quartet an incomparable masterpiece.
Well, I saw one just like it tonight.
Huh? I don't quite follow you, sir. No one could create another Diamond Quartet except Bert Tartaglia.
Well, and somebody made up a pretty good imitation.
The finest workman at best would create only a crude resemblance. This kind of work demands an artist, Mr. Regan, an artist.
But it could get by.
Oh, to the unpracticed eye, yes. To the layman, perhaps, yes.
Mm-hmm. That's all I wanted to know.
Lated in Anguis herba, eh?
What was that?
Latin. A snake in the grass, eh?
Maybe.
Your expression tells me you are concerned for the safety of this piece. I have a safe here in my room if you'd care.
No, it'll be all right.
Well, then, you leave satisfied, I trust.
Yeah, thanks.
Think nothing of it, Mr. Regan. Think nothing of it. Just remember the House of Tartaglia when you want fine jewels. Good evening, sir.
In the lobby, I got 2 3-cent stamps from the clerk. He watched me put the Diamond Quartet in an envelope, address it to myself, and mail it right there. He blinked a couple of times, but I didn't tell him about my 2 pals parked across the street in the little gray coupe. They were sitting there, still sucking on cigarettes and pulling on their hat brims. When I walked outside, they got out of the coupe, came over to where I was lighting a cigarette. The tall one tapped me on the shoulder.
Here's the paper, Georgie. Want to ask him for a match? Georgie's nearsighted.
That's too bad.
That's him, Daddy. Got a match, Peeper? Georgie asks if you got a match, Peeper. He's a dummy, Georgie. Don't talk.
Got a match, Peeper?
But I tell you, he's a dummy.
You don't look like no dummy.
Oh, he's a dummy, all right, ain't you, Peeper? See, he's a dummy, Georgie. I told him about you being nearsighted, and he said it was too bad. Didn't you, Peeper?
He still don't talk.
Go on, Peeper. Tell Georgie how sorry you are about him being nearsighted. I told you he was a dummy, Georgie.
Our private eyes like you.
Georgie asked you a question. He wants to know if all private eyes is like you.
Danny boy says you're a dummy. You a dummy?
Georgie asked you another question. He wants to know if you're a dummy. See, don't answer.
I don't like dummies.
We asked 3 questions already, and he ain't said nothing. That makes him a dummy.
Maybe we'd find something if we went through the dummy's pockets.
Yeah, even a dummy's got pockets. Ain't that right, dummy? Hold him, Georgie.
Hey, move just like a dummy.
What do you want?
Hey, talk.
Yeah. Make him talk again, Georgie. Oh. Make him talk bigger, Georgie. Oh. Talks real nice, but he don't say much. Maybe he's tough, Georgie.
You might think he's tough. But then again... You see? He ain't so tough.
Now it's my turn.
Hey. You don't talk no more, Danny.
This peeper ain't no pretty picture, Georgie. Why you want to hold him up?
You are listening to the story of the Diamond Quartet, tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator. 29,000 nurses are needed now to join the new Army Nurse Corps Officers Reserve. For the first time in history, qualified nurses are given the opportunity of receiving a commission in the regular Army Reserve. These nurses will remain on inactive status, ready to serve their country in the event of an emergency. 4,000 of them, if they wish, may choose active duty. Inactive reserve status will not interfere with the nurse's civilian life, but the educational opportunities offered her by the Army Medical Department will be of a great advantage to her in her work. So don't wait. If you're a registered graduate nurse between the ages of 21 and 45, drop a card now for complete information to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. And now, back to the story of the Diamond Quartet and Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Regan, can you hear me, Regan? Nurse, are you sure he's coming too?
He had quite a beating, Mr. Lyon, but he's coming around.
Regan, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Regan, can you hear me?
I think he's with us now.
It's me, Regan. What happened to you? Why didn't you call? Regan, do you understand me?
What's this?
That's your head. It isn't very pretty, let me tell you that.
I'll be at my desk, Mr. Lyon.
All right. Come on, give it to me. What happened? An hour ago, the receiving hospital telephones me that they picked you up in some gutter. I come down to see what's what, and you lay there and ask me, what's this?
Well, it's a wrong job. Another punk client.
As long as they've got the dough, we love them all. Who are you fighting with?
A couple of boys named Danny and Georgie.
A couple of boys named Danny and Georgie. Well, would you mind telling me just where you've been while you should have been doing what you were hired to do?
I was out with Danny and Georgie.
Sure. You were out with Danny and Georgie. But what did you do before that? And what did you do with the necklace? That diamond quartet or whatever it is.
I mailed it.
You mailed it? You were hired to deliver that thing personally, and you mail it.
Where's my clothes?
Regan, I'll never understand you. I'll never understand you or the way you do things. I send you out on a simple little job. All you have to do is take a necklace back, and what do? You wind up bleeding all over the city streets. Here's your pants.
What time you got?
3 o'clock in the morning. It's always 3 o'clock in the morning when somebody telephones me that you're in trouble somewhere.
Well, why don't you go home and go back to bed?
I haven't been to bed. I haven't had one wink of sleep tonight. You know why? Because on top of all my other troubles, some dame who sounds like she has a snoot full of hooch has been calling my place every half hour asking for you. My place.
Why didn't you tell her to call my place?
I did tell her to call your place. I told her a couple of 100 times to call your place. Then I told her to shut up.
Coat.
Here. You look terrible. Terrible.
She give you a name?
Annabella something or other. I don't know. But what I want to know is... Hey, where are you going? Who's going to pay this hospital bill? Where are you going?
Well, the cab driver circled twice before he picked me up, but he got me out to her place in 20 minutes. When I got upstairs, her door was halfway open, and the light from the hallway kind of seeped in. She was sitting in a big chair right by the door. I don't know why, but she was holding the phone on her lap, just sitting there, looking at nothing.
Oh, Mr. Regan. It's you. You came back.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to need this.
Oh. Well then, Mr. Regan. Well then. I suppose you've met some people tonight who know a great deal about me.
Some? A gambler? A jeweler?
And of course they told you how I carry on with money and all that. Everyone seems to know that.
Yeah, Daly told me.
Do you know about Charles? Charles and I had so many things together, and it was so much fun being alive with him. You like to have fun, Mr. Regan? I do think he enjoyed being alive with me. I mean, I cried when Charles was killed. I really did. I cried. I didn't know what to do. I cried.
How long ago was that?
Oh, Charles was killed 3 years ago. But now I have Teddy. He's really a dear. You should meet him. We should all have a drink together or something. Teddy's a fine artist. Very fine artist. I think you'll be very prominent someday. I do. I really do think Teddy will be very prominent someday. Of course, it wouldn't make any difference now. Did they tell you that did they tell you? It's funny. I can't seem to get my tongue adjusted to my mouth. Did that ever happen to you, Mr. Regan?
Sometimes.
Teddy asked me to marry him tonight.
He did?
Yes, I've been very lonely since Charles died, and it isn't my money that Teddy's interested in, I'm certain. Teddy has some money of his own, although many people don't know it. What is money, Mr. Regan? What would you say, money? Oh, dear, there I go again with that business about my tongue. You think I should see a correctionist?
Why did you call me tonight?
You're the only detective I know. And I really don't know you. It's just that Mr. Daly said you were a detective.
Why did you want to see me?
I really can't understand money. I know it must sound strange to you, but some people live for it, and some people die for it, and some people...
Come here. What's wrong? What is it? Come on.
Oh, they do look so funny. So very funny. I've seen them count money. Oh, so much money, and I really believe that's all they live for. They handle it and caress it now.
Come on, tell me, what's wrong? What is it? What is it? She was pointing to a black spot across the room. I found the light switch and turned it on. Oh, yeah, they looked funny, all right. It was Daly and his dumb roulette table man, Felix, and both of them were as dead as you can get.
I've been waiting up all night. I knew you'd telephone and say you'd marry me.
Yeah. Your name's Silco?
Oh, yes, I was expecting...
My name's Regan. I'm a private investigator. I'm calling from her apartment.
Annabella's?
Now, listen. There's been a couple of murders here.
What?
She's had quite a jolt. She's going to need you and all the help she can get. I called homicide, and, well, it might be kind of rough for her.
I'll bring a doctor.
And a lawyer.
I've got a good one. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Well, he showed up about the same time Wendetti and the homicide boys got there. By that time, she couldn't even talk, and they had to put her to sleep. I told Wendetti what I knew about it, and he said we'd get it straightened around as soon as she had something to say. It was about 8 o'clock in the morning when I got home. I didn't expect my boy to show up so soon. He was already there.
Ah, Regan. I've been expecting you. Come in, sir. Come in. I've been amusing myself with your chessboard. So we meet again. Sit down, sit down. You've had rather a hectic night, I'll wager.
Your boys were pretty rough.
Georgie and Danny. Two men of another world, Regan. Not our world. Allow me to apologize for their actions. And so unnecessary, too. I underestimated you, Regan. Such an ingenious method of protecting the Diamond Quartet. Why, sir, by the simple expedient of placing a 3-cent stamp on an envelope and mailing it to you yourself, you were hired as guardians the entire United States Postal Service, not to mention the Army, Navy, and Marine Corps.
You want one of these?
No, thank you, Regan. Much too early in the day. But go ahead. You give me cause to admire you again, sir. I am one of those faint-hearted persons who cannot abide liquor until 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
All right. What happens now?
By gad, I admire your directness, Mr. Regan. When I met you last night, I promised myself you'd give me trouble, and you have.
Who's in on it?
Such directness. In answer, sir, that is a matter to be explained.
Double cross.
If you can bear my vanity, I have invented a new word. Triple cross. It does have a ring to it, doesn't it?
Sounds familiar.
My gad, sir, I like you.
Daly in on this?
Daly? No, of course not. A mere instigator. But when Madge explained to me that he was returning the Diamond Quartet, I first conceived the plan.
Just plain Madge.
She and her friends have been very valuable to me.
They knocked off Daly and Felix and planted them in the girl's apartment.
Right. With 2 cadavers in her living room, Mrs. Callender was very unlikely to discuss missing jewelry with the police.
Then it was a phony she was wearing, and she didn't even know it, huh?
And it caused all of this. If you had merely returned it, it would have been simple to remove it from her. But then...
And you just sit here and wait for the mail.
We wait for the mail, Mr. Regan.
What about your playmates?
You do act your role, don't you? And I like you for it, Mr. Regan. I wish you and I could have worked out something together. An unbeatable team. In answer, sir, I'm afraid I shall be sought for murder for 2 this night.
Danny and Georgie?
And, Madge. Does that name bother you as much as it bothers me? Give me a woman with a name like Celeste, or Josephine, or Roxanne. Those, sir, are proper names for the creatures. But Madge...
Where are the police going to find all these bodies?
In my hotel room, which I departed hastily.
I know a man down at Central Homicide named Wendetti.
Do you?
Mm-hmm. He's the best cop I've ever seen. You'll never get away with it.
Allow me to correct you, sir. I don't intend to get away with it. Observe me well. You see before you a man advanced in years, attached to a destitute and bankrupt jewelry firm, with nothing more to look forward to than a grim few years, and finally the end. Now an opportunity to live like a king, and by God, sir, I've taken it.
They'll pick you up before you can pack a bag.
I'll risk that. I shall turn the Diamond Quartet into cash, and with a well-laden purse, I shall be satisfied to elude the police over half the world. Oh, yes, they'll get me. In 2 years, 3 years, perhaps. By that time, I shall have spent the money. And what more could a man ask than a perfect fulfillment of all his wishes? Huh? I ask you, sir, as one gentleman to another, what more could a man ask? You have company, and I have a gun. Answer it. Tell him to go away. I'll be right beside you. All right. Open it.
One side, Shamus. I got a gun.
Madge.
Thought I'd find you here, blubber boy. Get into such a good job on me.
Caution, my dear. I have a gun, too.
I can last long enough to let you have it. Get out of my way, people. Oh!
Mr. Regan, sir. I believe I've been shot. I'll need a little assistance. I can't seem to hold my feet, sir. Can't seem to hold my feet. The mortal is nil nisi bonum, Mr. Regan. Or, if your second-year Latin escapes you, speak well of the dead. It was an awkward plan at best, wasn't it?
It was a lousy idea. Well, there wasn't anybody left for Wendetti to arrest, so we sat around and looked at each other. Wendetti agreed that Madge double-crossed Daly. Tartaglia double-crossed Madge and her boys. Yeah, triple-crossed. Well, the Lion had something on his mind. He wanted to know, was I satisfied with what I got out of this case? I didn't answer him. I need the job.
Army Nurse Corps Reserve still has commissions available. If you are a graduate registered nurse between the ages of 21 and 45, you may be eligible for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps section of the Regular Officers Reserve. Graduate work is provided at the Army's most modern teaching centers, and the nurses obtain educational experiences that benefit them in both civilian and military nursing. If you believe you qualify for a commission in the Army Nurse Corps Reserve, apply to the Adjutant General, Washington, D.C. Jack Webb is featured as Jeff Regan, with Wilms Herbert as Anthony J. Lyon. The role of Bert Tartaglia was played by Barry Kruger. Lorene Tuttle was Annabella Callender. It's CBS same time next week for trouble, suspense, and thrilling adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator. Written by E. Jack Newman, produced by Gordon T. Hughes, directed tonight by Cliff Howell. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, welcome to Starlight Mystery Theater and another episode in the series, Matthew Slade, Private Investigator. We invite you to take your seat as Matthew Slade unfolds Who Killed My Pen Pal?
In my job, the hours are odd. So are the circumstances and the people I meet. You could even call some of them dangerous. My calling card reads, Matthew Slade, Private Investigator. I didn't know what time it was. I hoped that it was later than I thought. I was angry enough to kill. I glanced at my watch, cursed silently. 9 a.m. An hour to go. An hour before...
Train time. Then the deserving Sergeant Sid Dinelli, little old me, flies off into the wild blue. Hollywood, Hawaii...
Will you shut up? Buddy, pal, friend. You get me up at dawn. You drag me to the office so that I can toast your trip from my liquor cabinet.
Oh, yeah, I should have got a later flight, Matt. It's too early to drink.
For 2 hours, you've talked about this great vacation you're going to take, rubbing it in that I have to stay here and work. Well, bon voyage. I think I have an appointment.
Oh?
Jonesy, do I have an appointment?
No. What's that? There is someone here to see you. Miss Paulette Van Breck.
Paulette Van Breck. Beautiful, blonde.
Not exactly.
Never mind. Send her in.
Now, hold it, Lancelot. I'll leave by the back entrance. I don't want to be dragged into one of your cases now. Aloha and hooray for Hollywood.
Well, don't let a talent scout see you. The movie industry is in enough trouble.
Yeah.
Come in, Miss Van Breck. I wish that I had met her 50 years ago. She must have been beautiful. Now she was an aging, ageless Titania. A silvering sprite, wrapped in bright green mink. She perched on the edge of the chair, bobbed her head at me like a parakeet about to give an esoteric performance. A tall, silent man in a chauffeur's uniform was with her. Well, Miss Van Breck.
It's Holly Smith. Paulette Van Breck is my pen name. My number plume, as it were.
You're a writer?
In a way, yes. Oh, this is Saunders, my chauffeur. He follows me everywhere I go. I don't think he trusts me. I'm always flying off on little escapades, and he... where was I? Oh, yes. I'm a writer. That is, I write letters to pen pals.
Pen pals?
All over the world. Darlings, all of them. That's why I'm here.
One of them didn't answer a letter.
Exactly. You're very intelligent, Matthew. I may use your first name, of course. Now, what do you think of that?
What do I think? Well, I think that...
That Jason has been killed, naturally. Oh, I knew this was the right detective, Francis. Now, why do you think Jason was murdered, Matthew?
Someone didn't like him.
Amazing. Isn't he amazing, Francis? Who did it?
Now, I hate to admit this, Polly, but I haven't the slightest idea. Who is Jason?
You're not as bright as I thought you were.
Sorry.
Jason is Jason Custer. He's a talented young genius. A kindred soul. A poet. Here, his last letter to me speaks for itself.
She handed me a letter. The return address was Los Angeles. In 16 pages, the kindred soul repeated in iambic rhythm and using poetic license that the thing he had feared had happened. What did he mean by that, the thing that he feared?
Someone was going to kill him. That is, they hadn't yet, but he didn't say that. But that's what he meant. If you understand poetry at all, Matthew.
Jason isn't exactly Stephen Vincent Benet.
Oh, but he's close. I've written 6 letters since I received that one. He didn't answer any of them. Oh, I just know that something horrible has happened. Now, I want you to go to Los Angeles immediately. Rescue poor boy and bring him back here.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
All righty, it's all settled. My lawyer, Nathan Gainsborough, will send you a check. I told him I was hiring you. So, Francis. Goodbye, Matthew. You're a charming boy.
She pattered out with Francis while the charming boy detective wiped the egg off his face. Jonesy, get me Nathan Gainsborough on the phone.
All righty.
You know what happens to secretaries who listen to keyholes?
They write stories for confession magazines. And Nathan Gainsborough was already on the phone. He called you. Line 1.
Thanks. Hello, Mr. Gainsborough, Slade.
I presume I'm at the other left?
Yeah, I think I've agreed to handle a case which I know nothing about, but I'm not sure.
Welcome to the club.
I'm not sure that I want to join.
Of course you do. It's profitable. Polly has $20 million, which I try to keep track of. It isn't easy. But she likes to spread sunshine. Now, this pen pal business is an example. Any of them knew that she and Polly Smith, the eccentric millionaires, and not Paulette Van Breck. So we'd be up to our dividends and marriage proposals and sad stories.
Oh, she has a big heart, huh?
But not a weak mind. She outsmarts me most of the time. Now, Francis informed me of this Jason Castor business. All of the pen pals go through my offices. So somehow she managed to keep him a secret.
You don't know anything about him?
No, nothing. Now, when you get to Los Angeles, check with Maggie Moore. She runs Pen Pals Incorporated. Polly gets all of them through Maggie. Is $1,000 all right for a retainer?
Oh, fine, but
I've sent it by messenger. How soon can you leave?
Oh, right away, but The receiver clicked in my ear. I had a definite feeling I was being pressured. I muttered to myself on the drive to Los Angeles, swearing to bring Jonesy into line, and to not get roped in by anyone as far out as Polly again. It was almost 5 o'clock when I reached Los Angeles. I checked Jason Castor's address on the letter. It was in the valley. I turned onto the Hollywood freeway leading to the valley, planning to check out his address before dinner. Thousands of cars were headed toward the same destination, jammed together like sardines. The sardines all belonging to the same school of thought. Move and stop. Move and stop.
What in heaven's name, Matthew? I'm getting carsick. Where are we?
It was Polly. She popped her head over the back of my seat. I hit the bumper of the car in front of me and set off a chain reaction of cars bumping, jolting, and drivers waking up.
You are the worst driver I've ever seen, Matthew. Look what you've done.
How did... What? Where did you...
Don't bother, Matthew. Drive. I decided to come along and help.
You've been in the back seat all this time.
Matthew, I didn't get $20 million by trusting people. Or hate.
She told me how she got her $20 million, and how I could make the same amount if I stopped talking to myself and sharpened up. During the hour and a half it took to go 2 miles on the freeway, Polly was a compulsive talker. My ears were ringing when we pulled up in front of a 3-story monstrosity, which Jason, fondly I suppose, called home. It appeared to be deserted.
Oh, but charming isolation, Matthew. It looks just like Jason.
Vacant?
You're too sarcastic to be so young, Matthew. It's the inner world which is important.
I can't say much for Jason's outer world. Now you stay here.
Really, Matthew?
Or I'll quit. I walked through waist-high grass expecting Livingston to show up any minute. The house towered above me, its paint peeling and cracking. The broken panes in the windows made it appear drunk. I wouldn't have been surprised had it given a giant hiccup and tumbled into oblivion. I stumbled on a broken step, then knocked rather inanely on the front door. And the door fell in. So I went inside. The house was dark, dusty, empty. If I'd had the sense Polly said I should have, I would have been cautious. I wasn't. Someone hit me from behind, and I joined the door on a red velvet carpet. I was stunned, but not out. I heard someone run past me and up a staircase to the second floor. I got to my feet and ran after him. I knew that whoever it was had hurt me, but they were acquainted with the house, and I wasn't. I stopped on the open balcony, then heard a sound. It came from behind a closed door. I went toward it, jerked the door open, and...
Matthew, are you trying to frighten me to death? Don't open the door like that.
Polly, what are you doing in a closet?
Hiding. I came in the back way, and I heard...
Did you hit me on the back of the head?
How'd you dare?
I don't know. I just had to ask. Now, how did you get up here without my seeing you?
There's a back stairway.
Ah, that's how he got away.
Ooh.
Okay, you kids, get out of here. You're trespassing. Kids, nothing else to do than drive me crazy. Breaking windows, tearing up. Well, mister, aren't you a little old for this type of thing? You and your mother get out of here.
I am not his mother.
Sorry, we were looking for someone.
In the closet?
I was hiding in the closet.
Okay, out.
Now, just a minute. Who owns this property?
The city. And they're going to tear it down.
When?
Any minute.
Thank you. Sorry we bothered you. I thanked him and propelled the protesting Polly down the stairs and into the car. I would have to go back after dark. And after I got Polly out of my hair.
Where are we going, Matthew?
You are going to San Francisco. I am going to stay here. She exploded and kept it up all the way to International Airport. Between explosions and persuasions, I managed to find out that she didn't have a picture of Jason, but that he was about 25, tall, blonde, and that Maggie Moore of Pen Pals Incorporated had recommended him. I saw Polly safely aboard a plane for San Francisco, and then in the terminal spotted that happy tourist, Sid Dinelli. Well, hello, Sid. Welcome to Paradise.
Oh, no. What are you doing here?
On a case. Aren't you a little late arriving? What'd you do, walk?
I hate comics. I missed my plane, Matt. Then I got airsick and...
And the stewardess didn't like you.
Yeah.
You want to ride into town?
You're working on a case? No, just go away.
All right, take the bus.
Matt, wait a minute. You know how I feel about the bus.
I drove Sid into town and dropped him at the Grayson Hotel. Promised to meet him later for a drink at the Shea on the Strip. Then I looked up the address of Pen Pals Incorporated. It was about a 10-minute ride.
Mr. Slade, please come in. I've been expecting you.
She may have been expecting me, but I wasn't expecting her. I had visualized her as the horn rim, hair in a bun type. She wasn't. Gainsborough called you about Jason Castor, huh?
Yes. I have no record of him at all. I checked the files. Nothing. I don't know how he got Polly's name.
Well, then you know that Paulette Van Breck is Polly Smith.
Of course. But none of the pen pals do.
Polly said that you recommended Jason. You didn't.
No.
Does anyone have access to your files?
No, but there is no information about Polly Smith in them. She's listed as, Paulette Van Breck. Occupation, writer. Interested in reading, cooking, horseback riding. Collects modern poetry.
A well-rounded pen pal with no money.
Exactly. Where do we go from here?
We go to meet a friend, Sid Dinelli. The Shea was crowded, but not so crowded that I couldn't spot Sid. He was leaning over the bar, murmuring to the bartender. Maggie and I went toward him. Hello, Sid.
Matt. You know, I may get thrown off the force, but I'm going to kill you. Oh, I'm sorry. I really am a gentleman,
Miss Moore, Maggie Moore.
Oh, delighted, Maggie. I may be the most interesting man you've ever met. A bartender, champagne for this lady. And what are you buying for yourself, Matt?
Hemlock. On the rocks. What have I done now?
Over there, in the corner booth. Does that belong to you?
It was Polly. She waved a Mai Tai at me. I groaned.
Hey, Maggie, there's a secluded booth.
Oh, no, you don't, Sid. Come on, Maggie. Well, Polly, we didn't stay on the plane to San Francisco, did we?
No, Matthew, we didn't. Have a Mai Tai?
No, thanks. Are you in the back of the car again?
Oh, I've never repeat myself, Matthew. I followed you in a taxi, paid the doorman to find out where you were going to meet Sid, and here I am.
Since you are, this is Maggie Moore. She's never heard of Jason Castor. Now, where did you get his name?
Really, Maggie, how strange. Don't you think that's strange, Sid?
Oh, I never heard of him either.
Well, you have now.
Oh, no.
When did Jason start writing to you, Polly? How did he get your name?
One question at a time, Matthew. About a year ago, I think. Oh, he's such a poor lost soul. No family, and no one...
Polly.
Well, Maggie recommended him.
You're lying.
Yes.
Now, go on. With the truth?
I met him at the racetrack. No, that was Alan Dulles. Oh, in an art gallery, an exhibit by an extremely talented artist. Selma something, I forget the last name. Jason was alone in San Francisco. He was coming back to Los Angeles the next day. I told him to write to me.
Did you give him your real name?
Certainly not.
Your home address?
No. I used the box number. And I didn't send him any money.
You didn't? Well, all right. How'd he make a living?
His poetry.
Poets don't make money. They either marry it or teach English. Now, what was he doing in the art gallery?
Well, he was just there. What are his hobbies, Polly? Sports, dancing, music? Well, music. Jazz music. He liked jazz, but he couldn't afford to buy records.
To afford to listen? Did he hang out in any of those record stores?
Well, yes. He mentioned one in one of his poems. Now, what was the name? The Square Place.
The Square Place?
Oh, that's in Hollywood, Matt. And it is the place for jazz buffs.
Well, let's go. Wait, not you, Sid. You take care of Polly. Maggie and I will be right back.
Oh, Matt, don't do this. Matt.
I had a hunch that Jason did know who Polly was, and that the character he had built in his letters was a come-on. Maggie and I arrived at the square place. The place was filled with kids and sounds. Someone pointed out the manager. I'd like to talk to you. You're the manager, right?
The owner, man, the owner. Oh, listen to that horn, man. Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Okay, man, speak.
I'm looking for Jason Casper.
Never heard of him. With a fuzz?
No. He's tall, blonde, about 25.
25? You got the wrong place, Pop. Nobody over 18 in here. Kids, just kids. Oh, wait a minute, man. You know he's fading in. Yeah, we called him Jason the Argonaut.
Where can I find him?
Who knows? In the Dead Sea, maybe. Oh, I chased him out of here a couple of weeks ago. Oh, listen, fan club, that one's like eerie. I mean, I turned him out like he was never part of the scene.
Well, he's part of the scene now. What do you remember about him?
Oh, a poet, he said, but no gift. You know, no dum-de-dum-dum, you know?
He's dangerous.
Oh, yeah. Right. You know what? One of those who wait in the dark.
One of those who wait in the dark. I did know. Flam didn't recall anything else about Jason except that he had, in Flam's words, latched on to the painter who had done the murals for the square place. The painter was a woman. Her name was Selma. Flam gave me her address, and Maggie and I drove through the Hollywood Hills to what looked like an eagle's nest. The door was open, so we went in.
Who are you?
Matt Slade. This is Maggie Moore.
You look well together. Would you like a drink?
Do you know Jason Casper?
Oh, I just wasted 2 ounces of good scotch.
You know him. And?
And he's not like anyone I've ever met. Are you police?
Private investigator.
Has he killed someone?
No, why?
Intuition. It might have been me. But the little painter didn't have enough money for Jason. Thank heaven.
You held an exhibit in San Francisco last year. Did you introduce Jason to anyone there?
Yes. A charming but perfectly wild woman named,
Paulette Van Brett?
No, Polly Smith. One night I came home with friends. Jason was here. He had painted his face with fluorescent paint, a death mask. A grotesque, bleeding death mask. When he saw us, he ran. That was a week ago. I haven't seen him since.
Thanks for your help. You locked the door after us.
Double bolt, lock, chain, and chair.
Maggie, Polly is in this up to her beneficiary.
You think that she put Jason in her will?
She's made some provision for him, or he thinks she has.
He's trying to kill Polly.
He's going to try. Slide in. I'll take you home. This is a good night for Girl Scouts to go home and catch up on their arts and crafts.
You would make a great den, Mother.
We started down the hill. The street was steep, narrow, winding, filled with blind curves.
If you hadn't passed your driver's test in San Francisco, I'd walk.
Not as bad as it sounds.
It's worse. That car behind us.
I see it.
Oh, he's so close. What is he trying to do?
He's trying to beat us down the hill.
See that we don't get down.
Stop thinking and make sure your seatbelt is fastened.
Matt, he's trying to hit us. His face. It's just Matt.
Yeah, I saw it. Get down. Here he comes again.
Why did he pass us?
Either to wait for us or to get us to follow him.
Well, follow him.
Maggie, he thinks that you're Polly. Do exactly what I tell you. Maggie promised that she would. But women promise one thing and mean another. We drove up in front of the house. There was no sign of Jason, but I knew that he was watching us from somewhere in the dark.
But, Mr. Slade, I know that Jason wouldn't hurt anyone. He's a dear, dear boy.
I murmured something, covering in response, as Maggie ducked down into the shadows, preparing to run back to the car. Then...
Matthew.
It was Polly. I looked, but couldn't see her.
Under the front steps.
I grabbed Maggie, pulled her off the porch. Polly, what in blazes are...
No, Matthew. Don't blame Mr. Canary for this.
Sid, where is he?
He's inside the house. He ran in a few minutes ago. Oh, there was a terrible noise, and then you came. I'm so afraid that he might hurt Jason.
Well, that's not what I'm afraid of. All right, Maggie, stay with her. Now, can you shoot a gun?
I think so.
Yeah, take this. If he comes out, if you hear him, shoot. I started up the steps, caught my heel in the broken one, cursed silently, and went inside. There was a sound. I turned quickly. Sid, are you okay?
Right, I got a broken leg, man. He hit me with something as I started upstairs, and I fell.
Well, where's your gun?
He's got it. You don't have one?
I gave it to Maggie. Where is he?
Upstairs. I just saw his face. That paint glows.
Hey, look.
If I can close that front door and get out, I can get the gun from Maggie.
Okay. But let me cover.
Okay.
Now, Sid, go. Jason!
He's up there. I can see him.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Will you get out of the light?
Bullets thudded into the wall and into the floor around Sid. I started to move, but not quickly enough. A noose snaked down from the balcony and caught me about the throat. I managed to get a hold of the rope. I looked up and saw Jason. The rope was wrapped around the balcony railing, the other end tied to his waist. He jumped to the railing. I held on. He jerked at the rope, trying to break my hold. I clawed hand over hand, gained a few inches. He was ready to jump. I knew that when he did, Matt Slade would be dead.
You, on the balcony. I have a gun. Don't move.
He jumped, and Sid fired. I swung like a pendulum, still holding on. The rope snapped. His body hit the floor, and I fell.
Matt, are you all right?
Yeah. Yeah, get this. You stopped me. I didn't have too far to fall.
What happened? Shots. What happened, Matthew?
Got to my feet. Moved to Jason. Bent over him.
Oh, Matthew. You killed my pen pal.
I hadn't killed Jason. I'd come as close to killing him as he had to killing me. The score was even. Maggie went to call the police and ambulance for Sid, as Jason tried to convince Polly that he was just a little different from most pen pals. I agreed with that. I didn't agree that he wasn't trying to kill her. Polly was very sympathetic. She would still leave Jason her collection of modern poetry, which was what she had intended to will to him, not part of her fortune, as he had thought. Jason would have to learn to read between the lines of her letters for the real meaning. Jason was going to have enough trouble reading between the bars of his cell. The police and ambulance arrived. Jason and Sid were taken away as the caretaker stormed in with the demolition crew. I tried to explain, was ordered out, and fell down the front steps, which were no longer there. The crew had removed them. The next few weeks I spent with Sid in the hospital, in traction. I had gained not only a broken ankle, but a pen pal. Polly wrote to me every day.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The great Dick Powell played Richard Diamond, private detective, from 1949 to 1953. A very popular show, with Diamond being a somewhat lighthearted and humorous version of the harder-boiled private eyes of other shows. Of course, he also usually sang a number at the end of each show, with OTR fans either loving or hating that segment. For copyright reasons, I've cut the musical number, so my apologies to those of you who love them, and you're welcome to those of you who don't. In the Van Dyke Séance case, a wealthy family, the Van Dykes, are being swindled by a phony spiritualist named Professor Leonardo, who tells Mrs. Van Dyke that her mother is speaking to her from the grave and warning her that her life is in danger. A quirky, unusual story with a good mix of mystery and humor. It aired on September 10th, 1949. Next, The Fat Man, that great detective created by Dashiell Hammett and running on radio from 1946 to 1951. It starred J. Scott Smart in the title role, a large, good-natured private eye named Brad Runyon, and Ed Begley as Sergeant O'Hara. Amzie Strickland played his girlfriend Kathy Evans. Now, the Australian version of the show, which ran from 54 to 55, is the one that survives today, with Lloyd Barrow in the title role. In Murder Stalks the Dead, Brad is hired by his old army friend to follow his fiancée, who keeps disappearing. Brad follows her to a cemetery, and this story becomes a combination of mystery and suspense and just plain creepiness. No detective compilation would be complete without yours truly, Johnny Dollar. The original run went from 49 to 54, and the second one from 55 to 62. The second one is considered the more popular of the two, starring Bob Bailey in the title role. In this episode, The Mad Hatter Matter, a beautiful model goes missing right after appearing in Playmate magazine, and her wealthy husband, a hat magnate, is a suspect. It was broadcast on January 27, 1957. Next is a very short-lived detective comedy show, Results Incorporated, which only ran for 3 months and 12 episodes in 1944. Lloyd Nolan played Detective Johnny Strange, and Claire Trevor his gorgeous secretary, Terry Travers. In The Last of the Bloody Gillettes, Terry's hairdresser is a member of the famous Gillette family, and receives an invitation to be interviewed for a magazine story. He doesn't want to, for various reasons, which will be explained, and he hires Johnny to pose as him for the interview. Things get pretty crazy from that point on. A really good story with great acting by Nolan and Trevor. Then lastly, The Great Nick Carter, Master Detective, starring Lon Clark as the Great Sleuth and Helen Choate as his assistant Patsy Bowen. In Murder by Magic, one of the strangest stories I have ever heard on radio, Nick's friend Scubby calls him for help as he has found himself in a mess. At the airport on his way to Philadelphia, he has an encounter with a strange mystic who threatens him. Scubby falls asleep and wakes up in a taxicab in Chicago and is no longer Scubby, but a gangster accused of murder. A really intriguing story that is filled with surprise after surprise and a very wild ending. So let's enjoy these great detective shows, and I will be back in a bit.
Here is another in NBC's great parade of new shows. Now, Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. I'm a private detective. And as long as I've been in this business, I've found only 4 things that really make this racket worthwhile. Women, money, women, and more money. Don't misunderstand me. I've got other habits, too. I drink lots of milk, go to the fights, dance meanest rumba west of Ebbets Field, and write fan letters to June Allison. But no matter how you slice it up, it still boils down to the same ghastly facts. To drink the gallons of milk, you've got to have loot. To go to the fights, you've still got to have it. But you add a little something, or a big something, as the case may be. That's right, a woman. Then if you're going dancing, you like to go to a nice place. Nice place? That's an 8x10 dance floor supported by bodies of patrons who couldn't pay the $12 minimum. So now you get into more money, and there you are. Women, money, more women, and more money. About the fan letters to June Allison? No, who knows? She never writes back anyway. To show you how I make this money that gets me into so much trouble, let me tell you about a case I got mixed up in. It all started last week during a séance.
Quiet, please, quiet. Now, if you will please place your hands on the table, Mrs. Van Dyke. Lightly, just the fingers touching.
Dr. Langley, I'm so excited.
Please, Mrs. Van Dyke. Professor must have complete silence.
Oh, I'm sorry, but what's he doing?
He's going into his trance.
Dr. Langley?
He's contacted the outer circle.
I feel your presence. Who are you?
Doctor, that voice is calling me.
Not too loud. You'll break the contact.
But Myrna's my first name.
Listen.
Spirit, speak again. Who are you?
I am Lillian Van Dyke.
That's Mother. Mother!
Mrs. Van Dyke, you must relax. If you continue to disturb the contact, your mother will leave.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Spirit, I feel that you have a message for someone in this room. Spirit, have you such a message?
I have.
Then speak.
Myrna.
Yes, Mother?
You are in grave danger. Guard yourself. Rely on Dr. Langley. He will help.
Yes, Mother. What else? Mother?
Contact has been broken. Your mother will not return again today.
Oh, will I be able to speak with her again, Professor? I must speak with her again. She said I was in some kind of danger.
If you will return here tomorrow, Mrs. Van Dyke.
Mother said to rely on you, Doctor. I intend to.
I assure you your confidence will be rewarded, Mrs. Van Dyke. In the meantime, I suggest you go home and get some rest.
Yes, this experience has been rather trying. Goodbye, Professor. I shall see you tomorrow.
Until tomorrow, dear lady.
Coming, Doctor?
I wish to consult with the professor for a moment. I'll be right along.
Very well, Doctor. I'll wait in the car. Goodbye again, Professor, and bless you.
Goodbye, and bless you, you old goat.
Take it easy. Wait till she gets out the front door.
Okay. Now, look, Langley. When are we going to pull the job? I'm getting tired of drumming up banshees for old moneybags. Let's get those jewels.
Look, tomorrow her mother is going to tell her that someone is after her precious jewel collection.
Tell her? She'll lock him up in Fort Knox if that happens.
Oh, I'm surprised at you, Professor. What if her dear old departed mother tells her to leave them with me for safekeeping?
I get it. By the time she gets wise, we'll be in Mexico.
Right. I'll see you tomorrow morning before Van Dyke gets here. We'll plan what we want the voice to say. And for Pete's sake, tell that old witch to sound like a ghost for a change. She came on today like Apple Mary with a hangover.
Diamond?
That's right. Come on in, but watch the clothesline.
Oh, you've been washing. Aren't these a little loud?
You should stop around when I'm doing socks.
My name is Van Dyke, Mr. Diamond. Nancy Van Dyke.
Miss?
Mm-hmm.
Well, bully for our side. What can I do for you, Miss Van Dyke?
I'm worried about my aunt, Mr. Diamond.
Why? Is she playing shortstop for Brooklyn?
I don't think I understand that.
You're not alone, but I have to keep trying. Why are you worried about your aunt, Miss Van Dyke?
Well, lately she's been seeing a man who calls himself Dr. Langley.
Uh-huh. Are you of the Long Island Van Dykes?
We used to live on Long Island. Why?
Well, if you're the same family, you say piggy bank instead of U.S. Mint.
We are quite wealthy.
Uh-huh. That's like saying Scarface had a gun collection. You think this Dr. Langley is after your aunt's money, is that it?
Yes. He's been taking her to see a clairvoyant, and she claims that he produced her dead mother and that she talked with her.
Maybe she's been getting tips on the market.
My aunt says that this apparition, or whatever it is, warned her of impending danger.
What's the medium's name?
He calls himself Professor Leonardo.
Uh-huh. What else did the ghost have to say?
Well, she said, or it said, to trust Dr. Langley, and that's exactly what my aunt started to do. She even consults him on matters of business. He's completely sold her on this phony Professor Leonardo, and unless I miss my guess, he's got a wandering eye for her jewelry collection. She had it out, and she was showing it to him last evening.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to prove that this Dr. Langley and the professor are charlatans.
Well, in my business, charlatan is a nice word. These guys are either legit or phony. So if you want me to find out, the fee is $100 a day in expenses.
Well, I'll give you a retainer. Is $200 all right?
Have you ever seen 200 that wasn't? What's your aunt's name and address?
Mrs. Myrna Van Dyke, 326 Park Avenue. There's your 200, Mr. Diamond.
Thank you.
If you prove these men are phonies, please report it to my aunt. Then stop by my place, and I'll pay you the rest of your fee. 741 Madison Avenue.
Miss Van Dyke, did you ever model bathing suits?
No, Mr. Diamond. But I have a very nice one. I got it in the south of France last season. I'll show it to you sometime.
I hope it won't be on a hanger. Goodbye, Miss Van Dyke. Well, I had 200 fat clams in my little hot hand and an assignment that didn't look like it was going to be too tough to crack. I needed some information on the professor and the doctor, so I headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station and Walt Levinson's office.
Yeah, what is... Oh, no. What do you want, Shamus?
Why, Sergeant Otis, what will the lieutenant say when you find your big feet all over his desk?
He won't say nothing. He ain't here.
Well, how'd you ever figure that out? Where is he?
Out of town.
Doing what?
Doing his vacation, that's what.
Don't tell me he left you in charge.
Yeah. What's the matter with that?
If you've got a few days, I'll tell you about it. Leaving you in charge of homicide is like stopping a leaky faucet with bubble gum.
I ain't in charge of homicide, wise guy, but I could do it if I had to. He just asked me to watch his office and take the call.
He'd get better results with a parrot. Well, I want some information, Sergeant. Who do I see?
Me.
I could see more in a barrel of mud.
Now, you better lay off, Gumshoe. I got instructions to throw you out if you get out of line.
Oh, Sergeant, it's nothing personal. You've got beautiful eyes, and, I love all three of them. It's just that you're obnoxious.
Well, okay. But you start calling me any nasty names and you go out of here,
Sergeant.
Well, you do. Now, what do you want?
I want your file on bunco artists.
Okay. You come look up some of your relatives?
Oh, that was a real garter snapper, Sergeant.
Yeah, here's the file.
You can do me one more favor. Look up Professor Leonardo. He's a spiritualist.
Oh, drunk, huh? I'll get the file.
Oh, no, Sergeant. In the phone book, he's like a fortune teller.
Oh, one of them guys.
That's right. Wow. Well.
Find something?
Yeah, I was looking for this guy, too.
Let's see. Dr. R.L. Langley. Alias Dr. Fred Bishop. Alias Dr. Leopold Karnowski. Hey, this guy's been busy. 2 convictions. Bunco artist. According to this, the guy goes after old dames and gives them a good fleecing.
You're positively brilliant, Sergeant.
It ain't nothing.
It is when you do it. Did you find the phone number of the professor?
Yeah, right here. Professor Leonardo, fortune teller, and clairvoyant. Okay?
Oh, want to use the phone?
Sure. Only leave a nickel.
I wish I had your nose full of them.
Professor Leonardo's Psychic Sanctuary.
My name's Appleknocker, Harold Appleknocker. I'd like to make an appointment with Professor Leonardo.
Just what seems to be your problem?
Well, you see, it's like this. I have a 1,000-acre hog ranch in Kentucky, and last week my brother Oni got lit up on juniper juice and fell in a water. It was a pretty deep one, and he done drowned. I was wondering if you could fix it so I could talk with him.
Who recommended you to us?
Ain't nobody recommended nothing. I just looked it up in the phone book.
Well, the professor is rather busy, and his time is expensive. I'm afraid...
Oh, shuckins. I ain't worried about money or nothing. I make $40,000 a year just off in the hogs, not to mention the still I got going back on the hills.
Still?
Yeah, got it camouflaged. Only time a revenuer ever got suspicious was when he saw the moon on the door. It was backwards.
The price is $50 a reading, and $100 if the professor is able to contact your brother.
Fine. I'm going to be busy at the stockyards this afternoon, and I'd like to drop around this evening if I could.
How would 8 o'clock be?
Just dandy.
Goodbye, then, Mr. Appleknocker.
Bye, you all.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm going to have my fortune told, Sergeant. If you want to come along, you can put your shoes if you want to, and come along, John, come
you're
along.
nuts.
Oh, you're just lonesome. Bye, y'all.
I left the 5th Precinct and headed for 975 Park Avenue. The way the case looked to date, I was going to be working that night, and my lovely redhead would be unhappy if she had to sit home. Sometimes you get a case that's fun, and this looked like one of those times, so I decided to take Helen with me to Professor Leonardo's.
Rick, a fortune teller?
Yeah, he brings the dead back, too. Want to go?
If he doesn't dig up some of your old jokes.
Oh, you are a vicious female. Just for that, old Harold Appleknocker is going to show up alone.
Harold Appleknocker?
Yep, raise hogs. You know, this little figgy went to market.
Rip that tickle.
Don't you and Sergeant Otis ever wear shoes?
Oh, I like to run around in my bare feet. It's hot.
That's only 90. What would you do on the Sahara? Don't answer that.
What time are we due at this spook parlor?
Oh, 8 o'clock. That's 2 hours. In the meantime, let's start a little seance of our own. First, you start by holding hands.
Rick.
Yes. Oh, are you Mr. Appleknocker?
Oh, yep, that's me, and this here's my girl, Lulabelle.
Howdy.
Yes. Well, won't you come in? Professor Leonardo isn't back yet, but if you'll just be seated in here, he should be in at any moment.
Well, just look at this here room. What are all them figures all over the wall?
Those are the signs of the zodiac.
Hey, look at there, Harold. That's a goat.
Well, so it is. Bless my little pointed head. Used to raise goats, too, along with the hogs.
That's the professor now. Good evening, Professor.
Good evening. Oh, this must be Mr. Applesucker.
Appleknocker, Professor. And this here's my girl.
Lulu Bell.
Yep, that's right.
Howdy.
Yes. Well, Mr. Appleknocker, I understand you want me to contact your dear departed brother.
Well, he wasn't so dear, but he sure done departed. Fell in a pig waller.
Of course. Now, if you just take these chairs around this table.
Where do you want him to go?
No. I mean, sit in them. You right here, Mr. Appleknocker, and you right next to him,
Lulabelle.
Yes, Lulabelle.
Howdy.
Yes, howdy. I mean, if you please, turn off the light.
Yes, Professor.
Hey, Lulabelle.
Yeah?
This is fun, ain't it?
Yeah.
Now, I must have complete silence, please. Did you laugh, Mr.
Lulabelle?
Yes, Lulabelle.
Howdy.
Never mind. Now, silence, please. I'm going into a trance. I call to the world beyond. I wish to speak to the spirit of Oni Applehanger.
Appleknocker.
Correction, the name is Appleknocker.
Lulabelle.
Howdy.
I feel your presence. Who are you, spirit? Speak.
I'm Oni Appleknocker.
Well, Oni, how the deuce are you?
Please, you break the contact.
Well, ain't it okay if I ask him a few questions?
It's not the usual procedure, but we seem to be establishing a precedent tonight. Go ahead.
Hey, Oni, you remember Lulabelle, don't you?
Yeah, howdy, Lulu Bell.
I'm very happy to make your acquaintance again, Oni.
Mr. Appleknocker, you must not laugh at the spirits.
Applehunker.
Applehunker?
And Lulabelle.
Yes, I know.
Howdy.
Now, wait just a moment. What's going on here? Turn on the lights.
What's the matter?
These two people are laughing.
Oh, I'm sorry, Professor. But I think you've been taken for that well-known ride.
You mean this is some kind of a practical joke?
I don't know how practical it is, but it sure got a laugh.
Professor, their accents.
Yeah, they went out when poor Oni jumped up from the pig waller.
Oh, I see. Well, look here, young man. I don't see the humor, and it's going to cost you just $100 for this laugh.
Oh, it is, huh?
Yes, or you're going to walk out of here on crutches.
That's the funniest thing you said all night.
What do you want, anyway?
I just wanted to find out how phony you were. Now, you ought to be ashamed taking advantage of old ladies like Mrs. Van Dyke.
Professor.
Shut up. Who are you?
The name's Diamond. Look me up sometime. I'm in the phone book under detectives. Come on, Helen. I've got to go see the old girl and wise her up to this louse. Helen and I left the professor and his witch and went out on the street. I hailed a cab and put Helen in it and sent her home to wait for me. 20 minutes later, I was ringing the doorbell of the Van Dyke residence. I stopped ringing and tried my knuckles, and that's when I noticed that the door was ajar. I pushed it open and walked in. I stopped cold in my tracks. The hair on my neck jumped off and hid in the corner. Lying on the bed was what looked like a body. I couldn't tell because it was covered with a sheet. I was sure of one thing. Whatever it was bleeding all over the place, and the first word that came to my mind was murder. I pulled the sheet back and took a look at what could only have been Mrs. Myrna Van Dyke. She was about 60, and she was wearing a quilted housecoat. She didn't have to worry about trying to button it, because it was pinned together at the neck with a long knife.
Well, Diamond, you sure can dig him up, can't you?
Huh? Oh, Otis, how did you get here?
After you left the station, I called the lieutenant and told him you'd been in and you was acting screwy. He told me to tell you. Now, I'm glad I did.
Oh, mess, isn't it?
Yeah, stabbed in the throat. Looks like she was getting ready for bed. That's a towel around her head, ain't it?
Could be her hair, but I doubt it. It says Adams Hotel on it.
Let's take a look around.
Oh, hey, get a load of this.
What?
Over here on the dressing table.
Hey, ain't that a wig?
It sure is. I want to look at the body again.
You can't do that. You ain't supposed to touch anything.
I'm just taking off this towel. Well.
She's bald.
Yep, nearly. Otis, check on Professor Leonardo and Dr. Langley.
They the guys you picked out of the Rogues Gallery this morning?
Yeah.
I already did. The doc lives on Charles Street, apartment 209.
You mean you did all that by your little lonesome?
Well, when I talked to the lieutenant, he told me to, just in case.
You continually amaze me, Sergeant.
Yeah.
Now call the wagon and get the coroner over here. Then get some of the boys to pick up the phony professor.
Where you going?
Over to the good doctor's house. The body's been dead about an hour. That would make it between 7 and 8. Now, you see if the professor's got an alibi, and I'll check back here.
Hey, I don't know whether I'll let you go or not.
Sergeant.
Yeah?
Bye. I went out and grabbed another cab for Charles Street. It was dark out, and the heavy fog was rolling in and staking a claim on the city. By the time I reached the doctor's, it was thick enough to be sliced up and sold in large economy cartons. The doc didn't answer my knock, so I went in anyway. I stumbled into a little two-room joint that looked like a chick sales architectural achievement. The doctor was not home, and neither were his clothes and toothbrush, so I started casing. I tore the place apart and came up with a big fat 0, but that was before I looked in the wastepaper basket. Among the trash, I found a rental bill for a hangar and an airplane at the Flyaway Airport on Long Island. I grabbed the phone and called Sergeant Otis.
Yeah?
Otis, this is Diamond.
Oh, the boys are here now. You were right about the time of death, around 7:30.
What about the professor?
We sent a car over to pick him up, but he skipped. We got some dame, though, and she told us that the prof was giving one of them seances from 7 to 8.
Did you check it?
Yeah, and you was.
Good. Now check and see who gets the dead woman's money in event of her death.
Well, how am I going to find her lawyer at this time of night?
Just find him and meet me at the Flyaway Airport on Long Island.
Okay. Did you get the doctor?
That's what I'm going to do now. And if this fog keeps up, I've still got a good chance. Sometimes a case starts off like a party and ends up like a funeral. This was one of those times, and when it happens, you're never really prepared for it, so you've got to work fast. I used my last $10, besides the $200 the girl had given me, and got to Flyaway Airport in a hurry. The fog was so heavy, I had to almost kick it aside. But I finally found a row of hangars and started looking. I reached the last hangar when I spotted the plane. It was sitting on the strip, and as I moved nearer, I could see the man.
Who's there? Who is that?
I got a gun out, Doctor. So just stand the way you are.
Who are you? What do you want?
I want that little suitcase you've got. I want to take you back to the police.
Police? Oh, what on earth for?
Mrs. Van Dyke is dead, been murdered.
Oh.
Oh, now come on, stop that.
Why, I know nothing about the killing. I swear I had nothing to do with it.
What's in that suitcase?
Why, just some clothes.
Not the Van Dyke collection of jewels?
Of course not. What would I want with them?
Miss Nancy Van Dyke seemed to think you did.
Oh, that's absurd. Here, you can look at the bag if you like, sir.
Well, I'd like. Let's take a walk over here where we can see some light.
If you insist.
Where were you between 7 and 8 this evening, Doctor?
Why, I was at home.
Now, you're a two-time loser. If you're lying, they'll wash your mouth for 20 years.
You know about my record, do you?
Looked it up this afternoon.
Well, I suppose I may as well tell you. I wasn't home until nearly 8.
Where were you?
Mrs. Van Dyke's apartment. I was supposed to put her jewels in the downstairs vault.
What happened?
She was dead when I got there.
You sure she was dead?
Yes. She was lying on the bed under a sheet. Pulled it back, saw she'd been stabbed in the throat. I left, packed, came out here. I knew I'd be accused, but I didn't do it.
Hold it. Here's the light. Well, if the jewels are in this bag, you're going to be in a tough spot.
You're welcome to look.
Thanks, loads.
Oh!
Whatever it was, it caught me across the back of the head, and I went down like a dead palm tree in a hurricane. It wasn't the doctor who had lowered the boom, but someone who had sneaked up in the fog and gotten around behind me. I wasn't knocked out, and I could still hear things, so I just lay there and listened.
Oh, thank goodness you came along. He was going to take me to the police because someone had killed Mrs. Van Dyke and stolen her jewels. He thought I had them. What are you doing? No! No! No!
I rolled over and looked at the doctor. He was very dead. I got up as fast as I could and started after the killer, but in that fog, it was like looking for a hangnail in a mine shaft. I went into one hangar after another, and I guess if you keep after it long enough, sometimes you get lucky. I went into the last hangar and stopped to listen. Okay, you, come on out. If I have to come in after you, it's going to be the hard way. Well, you're the boss. Now, why don't you stop it? You can't see me any better than I can see you, but I've got the door covered. Now, come on out. If I guess right, that's one big sergeant, and he's so stupid he's liable to shoot you.
Diamond! Diamond, where are you?
In here, Otis. Watch your step. We're playing cops and robbers.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Oh, stop.
You all right, Otis?
Yeah, but this cement's hard.
Crawl over here.
Okay. Hey, who's shooting?
Well, one of two people. Just shot Dr. Langley back on the airstrip.
Yeah? Why don't you blast him?
I guess I'll have to. He doesn't want to come out. Otis, crawl over about 12 feet and make him shoot.
Me?
Yeah, I ought to get a good line on him. He's behind those oil drums, and I've got to stand up to do it.
Oh, all right. Hey, Diamond, now?
Yes, Otis, now. Okay, like I said, you're the boss.
I've been hit.
Come on, Otis.
That was good shooting.
Glad you liked it. Well, how about you, Professor?
I'm not happy. I got all three of them.
He won't be around long.
Why did you hit me, and why did you kill the doctor?
I wanted the bag. I thought the jewels were in it.
Aren't they?
No, I opened it back here. I thought the doctor was double-crossing me.
Well, if you ain't got the jewels, why'd you try to kill the old lady?
I didn't.
Oh, come on. This ain't no time to lie.
He isn't lying, Otis. You told me yourself his alibi was good.
Hey, that's right. Then who did?
The one who would benefit most by the death of the woman. The one who had a perfect setup because two con artists could be blamed for it. Let's go.
Yeah, what about this guy? How do you feel, Professor?
Oh. Like I said, Otis, you keep. Come on, let's go.
Well, hello, Mr. Diamond. You come to see the bathing suit?
I hope it comes in stripes.
What?
This is Sergeant Otis, homicide.
Has someone been killed?
Your aunt.
Oh, no.
Isn't that touching, Sergeant?
Yeah.
For that horrible doctor. Oh, you've got to arrest him.
Why would he want to do it?
Why, for the jewels, of course.
Now, put your hat on. You must have known that the doctor was going to get the jewels tonight, so you killed your aunt, knowing he'd get there and wouldn't have an alibi.
Why, you're insane.
The trouble was, he got so scared he ran off without him. So he had no motive.
Then it was the professor.
Strike two. He didn't have them either.
You're crazy. You can't prove a thing. I didn't stab my aunt.
Who said she was stabbed?
Well, I just...
Something else tipped me to you. The minute I took a good look at your aunt, I knew it couldn't have been a man who'd done the job.
Why not? You're just presuming.
Because there were no signs of a struggle. Your aunt must have known the killer pretty well.
She knew the doctor very well.
Well enough to meet him with a towel around her head and her wig in plain sight on the dresser?
What?
Yeah. And I got in touch with a lawyer, and he said you was the sole heir to the estate.
Were, Sergeant.
Oh, yeah. You were the sole heir, and I'm arresting you because I were there and saw the wig.
Rick, wasn't it fun at the fortune teller?
Yeah, he's going to have to think up a new racket. Like contacting the living.
What?
No, forget it. What's to eat?
I'll go look in the icebox.
Bring some milk, will you, dear?
Mm-hmm. If you'll play something.
I'll try.
Oh, no, not again!
Oh, swell. Can't you get on the night shift or something?
I can't get anything around here, especially sleep. Now, please, will you kindly shut your big fat face?
What do you mean? I haven't sung anything yet.
Oh, but you will. I just know you will.
Well, if you insist.
Oh, no, please, please. I'm a nervous man.
Oh, it calms you right down.
Did I hear you talking to someone?
Mm-hmm. Listen.
Rick, who are you calling?
Sergeant Otis. I'm afraid the guy next door just cut his throat.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Ted Osborne, Peggy Weber, and Jack Crucian. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. And now, Dick Powell.
Friends, I want to remind you of the wonderful group of programs NBC has on tap for tomorrow afternoon and evenings. Shows like Hollywood Calling, Guy Lombardo, Four-Star Playhouse, and the Ethel Merman Show. For the best in radio listening tomorrow and always, keep your dial turned to your favorite NBC station.
Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at this same time next week when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. This program has come to you from Hollywood. Theater Guild on the Air returns tomorrow night on NBC.
There he goes into that drugstore. He's stepping on the scales.
Weight 239 pounds. Fortune, danger.
Who is it?
The Fat Man.
It's funny how easy it is to get the wrong idea about things. For instance, many people think that all private detectives are gay, witty guys who tear around with a martini in one hand and a gun in the other, making monkeys out of the regular police department. Of course, nothing is further from the truth, as any real detective can tell you. A private operative wouldn't get very far without the full cooperation and help of the regular police. And don't ever kid yourself there's no better friend in the world than a well-trained, rugged policeman, especially when you're closing in on a murderer.
And now here's the Fat Man in Murder Stalks the Dead.
I never pass a graveyard without remembering the night that Jimmy Turner phoned me and insisted on coming up to my apartment, even though it was well past midnight. It was one of those wild, stormy nights in early fall when winter gets impatient with summer and starts banging on the door to get in. The wind moaned through the empty streets, hurling water against the stainful windows. I was propped up in bed reading, trying to ignore the storm when the phone call came. I'd known Jimmy in the Army. He was a nice guy, young, good-looking, and very much in love with a girl back home. His voice had sounded scared and excited over the phone. His clothes were soaking wet and his face was pale and drawn. He managed a weak grin.
Hello, Brad. Long time no see.
Too long. Glad to see you, Jimmy. Come in.
Hope I didn't wake you, Brad.
You didn't.
See, I didn't have anyone else to turn to.
You gotta help me.
Sure. Sit down and tell me about it.
Give me a drink first, will you? I need it.
I just thought you'd had enough of the pain after that storm.
Yeah. It is raining, isn't it?
Uh-huh. What's the matter, Jimmy? Hearing burp guns on Fifth Avenue?
I wish it were as simple as that. No, I'm not a psycho. At least I don't think I am. Maybe I am, though. Maybe that'd explain it.
Here you are, Jimmy.
Oh, thanks. Funny you're mentioning Bastogne a minute ago. That's when it all started. At least that's where I was when I got that first letter.
What letter?
Brad, do you remember me talking about Pauline?
Sure, you were going to marry her. How is she?
I don't know. And we're not married yet. She's... something wrong with her, but I don't know what it is. That's why I'm here. I want you to find out what it is.
You mean she's sick?
No, she's not sick, but dazed and strange. First, I thought she was losing her mind. I tried to get her to go to a doctor, but she wouldn't listen to me. That was before she started disappearing.
Disappearing?
Yeah. She began going away and staying 3 or 4 days. She wouldn't tell me where she'd gone or anything else. Well, when she'd first come back, she'd be pale and shaky and frightened. I begged her to tell me what she'd been doing. She looked blank and said, I don't know what I've been doing.
It's funny. What was that you mentioned? Something about a letter.
Well, that's how I finally found out where she went. It was the first letter I had from her, overseas. Oh, I'd been gone about 6 weeks. The letter sounded all right except for one thing.
What was that?
She mentioned an uncle of hers, a doctor named Julian Arnold. I'd never heard of him before. But she talked of him as though he was out of this world, a genius, all that sort of thing. Her greatest ambition was to work with him. She never mentioned it again. I forgot about it until several weeks ago.
Is that where she goes, to see this doctor?
Yeah.
Where does this Dr. Arnold live?
I don't know. She wouldn't tell me. She wouldn't allow me to go there with her. Oh, tonight I was half crazy. I know she was leaving, so I followed her.
Did she catch on?
No. She went to an old house out in the country. It must be where this doctor lives. Oh, it's a gloomy old place. Isolated and lonely. Stands back from the road and a lot of trees. And not far away from this house, there's an old graveyard. That looks to me like it hasn't been used for years.
Just the place for a lawn party.
Yeah.
What happened then?
Well, I had to be careful. I saw a car drive in toward the house, so I stopped, got out, and walked the rest of the way. She'd gone into the house by the time I got up to the old cemetery. The storm had been coming up some time, and suddenly it broke. And all of a sudden, I heard a long, drawn-out scream.
And did it come from the house?
Well, I'm not sure. It didn't sound too far away, but I couldn't tell for sure. Man, it was awful. I'll admit it scared me. I was about to run up to the house when it happened.
What?
The thing that makes me think maybe I am going crazy.
What was it?
Brad, I was standing there in the graveyard. There are old tombstones scattered around amongst the trees.
Naturally. What about them?
I was about 10 feet from one of the bigger ones. I could see it plainly, even in the rain. I must have heard a noise because I looked at that tombstone. Brad, I'm not crazy. That tombstone was moving. Oh, maybe I'm silly. Now, with the daylight and the storm gone, I can hardly believe what I saw last night. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I did dream.
You didn't dream up that mud on your shoes.
No.
But you could be mistaken about the tombstone moving.
No, Brad, I'm not mistaken.
You're sure about the scream, too?
Yeah, I'm positive.
It might have been the wind, or it might have been an animal.
No, it wasn't the wind. And I don't think it was an animal.
Well, we'll soon find out what's going on.
Oh, that's Pauline's apartment. Hospital.
What makes you so sure she'll be home now?
Well, she told me she'd be back today. She said her uncle had an important job for her to do, but that it wouldn't take long.
After you found out where she went on these secret visits, did she tell you what she did there?
No. She only said that she helped her uncle. Yeah, this is Paul's apartment.
Who did you wish to see?
Well, honey, what do you mean? It's me, Pauline, me, Jimmy.
Jimmy? Jimmy?
Well, sure it's Jimmy. Hey, Pauline, what's the matter? What's the matter?
Please.
Quick, grab her.
Oh.
Here. Put her over on the couch.
Pauline, what? Now, what happened? What could it...
She's fainted.
Hey, she didn't know me. She
Get some water.
Okay. Brad, don't you think we ought to call a doctor?
Not yet. Go on. Maybe we'll just fix these pillows so they'll... Well... I'll just slip this into my pocket.
Who are you?
I'm a friend of Jimmy's.
But how did you... Did I let you in?
Just a second ago. Don't you remember?
Here's the water. Hey, Pauline, you all right?
Hello, Jimmy.
Honey, what's the matter with you? A minute ago, you didn't know me.
Don't be so silly, Jimmy. Of course I did.
But you didn't, honey. There's something wrong with you. You've got to tell me what it is. Look at you. You're as pale as a ghost.
Okay, sweetheart.
Oh, go away. Please let me alone.
But Pauline, don't you understand?
Come on, Jimmy.
But don't you see that she's...
I said come on.
But she's sick.
She'll be okay. I want to talk to you outside.
I'll call you tonight, Pauline.
You needn't bother. I won't be here tonight.
Well, you're not going back to that place.
Pipe down and get hold of yourself.
Oh, Brad, you know something's wrong. And after last night, no wonder I'm half nuts.
Something's wrong, all right. Plenty wrong. Walk down the hall with me. I want to show you something.
What?
I found this under the cushions on the couch.
A knife?
Uh-huh. And unless I miss my guess, this stuff all over the blade is dried blood. Have a look at this, Mackenzie.
Yeah. Where'd you get this knife, Brad?
Never mind that, Mac. Just do me a favor and have one of your experts check it.
What's behind it?
Maybe nothing at all. I want to find out whether or not that stain on the blade is human blood.
I haven't heard about any murder.
Blood on a knife doesn't necessarily mean murder, Mac.
Okay, I'll have the boys give it the works. Fingerprints and all.
Thanks. By the way, do you happen to know anything about a Dr. Julian Arnold?
Arnold? No, I don't think so. Why?
I just wondered.
Does it have something to do with this knife?
Maybe.
Now, look here, Brad. If you know something about...
I am not holding out. How soon will you know about the knife?
A couple of hours. You want to wait?
No, I've got to make a little trip.
Where are you going?
Out to look at a cemetery. It was mid-afternoon when I found the house. It stood alone in a grove of tall trees, and the trees stood gazing mournfully at the house like relatives waiting for an old man to die. It looked empty and deserted. A thin spiral of smoke drifting up from one of the chimneys said it wasn't. The road curved behind a hill, and the house was hidden. I stopped the car and got out. Nobody was in sight. I stepped over a low stone wall and found myself in the ancient graveyard. There weren't many graves, 15 or 20 at the most. I bent over and looked at the inscription on the stone nearest me. It was just barely visible, and the date of death was 1803. I pushed against it with my foot. It hadn't moved since 1803. I looked round, trying to pick the one Jimmy had seen move, but it was useless. They all looked too much alike. I nudged 2 more, and nothing happened. My eyes drifted to the next one and stopped. A small square patch of grass and weeds near the center of the grave looked brown and dead. I knelt down and tugged gently at it. It came away easily in my hands, a small square piece of sod. Planking showed through the small bare spots. I put the sod back in place and pushed on the upright headstone. It tilted slightly to the left, and a crack appeared in the ground where one side of the grave should have been. I let it fall back in place. I got to my feet and turned round. A man was standing about 10 feet away, staring vacantly at me. He was a little man with a meek face, on the downhill side of 40. Standing there in the cold afternoon wind, he didn't look like he cared whether I pushed gravestones around or not.
You're not Dr. Appleby.
No.
I thought you were, Dr. Appleby. When I saw you, I thought he'd come back.
Who's Dr. Appleby?
He's the nice one, but he went away. I don't know where he is, but he said he was coming back, and that's why when I saw
Do you live in the big house up there?
Yes.
Is your name Arnold?
Oh, no. My name is Crocker, Earl Crocker. Dr. Arnold is taking care of me. Dr. Appleby was helping him, but he went away.
Are you the only patient Dr. Arnold has?
Oh, no. He has others. They come and they go, and some stay quite a while. Others only stay a day or two.
Have you been here long?
Oh, yes. Been a long time. I really don't know how long.
Why not?
Oh, you don't understand. You see, sometimes I forget. Sometimes I don't remember anything at all, but Dr. Arnold is treating me. Do you like graveyards? You must like them, or you wouldn't be here. I like them, too. They're so quiet and so peaceful.
Yeah.
I come here whenever I can get away. And I sit here and think how peaceful and quiet it is down there in the ground. Dr. Arnold doesn't like me to come here.
Why not?
Because of the ghosts. But I'm not afraid.
Ghosts?
Oh, yes. Oh, I've seen them all right. I've seen them moving around here at night. And once I saw one in the house.
What did it look like?
He looked just like anybody else, only he was dead. Dead and still walking around. I saw him walking down the whole of the house, and I was standing right in front of him. He walked right past me. I spoke to him, but he didn't answer. His eyes just stared straight ahead. So you see, there are ghosts.
Yeah.
Mr. Crocker! Mr. Crocker! Oh, Dr. Arnold, he'll find me here. I've got to go.
Mr. Crocker! Wait a minute. He's seen you.
Oh, yes. Yes, he has. Now he'll...
What?
Oh.
What will he do?
Nothing. Please, I shouldn't have talked to you. Don't say anything to him, will you?
Listen, I want to try and help you.
No, please, no, it's no...
There you are.
No, I didn't mean any harm, Dr. Arnold. I thought he was Dr. Appleby come back. I came in here to speak to him, but it wasn't Dr. Appleby.
So I see. I told you Dr. Appleby's gone away. He's not coming back, Mr. Crocker.
But he told me...
I said he's not coming back, Mr. Crocker. Now, I think you'd best go back to your room and lie down. You've worked yourself into a fine state.
Yes, Doctor. I'll go right away. And I didn't mean any harm.
Nice graveyard you've got here, Dr. Arnold.
I don't particularly care to have strangers snooping around.
What makes you think I was snooping?
I don't see any car. Surely you didn't walk all the way out here?
As a matter of fact, my car broke down a little way up the road. I was just on my way up to your place there to borrow your phone.
Come, Mr. Runyon. A detective such as yourself should be able to produce a better story than that.
Yeah, I'll try and do better next time.
There won't be any next time, Mr. Runyon.
Your niece, Pauline, told you.
Of course. Pauline confides in me completely.
Is she out here now?
As a matter of fact, she is. Although I fail to see what concern it is of yours.
Just what does the girl do out here, Arnold?
Really, don't you think this is all rather ridiculous? Pauline's a full-grown woman, free to do as she likes. Nobody forces her to come here.
I'm not so sure about that.
Are you insinuating
She
that...
has blank spells, Doctor. She doesn't remember anything.
My niece is not too well.
I'll say she isn't. Mr. Crocker has blank spells too, Arnold.
Mr. Crocker is a sick man. He's a patient of mine. My niece is not a patient. She is my assistant in my work.
And what is that work?
That's enough, Runyon. Get out.
Okay, Arnold. But I still think your little graveyard is very interesting.
Yes, Mr. Runyon. It is very interesting. Very interesting indeed.
I called to see if there's any report on the knife yet, Mac.
I'll say there's a report on it. The stains on the blade were human blood. We also found a nice set of fingerprints on the handle.
There's nothing unusual about that.
No, but there's something very unusual about this. Some Boy Scouts went on a camping trip this afternoon out near Random Creek. One of them went looking for firewood and found the body of a man. His throat had been cut. There was no identification on the body, but not far away we found a silver cigarette case. It had fingerprints all over it, and they matched the ones on the handle of this knife.
But you don't know who the dead man is yet.
Sure we do. There was a name engraved on the cigarette case. That's why the murderer threw it away.
What was the name, Mac?
Dr. R.J. Appleby.
I'm looking for Jimmy Turner. He gave me this address.
Why, yes, Jimmy lives here. I'm his mother. Won't you come in?
I haven't got much time. If you'll just tell him Brad Runyon is here.
Sorry, Mr. Runyon, but Jimmy's not here.
You know where he is?
No, I don't know. He didn't come home for dinner tonight. That's not like Jimmy either. Oh, there isn't anything wrong, is there? Jimmy hasn't...
No, there's nothing to worry about. What time did he leave?
Oh, it must have been about 4:30 or 5 this afternoon. It was right after he got the phone call.
Phone call? Who was it?
Oh, I'm not sure. But I imagine it was from Pauline. When the phone rang, Jimmy went out in the hall and answered it.
Did you hear what he said?
No, not everything. But he did sound excited. I heard him say, yes, I'll come as soon as I can get out there. And the next thing I knew, he was running out of the house. He hasn't come back. Mr. Runyon, you don't think
Now,
that
don't you worry, Mrs. Turner. Jimmy will be all right.
I don't understand it at all. He's acted so strange the last couple of days, ever since that doctor came to see him. Not that I think about it.
You say a doctor came to see Jimmy a couple of days ago. Was this doctor's name Arnold?
Why, no. His name was Dr. Appleby.
What did you find out about Appleby, Mac?
A routine check showed he was single, middle-aged, had practiced for over 20 years, had a good reputation.
Any tie up with Arnold?
Nothing recent. I found out that they had been partners 10 years ago.
I did some checking tonight myself. Arnold was barred from practicing by the Medical Association 3 years ago.
You mean he's practicing illegally?
Looks like it. He's got a patient out here. Well, this is it, Mac. I want to take another look at the graveyard.
I can see a light through the trees. Look over there.
Yeah, that's the house. A couple of 100 yards up there. The graveyard is right over here. Careful, there's a stone wall here.
Yeah, I see it.
Keep your flashlight ready, but don't use it unless I tell you to.
Okay. What are you looking for in here?
I'll show you in just...
What's wrong?
Listen.
Yeah, where's it coming from?
Over here, come on.
It's so dark I can
Here
hardly...
he is. Who? It's Jimmy Turner, the kid I was telling you about. Somebody's tied him up and stuck a gag in his mouth. Just a second, Jim. I'll have these out.
Oh, thanks, Brad. Boy, am I glad to see you.
What happened?
I was home waiting for you like you told me to, and I got a phone call. It was Pauline. She sounded scared, awful scared. She said she was out here and would I please come quick because she was afraid.
What was she afraid of?
Well, she started to say and the phone went dead. Came out as fast as I could, but it was dark by the time I got here. I left my car up the road a little way and started for the house. All of a sudden, I saw a light moving around here in the graveyard. I came over to see what it was. I went out before I got here. I stepped over the stone wall and something smacked the back of my head. That's all I remember until a few minutes ago when I came to and heard you.
Why didn't you tell me Dr. Appleby had been to see you?
Oh, he knew I was in love with Pauline. He told me that if I loved her, I'd better get her away from Dr. Arnold, quick. He wouldn't say much more than that. He was scared, silly. I was already worried about Pauline. That's why I followed her last night. I thought this Dr. Appleby might be imagining things.
What things?
Well, he seemed to blame himself somehow. He kept calling himself a coward and babbling something about experimenting with the devil. I thought maybe he was crazy until last night when
He
I
wasn't insane. Somebody cut his throat after he talked to you. His body was found this afternoon near here. The knife I found in Pauline's apartment was the murder weapon.
Hey, you don't think that Pauline... Oh, no, she couldn't.
I
she
don't
wouldn't.
know, Jimmy. I want you to stay behind this tree, out of sight, and keep your eye on that tombstone over there.
That's the one I
Lieutenant
saw.
Mackenzie and I are going to have a little talk with Dr. Arnold. Hello, Dr. Arnold.
It's a little late for a call, isn't it?
I hope it's not too late. This is Lieutenant Mackenzie of the police.
Police?
Uh-huh. Where's the girl, Arnold?
Why, Pauline isn't here. She went home some time ago. Now, look here, Runyon. I'm getting tired of this. I told you this afternoon...
Your ex-partner, Dr. Appleby, was found this afternoon with his throat cut.
Appleby dead?
That's right.
No, it can't be. She wouldn't really.
She? Oh, this girl Pauline?
No, nothing. I just can't believe that Appleby...
What about the girl, Arnold? It's no use trying to hide anything. Her prints were found on the murder knife.
Yes, it's true. They did quarrel. She had a violent temper. She isn't well. Appleby left, and I thought that must explain why she was so anxious to leave tonight.
Did she say where she was going?
Why, I thought she went home.
I don't suppose you'd mind if we looked around here a little.
Of course not. No, not at all.
Hey, we haven't got time for that, Mac. Come on, we're leaving.
But, Fred, we can't.
Come on.
Fred, that guy might be lying.
Of course he's lying. That's why we've got to hurry. Let's run, Mac.
But where?
The graveyard. Quick, Jimmy. Give me a hand with this tombstone.
But Pauline, is she all right?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a trap door, all right.
Yeah, and there are steps leading down.
Yeah, but what does it all mean?
Shine your light down here, Mac.
Right.
I think it means that Arnold and Appleby were mixed up in something shady, but Appleby's conscience made him pull out. So Arnold killed Appleby and tried to frame Pauline. I think we'll find that Arnold was causing those blank spells with some kind of drug. Pauline actually thinks she killed Appleby.
And you think he's got the girl hidden down here?
Yeah.
There may be another entrance to this tunnel from the house.
That's why we've got to hurry. Yeah. It's Arnold. He's dead.
Of course he's dead.
What? Give me that light, Mac. The little guy, Crocker.
He told me to kill. He gave me the gun. Here it is.
Watch him, Brad. It's okay, Mac. He's doped up, too. Arnold told him to kill, but he meant the girl. Crocker got the kill part, but he shot Arnold instead. Come on, Mr. Crocker.
Are we going down to the graveyard now?
Not if I can help it. I've seen enough of graveyards to last me until the day I go in 1 week first. Well, that's that. It seems I spend my time in getting into trouble and getting out of it. But at the same time, I generally manage to get some other people in and out of trouble, too. Be seeing you again. So long.
From Hollywood, it's time now for Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, I've been trying to reach you for 2 days.
Who's that?
George Reed.
Oh, well, I took off a couple of days, George. What's on your mind?
A riddle.
Riddle?
Yeah, and a blonde photographer's model.
That's better.
How are you with riddles, Johnny?
Not as good as I am with... But go ahead, try me.
All right. A year ago, this model married Webster Preen.
Green Hat Company?
Was Preen Hat Company. He sold it when he retired.
Go on.
Well, last week, Preen reported his wife had disappeared. And according to him, when she left home, she didn't bother taking any of her clothes or car or jewelry.
And she forgot to tell her friends she was leaving?
Right. Not even him.
You think Preen told the truth?
Johnny, that's the riddle.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. To Floyd's of England, American Branch Office, 443 North 15th Street, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Mad Hatter matter. Expense account item 1, 85 cents, cab fare from my apartment to George Reed's office. He was seated behind his desk, his lily-white nose buried in a copy of Playmate magazine. He didn't look up until I was halfway across the room.
Huh? Oh, Johnny, come in.
Hiya, George. What you reading?
I was just taking a look at Bridget Randall. Or Mrs. Preen, I suppose I should call her.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah.
Very nice.
She look familiar to you?
Oh, George, you're flattering me.
No, really. She should.
Oh, why?
Well, up until she married Preen, she was a very popular model.
Figures.
Is that a pun?
No.
Anyhow, her picture was in everything from the Police Gazette to the Ladies' Home Journal.
And after she married him?
She retired.
Hey, this is a new magazine, George, this month's issue.
Well, the picture must have been taken before she was married.
Well, what do you know about Preen?
Not too much. He's over twice her age, and from all reports has a lot of money.
I'd bet on it.
Their marriage caused quite a stir. You know, real winter and spring stuff. The newspapers played it up big.
Where were they married?
New York. She'd done some ad work for Preen's hat company. He liked her look.
And she liked his bankroll.
Cynical, aren't you?
Yeah.
Anyway, since then, they've been living at his place near Los Angeles. Here's the address.
All right, thanks.
I called Mr. Preen long distance day before yesterday. He knows you're coming out.
What about the police, George? You know who's handling their end of it?
According to Preen, it's a man named Steiner, detective lieutenant. I got the feeling Preen doesn't much care for Steiner.
George, how much life insurance does he carry on his wife?
None.
None?
Nope. Or if he does, it's not with us.
Then would you mind explaining why you sent for me?
Not at all. We're not interested in her life.
Obviously. That's a pretty callous attitude.
Let me finish. We're not interested in her life, but we are in her face.
In her what?
The fine print reads, from a point 2 inches below her chin to the hairline.
Come on, break it down, George.
Of course. Last year, a couple of months before she married Preen, she took out a special coverage policy in case something happened to her face that would finish her modeling career. You know, like a permanent scar, bad burn, anything like that.
Uh-huh.
She received quite a bit of publicity at the time, and it didn't exactly hurt us either.
When does this policy lapse?
Well, that's why we're so concerned, Johnny. When she married Preen, she announced that she had given up modeling for good. So we quite naturally thought she wouldn't renew the policy.
But she did?
Yes. And just 10 days before she disappeared.
How much did you people bet that she wouldn't ruin her face?
The amount she earned year before last. $25,000.
Expense account item 2, 85 cents cab fare back to my apartment. On the way, I had the cabbie stop at a newsstand where I spent $50 of my hard-earned cash for a copy of Playmate magazine. Yeah, there was no doubt about it. Mrs. Webster Preen was the kind of woman any red-blooded American boy over 30 would be eager to locate. Item 3, $190 plane fare, Hartford to Los Angeles, then a cab to the Statler Hotel. I checked in, made arrangements to rent a car, then put in a call to police headquarters. Lieutenant Steiner was out, so I left word for him to call me, had lunch, and then drove out to the San Fernando Valley. The Preen home was one of those Spanish stucco and adobe jobs. 2 stories, probably 30, 40 years old. It sat in the middle of some 2 acres of orange trees with a plaster wall around all the property, separating it from the subdivision on one side and a main thoroughfare on the other. I walked up to the front door and rang the bell. In a moment, it was opened by a beautiful blonde. If she hadn't been wearing a nurse's uniform, I might have mistaken her for Bridget Preen.
Yes?
Afternoon. Is Mr. Preen in?
Do you have an appointment, Mr.
Dollar. Johnny Dollar. No, I don't have an appointment, but I'm sure he'll see me.
Really?
Yes, really. I'm investigating his wife's disappearance.
You're from the police?
No, insurance investigator.
I see. I'm sorry, Mr. Dollar, but Mr. Preen can't possibly see you.
You're sure of that, Miss...
Richard, and I am sure. Mr. Preen has suffered a severe shock. His doctor left strict orders that he's not to be disturbed unnecessarily.
And you feel qualified to say what is necessary and what isn't?
I've been with him for nearly 5 years.
Well, answer me this, Miss Richards. Do you think Mr. Preen's health would improve if somebody happened to find his wife?
What? I mean, they haven't found her, have they?
You haven't answered my question.
You want my honest opinion, Mr. Dollar?
Helen, who is it? Who's out there with you?
Excuse me. No one important.
It's Johnny Dollar, Mr. Preen.
Now, just a minute.
Mr. Dollar, come in. Come in. Have him come to the orchid room, Helen.
Yes, sir. Well, I hope you enjoy steam baths, Mr. Dollar.
Steam bath? What do you mean?
Follow me. You'll find out.
A pretty girl, in spite of her abrupt manner. And there was a lot going on behind those clear blue eyes. She led me into the house through a couple of large rooms, then up a winding staircase and down the hall to a door at the end of it.
Miss Preen's waiting for you in there, Johnny.
Thanks. Ouch! Hey, that doorknob's hot as... Oh, very funny.
I warned you. Here, like this.
Come here, Mr. Dollar. Hurry.
I'll see you later, Johnny.
Close the door. Close it. I don't want it to cool off in here. Well, you look surprised.
Well, I didn't expect to meet you in a hothouse, Mr. Preen.
I'm sorry if you're uncomfortable, but orchids must have plenty of heat and moisture. Now, me, I love it. I didn't used to, but since I am at the age where a man is nothing but stick and dried parchment, if you can take off your jacket if you like, Mr. Pollard.
Thanks.
Do you know anything about orchids?
Only that they're expensive.
Aren't all beautiful things? Sit down, sir. Any place that's clean. We can talk while I do this. You know what I'm doing.
I haven't the least idea.
What the bees would normally do, that is, if these plants were in their native environment.
Pollination?
Yes, sir. Would you mind handing me those tweezers? Yes. Thank you.
Hey, how many plants do you have here?
More than 200, Mr. Dollar. 36 different varieties.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, yes. Lovely, delicate creatures. Mr. Dollar, do you think you'd be able to find her?
Well, I'm going to try.
I'd appreciate it. I have so very few things left these days. Did you notice the orange trees when you drove in?
Well, yes.
When I bought this house, the land on both sides was nothing but orange groves. Beautiful orange trees. Green, growing things as far as the eye could see. And now it's a housing project.
Yes, well, Mr. Preen, I understand you aren't entirely satisfied with the efforts the police are making to find your wife.
And you understand correctly. They have done nothing but ask me the same asinine questions over and over again. Have you talked to them?
No, sir. I felt that I should see you first, get all the information you have.
I will cooperate with you all the way, Mr. Dollar.
All right. When exactly did she disappear?
Just 10 days ago. She'd come down from our place up at Lake Arrowhead, where she'd spent Saturday and Sunday.
Uh-huh.
We had planned on going up together that weekend, but I developed a cold.
Oh?
The evening she returned, I retired earlier than usual, and then when I awoke about 11:30 that night, she wasn't in her room. I called to her, searched the grounds, then waited up. But she never came home.
I see. Was anyone else in the building that evening?
No. We were alone. Rather, I was.
Any sign of a injury to her face, blood, anything like that?
Nothing.
Uh-huh. Do you remember if she made any remark earlier? Anything that had given you some indication as to whether she planned to go out?
She had no plans. She was tired from the drive home, had already put cream on her face and her hair up in curlers. But...
Yes?
Well, she did say something about wanting to go back to Arrowhead the next day.
And you're positive she didn't that night?
Mr. Dollar, my wife is a very beautiful woman and an extremely vain woman. She would never leave this house with her hair in such a state.
Oh?
And even if it were brushed, she wouldn't leave on an overnight trip without taking along a complete wardrobe.
All right. What do you think has happened to her?
I don't know what to think. If I did, I wouldn't have gone to the police.
A few minutes later, I left the lonely old man with his orchids and started toward the stairs. I was about halfway down when I suddenly felt as though I'd forgotten something. Only I was sure I hadn't. Still, something was wrong about this setup. I was trying to figure out what it was when Miss Richards called me.
Johnny?
Yeah.
I'm in here. Better put your jacket on. You'll catch cold.
Yeah, well, you better let me worry about that, huh, nurse?
Helen, Johnny, I'm sorry I was so rude. But I thought you were just another detective who was going to upset Mr. Preen.
Well, what makes you think I didn't?
Because he didn't shout at you.
Does he usually shout at detectives?
He ripped into Lieutenant Steiner yesterday morning.
Oh? You know why?
Well, the police have a crazy idea that Mrs. Preen's body could be buried somewhere on the grounds or upstairs in the hothouse bed.
Well, how do you know that?
Well, they've been after him trying to get his permission to dig.
If they were really serious about it, they wouldn't need his permission. They'd get a warrant.
Johnny, you don't believe Mr. Preen killed his wife, do you?
At this moment, I have no reason to.
Well, everyone knows what a kind and gentle person he is.
What about Mrs. Preen, Helen? Well?
I hate her.
Why? You, care for him?
I don't like that.
All right, sorry.
He's a fine man, a gentleman. There aren't many left.
No, I guess not. He called Mrs. Preen extremely vain. Would you go along with that description?
It was made for her.
Suppose something had happened to her that night. Suppose, well, something that scarred or burned her face. What do you think she'd do?
If she lost her beauty, she'd kill herself.
Even if she threw away $25,000 by doing it?
I know about that policy, but even if it was doubled, she'd still do it.
Why? Because she wouldn't have the nerve to face her friends?
Friends. Bridget Preen never had any friends. But that isn't what happened to her.
What did?
I don't know, but I'm sure she's dead.
Why? Why, Helen?
Johnny, please.
Tell me. Now, come on. I know you have a good reason for saying that. Now, let's have it.
All right. Come over here. I put them away in this drawer. See?
What are they?
Caps.
What?
Plastic dental caps. Actresses, models wear them over their teeth to give a perfect appearance. Bridget wouldn't leave a bedroom without them.
Where did you get them?
I found them on the floor of the garage 2 days after she disappeared.
Helen, Mr. Preen's nurse, gave me the set of dental caps that Bridget Preen had used to beautify her teeth. And after telling her not to mention them to anyone, I drove back to my hotel in Los Angeles. Along the way, I racked my brain about whatever it was, something that had bothered me at Preen's home. Then as I passed the newsstand in the hotel lobby, it hit me hard. I had been in almost every downstairs room of Preen's house, and not once had I seen a single picture of the beautiful and vain Bridget. In my room, I was about to call Preen and ask him why when somebody began pounding on my door.
Well, Dollar, we seem to have had a hard time making connections, didn't we? I'm Steiner.
Oh, how are you, Lieutenant?
Fine, just fine. And I think I've got our little case all sewed up.
That's so?
Yep. Yeah, you mind if I rest?
No, go right ahead.
Thank you. See, we've been checking back on Miss Preen's activities for the past few weeks.
Uh-huh.
Been making quite a few weekend trips, ain't she?
I wouldn't know.
We figure she found herself a new man, a young man, and took off for parts unknown.
What about her clothes? Why didn't she take them?
She didn't want to take what old Preen had given her. She's too proud.
A little too proud to be true. She had enough things paid for out of her own money to last a good many years.
Oh, now, Dollar, you guys let your imagination run away with you. Now, you look at this realistic. Here's a girl in her 20s married to a man who's content to sit home and wait for the golden chariot. And maybe she's content to sit there with him at first. But it ain't normal she should for long.
Yeah? You locate anyone who's seen her out with another man?
Nope. Tried to. That's the thing that's still stuck in my craw.
Well, I don't think you will.
Why not?
Because she was smart. A smart woman. If she had had a boyfriend, and I'm not disagreeing with you on that score, she was very discreet about it.
Mr. Dollar, I'm not sure you were aware of it, but each time you mentioned Mrs. Preen, you referred to her in the past tense. Why?
Oh, no. Don't tell me I fell for the oldest trick in the business.
Come on, Dollar. Stop playing games and answer me.
Oh, you should talk about playing games, Steiner.
Sorry, but I wanted to throw you off guard.
Oh, you did, pal. You did.
What did you learn bird-dogging around today, Dollar?
Nothing, Steiner. Nothing.
Look,
really.
You either let me have all the information you've received today, or tonight you'll be on your way back to Hartford. Now, which is it?
Okay. Preen's nurse, Miss Richards, found these on the floor of the garage 2 days after Mrs. Preen disappeared. You know what they are, I suppose. They don't have to be Mrs. Preen's.
Take a look at this chart, Dollar. We got it from her dentist last week. Now look at the caps.
Okay. What are you going to do?
What do you think? Arrest Webster Preen for the murder of his wife.
I told Steiner he could never get an indictment. The teeth caps definitely belonged to Bridget, but they were found in her own garage. She could have dropped them any time during that evening she came home from Arrowhead. And I reminded him of Preen's position in the community, his money, how well he was liked, everything. Hoping I could still stall him long enough for me to try something that had been in the back of my mind since I left Hartford. I opened a copy of Playmate magazine to Bridget's picture. Then I placed a long-distance phone call to New York City.
We're ready with your call to Mr. Howard, Mr. Dollar.
Okay, thank you, operator.
Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Howard. This is Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator.
Yes, Dollar?
A client of ours has her picture in the current issue of your Playmate magazine.
Oh, yes. Yes, lovely, lovely girls,
Mr. Howard, her name is Bridget Preen.
Bridget Preen?
Or Randall. Bridget Randall.
Oh, yes. Yes, I know her very well. Well, where is she?
We aren't sure yet. Mr. Howard, I've got to know when that picture was made and the address of the photographer who shot it. Have you got that?
Yes, yes. You just hold on. Now, I remember now I was surprised to see Bridget after all that talk about retiring.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, here it is. Photographer's a new one as far as we're concerned.
What's his name?
Tracy. Russell Tracy.
Address?
Box 17. Got it?
Box 17.
Lake Arrowhead, California.
What?
Lake Arrowhead. You ought to know where that is.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. It took me a little less than 2 hours to drive up to Lake Arrowhead. When I reached the village, I stopped in at the post office.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm looking for an old friend of mine. He's got a place up here somewhere.
What's his name?
Tracy. Russell Tracy.
Oh, yeah, sure. Nice little cabin on the lake, about a half a mile down toward the left. You just follow the road.
Okay, thanks.
The cabin just before you get to Russell's has a big mailbox out in front with the name Preen on it. Got it?
Preen? Yeah, I sure have. I was there in 5 minutes. It was small. 2 rooms at the most. A dog came from the direction of Preen's cabin to bark at me. Then went back into the woods again.
Yeah.
Russell Tracy?
Yeah.
Who are you? Name's Dollar, insurance investigator. May I come in?
Yeah, come on in.
Thanks.
Oh, Mr. Dollar, what's this all about?
Bridget Preen.
Oh, wait a minute.
You wait,
I'm
friend.
not...
That's a very good picture of her in Playmate. You tell her you sold it?
Yes, I did.
When? The day you decided to submit it? Or after it was sold and too late to start publication? Or not until some other photographers started calling her home to see if she'd come out of retirement?
Now, look, Mr. Dollar, I haven't done anything wrong.
I didn't say you had.
I mean it, Dollar. All I did was take some pictures of her. I didn't have any reason to kill her.
Who said she was dead?
All right, Dollar, sit down. I'll give you the whole story, at least all I know of it.
Okay, go ahead.
Bridget liked modeling. She liked it better than anything else, I guess. And when she found out I was a photographer, well, she was over here most of the time.
What about the day she disappeared?
I'm getting to it. I'd needed some money a few weeks before that. I needed it bad. I had a run-in with the law in Texas a couple of years back. I haven't been able to hold on to a good job since.
Go on.
Well, I had this one shot of her, and I knew it was right, so I sent it in without her knowing about it.
When did she find out?
Well, like you said, photographers called her house. Her husband answered one of them.
You ever meet her husband?
Yeah, a couple of times when he was up here.
He knew you were a photographer?
He's been trying hard to get back at me for taking that shot of his wife.
How do you mean?
There's a dry well out in the back, about 20 yards from the fence line. After he killed Bridget.
He killed?
Yeah. Yeah, because the next morning I was out with my dog and we found her face down in the well. I guess he figured the sheriff would find her before I did, and figure I did it.
How do I know you didn't?
If I had, I wouldn't have dropped her in my own well, would I?
Besides, why?
All right, she's still there.
No, I took her out that same morning, and it's a good thing I did, too. The sheriff and some detectives from L.A. were up here and nosing around the next day.
Why would Preen want to kill her, Tracy?
All right, now, don't ask why, but Bridget was in love with me. Tonight she went back to L.A. She was going to tell him. I guess that, on top of the picture, was just too much for him to take. Dolly, you believe me, don't you?
Why didn't you report this to the sheriff?
I've got a record, Dollar, and Preen's got more money than he knows what to do with. Besides, there's no proof of what I've just said. It'd be his word against mine, and you know who'd come out on top.
Where's her body now?
I'll take it if you want.
Yeah, bring your camera.
My camera?
And plenty of film. Don't ask me why I trusted him. I couldn't answer. Except, like he said, he didn't have any reason for killing Bridget. He led me deep into the woods, into a clearing. And there, well, he'd done his best to make her comfortable. We removed the rocks, and Bridget she was very dead. Expense account item 4, $5.20. Assorted phone calls, Arrowhead Springs to Los Angeles.
I've been hoping you'd call.
Is Mr. Preen there?
Yes, right now he's up with his orchid.
Have you seen Steiner?
Oh, yes, he was here this afternoon. He took Mr. Preen away with him. But in about an hour, Mr. Preen came
Now, look,
home.
Helen, you stay there, but keep out of his way. Do you understand?
Oh, Johnny, really, you're talking like he's a criminal.
Helen, do just as I say. I'll be there as soon as I can. After seeing that Russell Tracy was safe and in the custody of Steiner, I took the freeway out to the San Fernando Valley. It was a little after 9:30 when I pulled into the Preen driveway. The porch lights were on, and Helen opened the door.
Johnny, you look awful. You had dinner?
No, not yet.
Well, let me fix you something.
No, please, Helen, no thanks.
What's in the envelope?
Nothing important. Where's Mr. Preen?
Where do you suppose? Upstairs with his orchid.
Would you mind if I went right up?
Of course not, Johnny. You go ahead. When your dinner's ready, I'll call you.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Careful of the doorknob.
Yeah, I remember.
Well, Mr. Dollar, I didn't expect to see you back so soon.
Hello, Mr. Preen.
Didn't dress for us again, I see. You'd better take off your jacket, Mr. Dollar.
Afraid I'm not going to stay long enough to bother.
Oh, well, now that's too bad. Beauty such as this isn't often seen, Mr. Dollar.
I disagree with you, sir.
What?
I think I have something here that's every bit as beautiful as any flower in this hothouse.
Well, now, you have aroused my sporting instincts, son, and also my curiosity. What have you...
Here.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
She was
Please,
beautiful,
no.
wasn't she, Mr. Preen? Here, she's very beautiful. But here...
Oh, no.
Look at this picture. Taken just a couple of hours ago. Yeah, what about this one? What about it, Mr. Preen? What do you think of your handiwork? Proud of what you've done, Mr. Preen?
No. No, please. No more, please.
Why did you do it?
I had to. I had to. She was going to leave me. Like everybody else had done. Everything does. She was going, and I couldn't let her. I just couldn't let her go.
The hunch had been right. After he'd killed Bridget, Preen had not been able to face the many photographs of her about the house, or any pictures of Bridget, as we learned. One photograph had caused her death. The others we took later put Bridget's husband away for the few remaining years of his life. Expense account total, including car rental, hotel incidentals, and transportation back to Hartford, $870.40. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a fishing trip that could be very pleasant. Except that one of the fishermen is dead. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
presenting Lloyd Nolan as Johnny Strange and Claire Trevor as Terry Travis in another adventure of Results Incorporated. Sooner or later, every man must learn this sad fact. Come storm, come flood, come fire, come bill collectors. A woman will make that trip to the beauty parlor. At this moment, Teresa Travis, blonde secretary of Results Incorporated, is receiving the expert attention of Monsieur Jean Gillette, hairstylist extraordinary. Terry watches his progress in the mirror.
No, Jean. I want my hair higher, more upsweep.
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry. More like this?
No, that's not it either. Oh, Jean, you know what I like. Use your imagination.
Today I do not feel creative. A woman's hair does not move me.
Why, Jean, I thought you lived for your art.
Well, art is all right, but now I have the chance to make $2,500, and I can't do anything about it.
Well, that's a pretty expensive can't. What's wrong?
Well, promise you won't tell any of the ladies, Miss Travis?
Yes, I promise.
Well, you see, I got a letter this morning from Lear magazine. They said they would pay me $2,500 for an interview and pictures of my old home.
Why, Jean, I didn't know you were famous.
Oh, I'm not, Miss Travis, but my family is notorious. Maybe you have heard of the Bloody Gillettes?
The Bloody Gillettes. Oh, the Gillettes and the Corbett. The old feuding families in the Black Swamp. Yes, I read about it in the newspapers.
That is right. You see, Monsieur Jean Gillette, your hairdresser, is really, without the phony French accent, Jean Gillette, last of the Bloody Gillettes.
Oh, this is wonderful.
Oh, dear.
Oh, but why all this sudden interest from the magazine?
Well, you see, they've heard that the last man of the Cobber family just died.
Yes.
So they want to run an article on the end of the Gillette-Cobber feud.
I see, complete with an interview and your picture.
Yes. Oh, but look at me, Miss Travis. I'm a meek little guy. I'm only 5 feet 2 inches tall. Why, it takes 5 different vitamins just to get me out of bed in the morning, and then 3 more to support my mustache. Oh, I know I don't look like a bloody Gillette. I look more like a floor walker in the infant's wear department.
Oh, dear. About as bloodthirsty as a catnip mouse.
Yes.
But for $2,500...
No, Miss Travis, I can't let them publish a picture of me. Why, every Gillette would turn over in his grave clear back to great-grandfather Zedekiah. Why, if the magazine people saw me, they...
I just wonder. You know, maybe this is a case for Results Incorporated.
You mean maybe you could help me somehow?
Yes. If there's one hole in the fence, Johnny Strange will find it. And if there isn't, he'll make one.
Oh, dear. Well, I'd certainly like to get that $2,500. Now, if I could keep the family reputation...
Oh, you could keep the reputation, but maybe not the whole $2,500. We charge a fee, you know.
Oh, well, I'd be glad to pay that.
Well, then what are we waiting for? Get your hat. Come on.
Now, just let me get this straight, Terry. I'm to go down to this Black Swamp place, pose as Jean Gillette, the last of the Bloody Gillettes, give an interview to the magazine, and have my picture taken.
Yep, that's the deal.
And I'll go along as your chauffeur, Mr. Strange. You see, that way I can coach you in everything you will need to know.
Terry McGall, I'm afraid you stayed under that hairdryer just a wee bit too long. The brains, you know.
Oh, now, Johnny, I know what you're thinking. Somebody might say that you don't look like Jean Gillette, but that's all fixed. He hasn't been in Corbersville since he was a boy.
Oh, no. My mother was afraid I'd get killed, so she brought me to the city before I could get dragged into the feud.
Well, I suppose I could put on a rough, tough act.
You'll do it, Mr. Strange?
Why, of course he will.
Oh, that's wonderful. Then I'll telegraph to Berta Ross that we'll be in Corbersville tomorrow afternoon.
Well, who is Berta Ross?
She's the writer for Lear magazine. They told me she's down there right now collecting material for the story.
I suppose I better take along walking shoes and, let's see, a couple of old dresses.
Hold it, sugar, hold it. This party is going to be strictly stag.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Strange. My contract with Results says 25% of the profits and 50% of the fun.
But you can't go, Miss Travis. You see, I haven't got a wife.
Oh, you're going to have one, Mr. Gillette. Or rather, Johnny is. You all know them bloody Gillettes. Why, they got a heap of yearning for the women folks. Well, I'll never believe another road sign.
2 more miles to Corbusville. Oh, it was right, Miss Travis. We're in Corbusville right now.
In it? Well, where is it?
Well, actually, there isn't any town. It's just that general store right ahead of us.
Oh, uh-huh. Hey, pipe the sign over the front porch.
Billy Gundle's store. Staples, hardware, post office, seed, kerosene, justice of the peace, tobacco, and embalming.
The local feed and feud store.
Oh.
Say, I wonder if Billy's store includes one Miss Berta Ross.
Well, maybe that old man sitting on the porch would know.
Oh, yeah. Hey, mister, hi there.
Talking to me, young feller?
Yeah, you know where we can find a lady named Berta Ross?
That scribbling woman?
That's right.
She's inside.
Hello there. You're late.
Good-looking redhead.
Darling, don't forget you've got a wife.
Gosh, I hope we can get away with this act. It'd be dreadful if something went wrong.
I was beginning to think you weren't coming down to this dreary, bleary hole. You, Jean Gillette?
Yeah. And this is the wife, and Jones, our chauffeur.
How do you do? Chauffeur? Well, the Gillettes have come up in the world. Glad to meet you. I've got a guy with a flatboat waiting to take us across the swamp to your ancestral shack.
Good. We're ready whenever you are.
Hi. I put in a phone call, and I better check and see if it's come through. Do you know if my call's come through all right?
Miss Ross, Miss Ross, that York telephone, yes, it's come through.
Okay. If you'll excuse me a minute, I'll see about it. Certainly. Take your time. We'll go down to the boat as soon as I'm through.
Reckon this is the first time we done got a telephone clean to New York.
And it's the last time if it depends on Berta Ross.
That's just all right, boss, young woman. Oh, the phone's right over there.
Hello? Ed? Yeah, Berta. Yes, he arrived. With a wife, darn it. But listen, Ed, we got a bump steer on the story. Old Chuck Colbert, the last of the clan, didn't drown. He's still alive. Of course I'm sure. Listen, I hired old Colbert to take Jean Gillette out to the swamp place. Oh, sure, there's going to be trouble. Not that kind. Don't worry. I won't tip them off. I'm going to get a story one way or another.
Is that our flatboat, the one with the old guy and the dog in it?
That's right. He's waiting for us. He looks like Rip Van Winkle, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Beard, slouch hat, chaw, tobacco, and everything.
He looks sort of fierce to me. He has a mad gleam in his eye.
I hope nothing slips up. Meddling in somebody else's feud is sort of dangerous business.
What feud? All the Corbers are dead. You've got nothing to worry about. All right, Chuck. Ready to go.
Get in.
All right, you first, Harry.
All right. You know, if nobody objects, I think I'll sit up here in front.
That's it. Hey, watch it, Jones. Don't fall overboard.
It's an awfully small boat, isn't it? And so low in the water. Must we have that dog in the boat, too?
Where I go, Daniel goes.
All right, Chuck, let's go. The Gillette place. Darling, look. He's going to push the boat with a pole, just like a gondolier in Venice. Oh. Golly, it's dark in this swamp.
Yeah, it is.
Which you fellas is Gillette?
Guilty, Your Honor.
What's that?
I'm Gillette.
Remember you when you was a young'un?
Is that right?
Before your ma took you off.
Yeah, that's so.
Mr. Gillette, I've been checking up around here on this so-called feud. Frankly, I think the Gillette-Colbert families took it out in tall talk.
Oh, no. Oh, that is...
Well, it depends on what you call tall talk, Miss Ross. You see, Grandpappy Zeke talked 7 Corbers into rather permanent silence.
7?
Well, 8, it is. If you want to count the guy that Grandpappy made eat mud and then swallow a planting of cactus seeds.
Yes, you see, every Gillette had to kill 3 Corbers to earn his silver wings. Yes, but I understand that the Corbers ran up a higher box score than the Gillettes.
Oh, gracious, I wonder what's wrong with our boatman. He acts as though he's strangling.
Maybe he swallowed his tobacco the wrong way. As I started to say, maybe the old-timers were bloodthirsty enough, but, well, I must say, Mr. Gillette, you look thoroughly civilized and tame. Well, my husband is just more polished, but underneath... I bet he wouldn't kill a Colbert if he saw one. What would you do, Mr. Gillette?
What would I do? Say, I just wish I could meet up with one. I'd take a cross-cut saw to him. I'd cut him up into stove lengths. I'd splinter him into... Hey,
heavens, that dog.
He sounds like a lost soul.
Shut up, Daniel. Daniel's best corpse hound in these here swamps. Don't howl that away without there's a corpse around.
Corpse?
Or somebody a gonna be.
Oh, Well, can't we find something nicer to talk about?
There you are, children. The Gillette homestead, dead ahead.
Oh, it's completely surrounded by swamp.
Yeah, the man's in the mush. You can hardly see it for the trees and hanging moss.
Get ready to jump. I'm going to hit the landing.
Okay, Terry, jump.
I made it.
Here, let me give you a hand, Miss Ross.
Well, thank you.
Oh, it's good to be on solid ground again.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Johnny, the boatman. He's pushing off.
Hey, don't leave us here.
Just going home for my Gillette gun.
You're good. What's that?
Can't kill a Gillette except with my fusing gun.
It's feuding. Hey, say, what's your name?
Corber. Old Chuck Corber.
Corber. Well, then he's...
Oh, Johnny.
In their youth and innocence, Johnny and Terry have blundered into a deadly feud in the Black Swamps. Right now, Johnny is staring down the barrel of a mean-looking squirrel gun.
Look, Mr. Corber, you got me all wrong. I'm not a Gillette. I'm Johnny Strange. That's my name.
You Gillette always was fishy tongue when it come to dying.
Johnny, show him your driver's license.
Yeah. Here, now, you can read it for yourself. Here.
Huh? Very interesting.
Well, now you believe me, huh?
Can't read.
Oh, I can't read it. Oh, okay, Miss Ross, you read it to him. Here.
All right. Uh-huh. It says Johnny Strange, all right, but that doesn't mean anything. You just sneaked back to the Black Swamps with another guy's papers.
Oh, for the love
Mr. Jones, you can identify Johnny. Well, can't you, Mr. Jones?
Well, oh, golly.
Hey, that was my hat.
I saw you edging away, Mr. Gillette. You stay right here.
Oh, but that was a real bullet.
Why'd you dang Gillettes come back here anyway? I ain't had to kill one of your breed in 20 years. Was figuring to spend a peaceful old age.
Well, you can keep it peaceful as far as I'm concerned.
No, I can't. You're a Gillette and I gotta kill you. Darn it all. It's your fault, Miss Ross. Poking your nose in other folks' feuding.
Surely you're not serious. Johnny or Gene or whatever his name is might be telling the truth. You wouldn't want to kill the wrong man, Mr. Corber?
Of course I don't. What, you'll take me for a murderer?
Well, if you'll let us go back to the mainland, you can get on the telephone and talk to Johnny's friends. They'll tell you who he is.
No, sirree. That's just another Gillette trick.
Well, then send somebody back and let them find out for you. I'll go, or Miss Ross here.
I don't know. Swamp ain't fit for a woman. Maybe. I might let this little parson here go.
Who, me?
You.
Oh, well, the swamp? I wouldn't know what to, how to...
What?
Well, if you say so.
All right. You just go to Bill Gungle's store and have him telephone and find out who this feller is. Then you bring Billy out here, so as I can know for sure. Billy's a friend of mine.
Yes, sir.
And if you try and fetch help, I'll carve out your gizzard and feed it to my dog. You hear?
Your dog?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well, look, would you let us talk to Jones and tell him who to telephone?
Go ahead. Talking won't hurt.
Oh, fine. Now, write down this telephone number, Jones. Listen, call the sheriff.
The sheriff, the militia, the army, anybody.
I'm going to. I'll get you out somehow. You save me
Stop
now.
that jabbering. Get going.
Yes, sir.
My boat's tied up at the landing. And don't you go steering it into no mud flats.
I hope not. Oh, it's almost dark. I won't be able to find my way.
Go on before I shoot your heels off.
I'm going.
That's better. Now you three, get upstairs and get to bed.
What,
Oh, but Jones will be back in a couple of hours.
It's only 6:30.
I've been going to bed at 6:30 for 70 years, and I ain't stopping now. Get it on.
Oh, no, but listen,
Cause you cross-eyed, I said get to bed.
All right.
You too, young woman. I'm herding all of you. Get upstairs.
I'm going.
And don't you figure on trying no tricks like jumping out the window. It's all bog and quicksand on that side of the house.
Well, thanks for the information.
All right, now. You two Gillettes, take this here bedroom and Redhead the one down the hall.
Just a minute. We can't do that.
Huh? Why not?
We're not married.
No.
Well, cuss. What kind of talk is it?
They're not Gillettes. Now they're not even married. I hope that's double talk.
That's Gillettes all over. Why didn't I just shoot him now?
No, listen, you don't understand.
I understand enough. Getting there before I forget myself.
Come on, Johnny.
No. Well, with all the unreasonable cusses.
Johnny, what are we going to do?
We're gonna get out of here somehow, some way.
Oh, no. Let's wait for the sheriff.
No. I'm not going on Mr. Corber's promises. He's just trigger happy. I want to look out this window. Yep. The old guy's right, all right. Bob. Maybe quicksand.
Well, then there's no way out.
Now, listen. I'm going to sneak out in the hall and explore the second floor. Maybe I can find a back stairway or something. If we can just get out of here, we might be able to find a boat,
Johnny, please be careful. Now, if he should catch you...
No, don't worry. I'm just going to stick my head out first, and I'll open the door softly.
Do you see him?
No. It's okay. Wish me luck.
Oh. Where was he, Johnny?
He was hiding at the top of the stairs, the old buzzard.
Well, looks like we're going to spend the evening in the bedroom.
Yeah. He was so wild-eyed to fix Mr. Gillette up with a wife. No.
Now what?
No, nothing.
Well, that's what I thought. Oh, excuse me, Johnny. Oh, I'm so tired from all this excitement.
Yeah, don't blame you. Hey, where are you going?
Well, I thought I'd lie down for a while.
No, Terry, stop it.
But I'm tired, Johnny. I'll just take my shoes off.
Oh,
Stretch out.
I'm gonna get out of here. Rifle and no rifle, I'm gonna switch bedrooms with Berta. Miss Ross. Berta, you awake?
Mm-hmm. Oh, Mr. Gillette.
Don't make any noise.
Well, I've heard a lot of stories about the bloody Gillettes, but I never thought...
Please, listen. I want you to go on the other side.
I thought so. With another woman.
No, you got this wrong now.
I reckon not. Ain't no question now you're a Gillette. Come on, get. You two young women. Throw that blanket around you.
You don't have to wave that gun in my face.
Come on, get down the hall. You're going this here main bedroom. All of you.
Johnny, what happened?
Yeah.
Oh.
Tagged again.
Now stay in there. All three of you. I'm going to spend the night right outside this here door with my gun.
Well, it suits me. Two's company and three's propriety.
And if that little Possum Jones don't get back here pretty quick, I'm going to shoot you anyway.
Oh, that Possum Jones is liable to shoot you, Grandpappy. He's the real Johnny Gillette.
No, Terry.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter now, Johnny. He's gone. He'll bring back the sheriff.
That little war-team Gillette. I sure admire your joking, ma'am.
I'm not joking. It's true.
Forget it, ma'am. It ain't going to work. Come the first crack of dawn, I'm going to get you, Mr. Gillette. That's the promise of old Chuck Corber.
The old booth is sleeping sound.
Yeah, that's a sleeping sound, all right. Now, if we can just creep past him without waking him up, maybe we can get downstairs.
Oh, careful.
Come on. It's getting light enough for us to find a...
You started that pooch off.
Come on, make it snappy, Terry. Chuck's stirring. Duck!
Cut your cross eyes, Gillette. You make one step more, they'll be plumbed into prediction. Get away from those stairs.
Oh, what was that shooting?
Oh, just ye old feudy shop opening up for the day, Miss Ross.
There wasn't any reason to fire at us, Mr. Corber.
No.
We were just stretching our legs.
Never seen any better fitted for it than yourn, Miss Gillette. Young widow women like you won't have no trouble getting yourself a new man. Hear that? Old Daniel said it's time for a corpsing. Come on, Gillette. I sure hate to do this. There ain't no use waiting when you got a chore to do.
Oh, please, Mr. Corber. It isn't sunrise yet.
And no sense quibbling over a few measly minutes. Where you prefer to get it, Gillette?
Oh, no, look, you're really going too far, asking me to call my own shot.
All right. Here it comes, Gillette.
No, wait. Somebody's coming. Johnny, get up.
Oh, Jonesy, good old Jonesy.
Hello.
Hope I didn't disturb anybody.
Cuss me bow-legged if it ain't that little possum back again.
Jonesy, where's the sheriff?
I didn't bring him. Huh?
You didn't bring...
I didn't get to town. It was so dark and there were so many awful noises, and I got scared and I got lost.
Oh, so that's what you two were planning, eh?
Oh, we sent the Raven to find land, and he lands back here.
Well, the light in the Gillette house was the only one I could see anywhere. It was so dark, and something kept saying, woo, woo, right in my ear.
Yes, well, that Gillette gun is about to make a different sound in my ear.
Well, that settles it. This possum ain't no Gillette.
Jonesy, tell him the truth.
Well,
nobody can tell me any Gillette will lose his way in the swamp. Why, the whole seed and breed of them was spawned here.
Now, just a minute, Corba. You've known all the Gillettes. Now, do I look like a Gillette?
I can't say as you do. But you sounded like one the way you was bragging in the boat.
Oh, well, I was just doing that to give this Ross girl here something to write about.
Looks as if you're stuck with your story.
Yeah, quit your caterwauling, all of you. I ain't going to wait no longer. Be late getting back to my cabin for my breakfast, way 'tis.
Too bad about you and your breakfast.
Well, I've ate my grits half an hour after sunup for 70 years. And ain't going to let no Gillette stop me now.
Oh, well, say, why don't you start pulling us back in your flat-bottom yacht, and then you can just drop us overboard, when you're ready.
Yes, that'd save time.
Yeah, no grave digging required.
No fuss, no bother.
Cuss me upside down. It's a smart idea. I'll do it. Go on. Get moving down to the boat. All of you. Come on.
I think it's a terrible idea, Miss Ross. If Corbett doesn't murder us with his bullets, he'll drown us in that awful swamp.
Tough either way, little man. Especially for the one of you that isn't Gillette.
Shut up, Daniel. You're no more impatient than I be. Get in the boat, all of you.
Terry.
Whatever made you suggest this taking us for a ride, Johnny?
Well, when we get in the boat, you start a hair-pulling match with Berta.
Oh.
Step along there, you. Don't do so much talking. And you, Possum?
Me?
Yes, you take the pole.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Corber.
Yes?
How about letting me take a hand with a pole, you know?
No, you don't.
No?
You sit right there in the back pew where I can keep my Gillette pointed at you. And don't rock the boat. Already in water over 10 feet deep, and I can't swim.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Terry.
Roger. Move over, you.
Who are you talking to?
You, Berta Ross. Stop crowding me.
Why, you snippet. Don't shove me.
I'll show you.
Hey, what's going on here?
Secretary, give her the old Gillette one, too.
Hey, put it at your record.
Atta good.
It's over.
Hey, Terry. Where are you?
Here, Johnny.
Just swim back to the landing.
All right.
I'll get Corba.
I can't swim, Karen, alone.
All right, then. Let go your rifle.
I dropped her. Quit shoving my head up.
I think I'll dunk you once more, just for luck. Go on.
Help, I can't swim.
Take it easy, Jonesy. I've got you.
Terry, you okay?
Yep, touching bottom.
Well, so is Corba. Wait till I dredge him up. Come on.
Where's Berta?
Here I am. I'll see how there's any water left for you to swim in after what I swallowed.
Are you all right?
I guess so. Why don't you let a fella in on your little schemes?
Oh, sorry. I had to work fast.
I don't know how I can thank you for saving my life, Miss Travis.
Oh, but I didn't save your life, Jonesy.
Oh, yes, you did.
Oh, no, I didn't. You saved Carver. Didn't he, Johnny?
What? Yes, right you are, Terry. That's just what he did. Here, Jonesy, grab hold of Corba. Quick, before he comes to.
Gotta kill me, Gillette. I gotta...
Oh, no, not now you can't, Corba.
What's that? What's that?
Well, you can't kill a man who's just saved your life, can you? Go on, Jonesy. Tell him how you saved him from drowning.
That little possum?
That little possum is the last of the bloody Gillettes, whether you believe it or not.
Is that the unpunished truth?
I'm afraid it is. Yes, I'm the real Jean Gillette.
And you drug me up from the bottom of this here swamp?
Well, he still had a hold of your collar when he came to, didn't he?
Curse me crook-necked. I reckon there's nothing else to do. Put it there, Gillette.
Well,
Johnny, I think we're entitled to a little congratulations ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Put her there, partner.
As one lifesaver to another, I certainly will.
All right, you two, break it up. Break it up. I got to get to a phone with a story.
Oh, Miss Ross, will I still get the $2,500?
You certainly will, or your name isn't Jean Gillette.
Now, let's not go through that again.
No.
Here's Berta's article, Johnny.
Yeah, How I Helped to End the Corber-Gillette Feud by Berta Ross.
Listen to this. I found Johnny Gillette, the last of the bloody Gillettes, to be a baby-faced feudist whose innocent appearance seems merely to mask an iron nerve. By sheer, stark courage, he managed to outwit and outfight wily old Chuck Corber, a deadly killer who has laid to rest more than his allotment of Gillette.
Well, don't you love that? No mention of Results Incorporated.
No, you wouldn't know that we had ever even been near the Black Swamp to hear her story.
After my flawless performance as a backwards boy.
You know, I noticed you weren't a bit backward about wandering into Berta's room after she'd gone to bed that night.
No. Just let's leave sleeping ducks lie.
You know, I never will be sure what would have happened if old Corber hadn't been around.
Now, that, sugar, is another bedtime story. Just remind me to tell it to you sometime, huh?
Tune in again next week at the same time for another half hour of thrill, suspense, and laughs with Results Incorporated, starring Lloyd Nolan and Claire Trevor. You'll enjoy listening to this new comedy mystery program, so make a date, won't you, this same time next week. Lloyd Nolan appears through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios. Tonight's script was written by Leonard St. Clair and Stuart Sterling, based on characters created by Lawrence Edmund Taylor. Music was by Russ Crump. This program originated in the Donnelly Studios in Hollywood. Bob O'Connor speaking. This is Mutual.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, master detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
Murder by Magic. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the missing identity.
I wonder how Scubby's making out. Do you suppose that he had any trouble, Nick?
I doubt it, Patsy. Scubby knows Philadelphia well enough to get all the information I want without any difficulty.
Yes, but he's been gone 3 days now. He didn't plan to be gone that long, did he?
Well, no, Patsy, but it's not always possible to tell in advance how long it's going to take to find...
Nick Carter's office.
Nick there, Patsy?
Well, Scubby. Yes, he's here. How are you making out?
Oh, please put Nick on. I've got to talk to him, and quick.
Well, sure, Scubby. Here he is. Nick, it's Scubby. Sounds as though there was something wrong.
Well, I hope not. Hello, Scubby. What's up?
Nick, can you come to Chicago right away?
Chicago? Thought you went to Philadelphia.
So did I, but I landed in Chicago.
What?
And am I in trouble?
What kind of trouble?
I seem to have killed a man.
Oh, now, don't try to be funny, Scubby. What's this all about?
I'm not being funny, Nick. I'm really in a jam. I apparently killed a man last night.
Oh, look here, Scubby. You certainly know whether you've killed somebody or not.
But I don't, Nick.
What makes you think you have?
It says so in the paper.
What paper?
The Chicago papers. Oh, please, Nick, will you come out here right away? I've got to have help and in a hurry.
All right, Scubby. Patsy and I'll leave at once. Where are you staying?
In a little hotel on the edge of town called Paradise Mansion. I haven't dared to stir out of here since I read about the murder.
Okay, Scubby, sit tight. We'll be there as soon as the plane can get us there.
Gosh, Nick, we were awfully lucky to get seats on this plane.
Yes, Patsy. Well, now that we're safely on our way, let's take a look at these Chicago papers I bought. See what they have to say about our friend, Scubby.
Okay. Look, Nick, on the front page. Murderer of nightclub patron sought.
Yeah. And here's a snapshot of the killer taken at the nightclub. Wonder how they happened to get that.
It does look kind of like Scubby, doesn't it?
Yes, could be. Now look at these fingerprints. They're certainly Scubby's. I'd know them anywhere.
That's certainly Scubby's cigarette lighter. It's the one I gave him last Christmas.
So I see. It says here, a cold-blooded killing reminiscent of the gang wars of years ago.
Oh, Nick, do you think that Scubby
Oh, I wouldn't believe it if he admitted it. Scubby couldn't kill anybody. But it certainly looks as if he got himself into some real trouble this time. And what's he doing in Chicago?
Oh, Nick.
Hi, Scubby.
Oh, I never was so glad to see anyone in my whole life.
Scubby, are you...
Come in quick. Let me get this door closed.
Jittery, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad to see you're still out of jail.
Oh, Nick, don't joke about it. I'm just about crazy. Look, I'm in a jam.
Well, suppose you sit down and tell us just what happened.
And begin at the beginning. Don't leave out anything.
All right. Well, it's quite a story and pretty unbelievable, but I'll try to tell it the best I can. As you know, I started for Philadelphia, and I was sitting in the airport waiting room, waiting for my plane to be announced, when somebody stumbled over my feet. I looked up expecting him to say, "Excuse me," and then I heard a funny, shrill little voice say,
Stupid! Why don't you keep your feet where they belong?
"Huh? Oh, why don't you look where you're going?"
You're too stupid to be allowed out in public.
Yeah, well, nobody asked you for your opinion. If you don't like my feet, just keep away from them.
Trying to insult me, are you? You're not even fit to speak to me, you stupid idiot.
Look here, Bud. That's 3 times you've used that word stupid about me. The 4th time might get you a skin nose. Come on your way.
You are attempting to divert my senses from the concentration of inner thought to the grosser contemplations of the external world.
Come again?
But you are as clumsy as a cow at doing it.
Look, fella, if you've got somewhere to go, just go ahead. Your room is better than your company.
You are being sarcastic. That is because you do not know who I am.
All right, I'll bite. Who are you? You tell me and see if I care.
It is useless to tell you. That thing you think is your mind is a rusted, worthless tool. A sponge too dried out to soak up anything.
Oh, dumb, you mean?
Exactly. Do you really want to know who I am?
Quite frankly, I don't give a tinker's damn.
I am Chi-Chi, the omnipotent. In the central council of the farthest inward, I am the most completely self-equipped.
Brother, you don't make sense.
I am the mystic. In the whole council, I am the most honored. There has been, in 20 generations, no other great enough to be the mystic. But I am he.
Okay. Well, now that we've settled that, how's about some peace and quiet?
You have offended me grievously. I do not let such offenses go unpunished. I shall sit here beside you and decide what your punishment is going to be. I shall say no more until I have decided.
Okay. Well, happy thoughts, my mystical little pal. So he sat down beside me and didn't say another word. He was a funny, weaseled-up little man, and he amused me rather than worried me, so I forgot all about him.
Did he take the same plane you did?
Oh, don't get ahead of me, Patsy. I was tired from working all night and then the night before, and I guess I must have dozed off. The next thing I knew, somebody was shaking me by the shoulder.
Come on, Palsy. Snap out of it. This is as far as this cab goes. Hey, wake up, Palsy. This is where you get off.
Huh? Oh, sure. Sure, I'm awake.
Come on, Palsy. This is your hotel. Must have been some night you had last night, huh, Palsy?
Oh, stop calling me Palsy.
Sure. Whatever you say, Palsy.
What the deuce is the matter with me? Why does my head feel so foggy? What? Hey, where am I? Where's the plane?
Look, Palsy, I don't know who you're kidding, but this is where you live. Are you getting out or you going to stay in a cab?
Well, where's my baggage?
You're a great little kidder, Palsy. Now, come on. Get out. You better get some sleep. There's nothing like it for a hangover.
Oh, all right. Oh, hey, you better give me a hand to get out of here.
Okay, Palsy. Here you go. All right. There you are. There.
Oh, what does the meter say?
Same as always, Palsy. 50 cents.
Yeah? Well, here's 6 bits. Keep the change.
Hey, look, Palsy, you generally give me $5 for hauling you.
I'll give you a knot on the head if you don't stop ribbing me.
Okay, Palsy. Yeah, now you sound more like yourself. See you later.
And he drove off, leaving me standing in front of the crummiest-looking hotel I ever hoped to stop at.
You mean you have no notion of how you got there?
No, not the faintest.
Oh, but Scubby, you just
Oh,
can't...
hold everything. Wait till I finish the story. Well, as I was apparently expected to go in the hotel, I did. As I approached the desk, the room clerk, a sad sack with a sourpuss, tossed me a key.
There you are, Mr. Gerson.
I picked up the key and started to ask the clerk a lot of questions. But my head was so dizzy that I couldn't think straight. So I went up to room 714, which was the number on the key.
What was it like, Scubby?
Oh, cheap and flashy. And it reeked of cheap perfume. I found some letter paper on the writing desk, and the letterhead said, Hotel Prince Royal, Chicago. Then I at least knew where I was. My head was aching so that I stumbled into the bathroom to bathe it. I got one look at myself in the mirror, and it almost finished me.
How do you mean, Scubby?
Well, it wasn't me I saw in the mirror.
But that's ridiculous. How could it be anyone else?
Well, that's what I wanted to know. What I saw was a typical cheap, pasty-faced gangster with red hair.
But your hair isn't red.
Well, it was then. And then I discovered that I was wearing a zoot suit.
What a sight you must have been.
Well, it didn't amuse me, Nick. By this time, I was scared sick. My head was so dizzy, I couldn't think straight. I thought maybe I was still having some kind of nightmare. So I picked up the house phone, and when the operator answered, I asked her, what day is this?
It's Friday, Mr. Gerson.
Friday, March 24th?
Of course, Mr. Gerson.
Then it was yesterday that I left New York.
What's that, Mr. Gerson?
Oh, nothing. That's all, thanks.
Oh, palsy.
Huh?
I just heard from the hospital. You just broke Betty's arm, that's all.
What? Oh, when was that?
Well, last night, you remember. But don't worry, Betty's a good kid. She won't say nothing to the cops.
Oh. Oh, yeah, thanks. Goodbye. And then I hung up the phone. Oh, it was getting worse and worse. I went back into the bathroom for another look at my new face. And then the room door opened, and I heard someone come in.
You here, Palsy?
Huh? Oh, hello.
Hi, Palsy. What's cooking, Snookins? Give me a match. Thanks, Tank.
Would you mind telling me who you are?
That's a new one on Dolly, Palsy. What's the rib?
Oh, I just want to find out who you are.
I'm Dolly, the spare rib, the girlfriend.
You're my girlfriend?
Say, Palsy, you're talking awful funny. What goes? Is this some new kind of a brush-off?
Oh, no, you misunderstand me.
Say, if you're trying to give me the air...
No. No, it's still love, Dove.
Well, that's more like it. For a minute, you had me guessing. See, by the way, Palsy, where was you last night? We had a date gate. Why'd you stand me up?
Huh? Did I?
I don't like that, Rat. You better explain and make it good.
Well, I had business.
Oh, I get it. You did a job you want me to cover for you. Okay, where do I say we went last night, you and me?
Oh, well, I think that we'd better say that...
I'll get that. There's something going on around here I ain't in on. Hello. Okay, thanks.
What was it?
She says there's 4 guys named Spike, Steve, Bernie, and Lucky coming up to see you. I got a blow. Them guys give me the chills, honey. They're real killers, and they ain't fussy who they kill. Be seeing you. I fly. Goodbye.
Gosh, Scubby, what happened then?
Were these 4 gentlemen up to expectations?
Oh, they were gangsters, all right. They came sliding into the room as if they were afraid of me. Well, I had already discovered I was supposed to be a guy named Palsy Gerson, a mug who broke girls' arms when I wanted to, and I was a no-good who gave $5 tips to taxi drivers, and I was a crook who had his girlfriend cover up for him when he did a job, and now I seem to be buddies with this gang of hoodlums.
Gee whiz.
Well, one of them, the guy with a squint eye, did all the talking.
Hi, Palsy.
Look, you guys, look me over carefully. Am I Palsy Gerson?
What's the matter, Palsy? Bad hangover?
Oh, let it go. What's cooking?
Look, Palsy, we're clean. There's not a rod on any of us. We come here for a peace talk.
Yeah?
Yeah. We've been pals working together for a long time now. We've been like that, right?
So what?
So everybody knows we're tied up with you. Even the cops know it. Now, if you get pulled in, we all get pulled in, because the cops will figure we're all in it together.
Oh, what are you getting at?
It's about this rub-out last night. We didn't know nothing about that, Palsy. You didn't tell us. So we want you to give us the lowdown so we'll know what to say if one of us gets picked up.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Now, look, Palsy, everybody knows about last night's killing. We know it was your job, even if you did hire someone else to do it for you. Why, it's in all the newspapers this morning.
Here, let me see that paper. Oh, there was the headline, all right. Murder in nightclub. And there was a picture of me. Not a picture of this Palsy Gerson, but of me, Scubby Wilson. Taken on the spot by the nightclub photographer, it said. And there were my fingerprints, Nick. Those prints that both of us know so well, found on the gun that was used. And a picture of the cigarette lighter Patsy gave me last Christmas. Look, you got me all wrong. I'm not Palsy Gerson. There's been a terrible mistake.
Palsy? You mean you ain't gonna be straight with us?
I tell you, this is all a mistake.
Palsy, you trying to cross us up? We don't like it. We ain't gonna take it.
Oh, listen a minute. You can't finish.
Can't do it, Palsy? Come on, boys. Take him over. Watch out for his rod. You ain't crossing us and getting away with it.
Oh, I was so weak, I couldn't do a thing. And a minute later, they bent a blackjack over my left ear, and I went out cold.
Scubby, you poor guy. You certainly had a tough time.
Well, how did you get out of that Palsy Gerson role you were playing?
I don't know, Nick. When I came to again, I was on the bed in this room. I lay there a few minutes, getting my senses back, and then I jumped off the bed and raced to the mirror. I was myself again. I was Scubby Wilson once more, and in my own clothes, and my hair wasn't red anymore.
Yeah.
And my own luggage was on the rack at the foot of the bed.
But things like that just don't happen, Scubby.
Oh, so I've heard, Patsy, but you can't prove it by me.
So you went to sleep in the airport in New York. When you woke up, your mind was in the body of a local crook named Palsy Gerson. And some of Gerson's pals knocked you over the head. And when you woke up again, you were back in your own body in this hotel.
Yeah, that's right.
And while you were using Gerson's body, somebody was using your body to kill that guy in the nightclub. Is that
Yeah.
it?
You know, I know it sounds insane, Nick, but that's the way I see it from here. And unless something happens, I'm slated for the electric chair.
Oh, gosh, Nick, we can't let anything happen to Scubby.
Don't worry, Patsy, we won't. Now, first we'll dye Scubby's hair, make him up so that he won't be too easily recognized in case the police are looking for him. Then I'll have the police pick up this Palsy Gerson, his girlfriend Dolly, and his 4 thugs, if they really exist. And somehow I think they do. I want to see what the body Scubby was using has to say for itself.
Well, Nick, these past 2 days haven't gotten us very far. We located Palsy Gerson, and he satisfied the police that he knows nothing about it. His girlfriend Dolly isn't the same girl who came to see me, and the telephone operator who called me Palsy has disappeared and can't be found. All of which adds up to a large round zero.
You're wrong, Scubby. It all adds up to proof that you were part of a well-laid plan.
But why, Nick? Why?
Look, Scubby, if the police discover that you're the one who apparently killed the man in the nightclub, they'll arrest you. And I, even with my reputation for being on the right side of the law, will be arrested with you as an accessory after the fact. Police couldn't do anything else. All of which would be an excellent way for somebody to commit a murder, and at the same time get someone he didn't like jailed for the said killing. Scubby, I think I'm the one they're after. And they used you to get me.
But how are we going to stop them, Nick? They got proof that I did that murder, and we can't prove that I didn't do it.
That's what I'm trying to do now, Scubby. Get that proof before the police catch up with us. So far, I haven't had... Oh, Patsy, see who that is, will you?
Sure, Nick. Hold everything. Hold everything.
We have warrants for the arrest of Scubby Wilson and Nick Carter in connection with the murder of John Walters.
But why didn't they keep you in jail, too, Nick?
Because they were extremely decent about it, Patsy. They told me that although they had positive proof that Scubby committed the murder, and that I'd been abetting him in defiance of the law, they were so impressed with my insistence that Scubby didn't murder him that, out of consideration for my past reputation, they were going to give me 10 days to prove his innocence, if I could. If I fail in that time, I get myself up, and they proceed with the charges against Scubby and me.
How did they find out about him, Nick?
Very simple, Patsy. They sent the fingerprints they found on the gun to Washington, to the FBI, and they identified them as Scubby's. You know, he and I are both on file there as law enforcement agents.
Mm-hmm.
Little investigation found Scubby was living here, and the rest was easy.
What's your next move, Nick?
Patsy, if my hunch is right, the man behind this wants to get at me for some reason or other. So he's going to be awful mad when he finds the police have let me go again. And he may try to do something himself about getting me out of the way.
And if he doesn't?
I have a couple of the boys keeping their eyes open for anyone who looks like that mystic Scubby was telling us about. I believe he's at the bottom of all this, Patsy. If I can lay my hands on him, I feel sure he can tell us all the answers.
But he might mystic you, too, Nick, the way he did Scubby.
He might. But I doubt it. Well, I'm going down to pick up a paper at the newsstand. I'll be right back, Betsy. Evening Journal, please. Thanks.
Don't make any sudden moves, Bud.
Looking for me?
You Nick Carter?
Yes.
Then you're the one we want.
What can I do for you?
Keep your hands in plain sight so me and my two boys here don't have to do any sudden shooting. This ain't a water pistol I got here.
I'll take your word for it. What do we do now?
The mystic wants to talk to you. Come on. And come quiet.
Friend, any idea why the mystic wants to talk to me?
I don't think he likes the idea of the cops letting you go after they took you to the jug. He thought you was out of the way for keeps.
So now he's going to do something himself about getting rid of me, huh?
No. Me and the boys are going to do it for him.
When?
Now. As soon as we get down to the pier.
Oh. An old abandoned pier, I suppose.
Yeah. One where there ain't nobody to bother us when we take care of you. Just around the corner.
What are you planning to do with me?
A couple of sash weights tied to your legs will do the trick. After putting a couple of bullets through your head. Lucky.
Yeah?
You get out the sash weights and the rope. They're in the back of the car.
Okay.
Barney. Right. You go get the girl. We'll take care of both the girl and Carter at the same time, like the boss suggested. All right, Carter. You and me will walk out on the pier together. But don't forget, I got this little persuader in my hand. Getting dark, which is what we want. But even if you can't see this 38 of mine, it's still there pointing at you.
I have no doubt you're right. And I shan't forget. You know you can't hope to kill me and not pay for it.
I'll take my chances on that, Carter. You ain't the first guy I bumped off, and you ain't going to be the last. This'll be far enough.
Well, then, there's not much I can do about it, is there?
No.
Oh, is that girl coming with your pal there?
Where? Oh, yeah. I
Drop that gun, it'll break your arm. Drop it. No noise if you want to stay alive.
I'll drop it.
Thanks. Now, I'll take charge here. I'll do just as I say, and you won't get hurt, but try any funny business, you'll never see daylight again, you understand?
Yeah, I got you. Didn't need to break my arm off, though.
Here comes the girl and Bernie. Not a sound out of you.
Okay.
There she is, Spike. Got enough weight for the two of them?
Answer him right.
Yeah. We got enough.
Tell him to bring her over here.
Bring her over here.
Yeah, we're coming. He didn't want to come, but I...
Drop your gun and get your hands up, Bernie, quick. Quick, I said. Get those hands up. I'll take your gun, too. Now, Bernie, come over here. Just a little closer now.
What are you going to do?
It's getting dark now. It's time for bed. So I'm just going to put you to sleep. Like this.
Gee, you're wonderful.
You don't have to kill him, do you, Carter? I didn't kill him.
You Nick Carter?
Why, yes, I am.
Oh, I've been praying something like this would happen, but I didn't think it would.
Quiet. We're not out of the woods yet.
All right.
Hey,
Be quiet. Spike, keep your mouth shut if you want to keep on living. When he gets here, tell him to bring you the weights and stuff.
What'll I do with this stuff?
Now, tell him.
Bring this stuff over here, Lucky. Okay.
Don't move, Lucky. I've got the gun this time. All right, young lady. Will you get the gun out of his pocket, please?
All right. Here it is.
I'll take it. Thanks. Now, Lucky, I want you to tie up your pal Bernie there.
Huh?
Then you can tie up Spike.
Yeah,
Then I'll tie you up. Give the finishing touches to all three of you and be on my way.
You mean you're going to leave us here?
That's exactly what I mean.
Why, you...
All right, Lucky, get busy with those ropes. Time's getting short, and I've got a real score to settle with your boss.
Gee, Mr. Carter, you're wonderful. You sure these lugs ain't going to get out of these ropes?
I'm sure. I've had lots of practice in this sort of thing. There. All right, come on. We can leave them there safely now.
Say, look, I ain't told you who I am yet, have I?
Why, no. Who are you?
I'm Dolly.
Dolly. You're not Gerson's friend.
No, I'm the other one. The one the mystic hired to visit your friend in the hotel.
So that's who you are.
Yes.
How much do you know about this racket?
Well, I didn't know nothing about it then, but since they snatched me and kept me locked up in their hideout, I learned a lot from listening to them talk.
Let's stop here a minute. What's this all about, Dolly? If that's your name.
Now, my real name's Ann. Did your friend really think he was palsy, Gerson?
Yes, he certainly did, for a while. That's absurd, of course.
The mystic done it. He has an anesthetic gas that he gives you when you're asleep or knocked out. He doped your friend in the airport and brought him to Chicago. Then he had somebody make him up like a mobster, and he let him wake up in that taxi cab.
I suppose he paid all those people to put on the act that convinced Scubby he really was Palsy Gerson.
Only the taxi driver, the telephone girl, the hotel clerk, and me. The 4 thugs was already members of the gang.
And they beat him up so this mystic could give him another shot of the gas while he was unconscious and let him wake up as himself?
Yes. And he was so doped all the time we was putting on the act that he never could figure out what was going on.
Very clever. And how did you get in on this?
I wanted to be an actor. They hired me to put on this act. They told me they were ribbing some friend of theirs. But when I saw the publicity in the papers and I saw that you got arrested too, I knew it wasn't no gag. I went to where their headquarters was one day to see if they were still there so I could go to the police. But somebody saw me there and grabbed me. I've been locked up ever since.
You know why they wanted to do all this?
The mystic knew your friend was going to Philadelphia to get some dope on a racket. The mystic was the head of the gang, and he wanted to scare your friend off. He hoped he'd scare you off, too. He's getting ready to work the same racket all over the country. And you was the only one who was getting hot on his trail.
I thought that was it. And when we didn't scare off, he had to take matters into his own hands. I suppose it was one of the Mystic's thugs who did the killing in the nightclub?
Yeah, it was Spike, made up to look like your pal. And he left the evidence that the cops found.
Who was the man who killed?
Some fella wouldn't play ball the way he wanted him to.
Look, you know where the headquarters of this gang is?
Sure. Just about a block from here. Want me to show you?
You bet I do. With your help, I'm going to get that Mystic, if he's there.
Come on. It's over this way. That's the place. That little house beside the warehouse.
Is there another entrance?
Yeah, round on the side. That's all.
How many in the gang?
5 besides the boss. You got 3 of them tied up on the pier.
Good. Can you handle a gun?
I don't know. I'll try it if you want me to.
Good. Take this one. Go around to the other door. When you hear me fire once, you shoot that gun 6 shots, fast. Can you do that?
Sure. What are you going to do?
When I pick the lock on this door, go in and try to trap them. If they try to make a getaway through the other door, the shots you fire will make them think they're surrounded. Okay?
Sure. Good luck, Mr. Carter. I'll be listening for you.
Now, Mr. Mystic, let's see how mystical you really are. First, I get this door open. There. That was easy. Guess they're not expecting trouble. Now to find them.
And with Spike taking care of Carter, and the cops taking care of that stooge of his, we'll have nothing to worry about any further. I guess we were too clever for the great Nick Carter.
Think so, do you? Up with your hands, all of you. Make it snappy.
Nick Carter, get him away.
No good. You're surrounded. You can't get away.
Got it, boss. We ain't got a chance.
Drop your guns if you want to stay alive.
Very well. You're too many for us this time. Drop your boys. Drop.
Thank you. Now turn and stand up against the wall with your hands in the air. That's it. Oh, Ann. Ann, it's all over now. You can come in. Fight's over.
You got him, Mr. Carter? Gee, you're a real detective, ain't you?
All right, Ann. Go to the nearest telephone and call police headquarters.
Yes.
Tell them we have the correct answer to the killing that Scubby's charged with. And
Yes.
tell them to send some cops down here after them right away.
Sure thing, Mr. Carter. Now, who's on top, Mr. Mystic? Why don't you try a little magic now?
All right, Ann, get going. Scubby will be very anxious to get this good news.
I'm on my way, Mr. Carter.
You mean you didn't have any police here with you?
No, my mystical friend. Just me and the girl. But using my own special brand of magic, you couldn't tell the difference. And that's the kind of magic worth using.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly each week at the same time by WOR Mutual. Well, Nick, I'd like to hear a few of the high spots from next week's story.
Okay. Next week's story started with a cat.
But not a common, ordinary cat. This one was a lemon yellow Persian cat with a pedigree.
The chase started when I tried to find the said pedigreed Persian puss, which had been stolen from its rightful and very ultra owner. But before long, I found I was involved in theft, kidnapping, murder, and other varieties of lawbreaking.
Which included being hit over the head and being shot at in the dark. Not exactly an amusing case.
No, Patsy, it was a deadly serious case before it was finished. I call it A Cat Brings Death.
Or The Mystery of the Missing Persian.
And that's all for now. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to you both, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, Scubby by John Kane. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
A Cat Brings Death, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Persian.
Pat Novak for Hire was, and remains to this day, one of the great old-time radio detective shows. Jack Webb was the quintessential hard-boiled detective for most of the show's run, from 46 to 47, and then again in 1949. In between, you had Ben Morris playing the title role. It is set on the San Francisco waterfront, and Novak is not a detective by trade. He actually owns a boat shop on the pier, and he rents out his own services for unusual or risky jobs. It almost always results with Pat in hot water, and with murder and dead bodies galore. In Geranium Plant, originally broadcast on May 14, 1949, Pat is hired to pick up and deliver a geranium. It can't get any simpler than that, right? Then he's hit by a car after he picks up the plant, and then the story pretty much descends into the typical chaotic darkness of complexity that Novak always winds up in. Next, Michael Shayne Private Detective, which had 3 iterations over the years. First, from 44 to 46, starring Wally Mayer in the title role. Then with Jeff Chandler after that, and the name was changed to The New Adventures of Michael Shayne. And then finally, The Adventures of Michael Shayne from 52 to 53, with 3 different actors as Shayne. This episode, The Case of the Wandering Fingerprints, is from the second version, aired on October 2nd, 1948, with Jeff Chandler. Taking place in New Orleans, Shayne meets a man in a bar who has created a process by which he can transfer fingerprints to any location. He wants Shayne to join him in a business that extorts people to pay to avoid their fingerprints winding up in undesirable locations, such as a murder scene. A very intriguing story with a lot of dark twists in it. Next, Sounds of Darkness, that super popular South African Springbok radio show about a blind detective, Agent Lee Masters, played by Tony Jay, who works for the FBI and is assisted by Agent Johnny Bridges to be his eyes, similar to the way Archie Goodwin was with Nero Wolfe. It ran from 1967 to 74. The stories were all extremely fast-paced, cleverly written, and doused in noir, hard-boiled style like their early American predecessors. The last round aired on July 21st, 1967. Next, Philo Vance was loosely based on the books written by S.S. Van Dyne in the 1920s, although aside from the name Vance, doesn't bear any resemblance to the literary sleuth at all. Jackson Beck plays the amateur detective, assisted by District Attorney Markham, played by George Petrie, and then Joan Alexander as his secretary, Ellen Deering. One of the unique characteristics of this show is that very few sound effects were used. It was mostly just dialogue and lots of organ music. In the Vanilla Murder case, a drugstore soda jerk is killed with a soda pump, one of the strangest murder weapons I've ever heard of. Vance discovers that both a local loan shark and the victim's girlfriend's father had both threatened him recently. And then we have a very short-lived but excellent detective show, The Private Files of Rex Saunders, which starred Rex Harrison in the title role and ran for only 14 weeks in 1951. The show bore a strong resemblance to the show Bulldog Drummond, if you're familiar with that one, with Rex traveling the globe with an assistant and solving mysteries, and also helping a lot of damsels in distress. Despite its short run, it had great writing, great acting, such as in this episode, Until Death Do Us Part, where the second wife of a man who is suspected of killing his first wife comes to Saunders for help because she fears that she will wind up just like the first wife. It aired on July 18th, 1951. All right, sit back and enjoy these great detective shows. I'll see you in a little bit.
Sure. I'm Pat Novak. For hire. That's what the sign out in front of my office says. Pat Novak for hire. Oh, there are a lot of ways to put it, but it's easier if you let your slip show right from the beginning. Because down on the waterfront in San Francisco, you got to do a lot of things to make a living. Otherwise, it's like being a CPA in a charity ward. I rent boats and do anything else that'll keep a bum lawyer in beer and broadcloth. Works out all right. You make a few bucks if you don't forget there are only 2 questions you can ask anybody down here. When and how much. Even then, you gotta watch out, unless you like your trouble without a chaser. I found that out Monday night. I closed shop and I walked down the street to Noonan's bar. Well, it really isn't a bar. Just a couple of stools with a bottle opener and a jukebox full of Irish tenors, but it's good enough to give you a shove down the road. Must have been about 11. I was sitting at one end of the place by myself, sorting out mistakes and spending a $50 on the bar, so I don't know when she came in, but she came in. I remember that.
Does it always come up heads?
If you're lucky. Who are you?
If you're that lucky, you'd have dollar bills to do it with.
Look, I'm low on chatter. Why don't you go down the counter and talk to the racy set, huh?
I'd rather buy you a drink.
Noonan's a social climber. He's going to throw you out.
You buy me one, then.
And I'm broke to strangers. Now that winds up the conversation. See you later.
We'll talk Thursday, then. I went to your office, but they said you were over here. I want to hire you, Mr. Novak.
You got a name to go with a figure?
It won't fit in your file. I want you for 3 hours' work tomorrow afternoon. Can you do it?
If I said yes, it might be too tough.
There's a flower stand at the corner of Post and Kearney. I want you to go to that stand tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. Pick up a geranium plant to this address.
I'm too big for a Western Union boy.
Are you too big for $50?
No. Must be a pretty geranium at those prices.
Some people love nature, Mr. Novak. Do you care?
No, I know a guy who likes parrots.
You go to the stand and tell them you want the plant. Take it straight to the address I gave you. It's important. Don't let it out of your hands.
For $50, I'll act like we're married.
I better give you the money now.
Oh, you're eager. Suppose I don't deliver.
I found you tonight. I can do it again.
Mm-hmm. Well, where do I get in touch with you?
You don't. Mr. Novak, this is the last time over the course. So take a good look now.
Yeah, I'm away past midnight already. Suppose something goes wrong tomorrow.
Then it's very simple, Mr. Novak. You won't have to send for flowers. Good night.
I watched her as she turned and walked out the door. She was wearing a flowered print dress, and as she walked, the roses kept getting mixed up with the daisies. She walked with a nice, friendly movement, like the trapdoor on a gallows. As she reached the door, she turned and smiled once, as if she knew the $50 was just for laughs. I scooped up the dough before anybody could see it, because at Noonan's everybody gets broke in one motion. I left a few minutes later, and I went home to bed. I dreamed real good on $50, so I felt good the next afternoon when I got to the corner of Post and Kearney. The flower stand was there, all right, and I leaned against the storefront to watch the guy for a while. Maybe I should have known then, because right away I got the idea he didn't know what he was doing. but you can say that for a lot of senators. So I let it ride. When the jewelry store clock across the street said 2 o'clock, I walked up to him.
Can I do something for you?
Yeah, give me a geranium plant.
What kind do you want?
Big one, a small one, I don't care. It's 2 o'clock. I'll take that kind.
You want a geranium?
Look, it's going to get dark. You got that long to argue?
Here's the one you want, then.
If you say so. You want to wrap it?
No, it's all right. You carry it that way.
Well, I'm going to look real funny walking around with a handful of geranium.
Why do you want one, then?
Uh-huh, I see. You don't feel like talking about it.
No, just take it and be happy.
Yeah. How much?
Nothing. Doesn't cost a thing.
Suit yourself. You won't make much dough that way.
I'll make even less talking to you. Just take the plant and be careful.
No? How do you know what I'm going to do with the geranium?
I don't, mister. Some people eat them. Just be careful and goodbye.
Well, the way things were going, Post Street began to look like the main drag in Casablanca. I watched the guy fumble around with a customer for a minute, and then I crossed the street and started up toward Union Square. The cop gave me a kind of a funny look when he saw the geranium. He smiled as if he thought I had a pair of dancing sandals in my coat pocket. About halfway up the block, I stopped to look in an art store. Right then, I noticed the guy with the cane for the first time. He was standing near me, looking in the other window. He was a little guy and kind of wrinkled and bumpy. His skin looked like a cucumber full of powder. I started up the street and pulled in at a bookstore. He stopped, too, and I knew he was following me. When I got to Stockton, I turned left and walked toward Geary Street. Halfway down, there's a little street called Maiden Lane. Oh, it sounds gentle, but so does Vesuvius when you say it fast. I just started to cross when a black Nash pulled away from the curb. Some dead relative must have put in a good word for me.
Hey, over here! Hey, pull him over! Hey, over here! You all right, mister?
Yeah, I'll do, I guess.
You're lucky you're not dead.
Yeah, we're all that way. Give me a hand, will you? Oh, thanks.
That car came out of there and hit you on purpose. You're lucky you're not dead.
All right. I owe the house a free roll.
This lady here took down the license number. You want it?
Yeah, thanks.
You sure you're all right?
Yeah, I'm a slow bleeder. I dropped a plant somewhere around here.
This it? This red thing?
Yeah, that's it, thanks.
Didn't even hurt the plant. That's something. You know, when I saw that car come out of there and hit you, you know what I thought about you?
That fella's lucky he's not dead.
Yeah.
Well, I looked around, but the little guy with the cane had disappeared. As I crossed Union Square, I kept looking around, but he was gone. Well, I tried to forget about it, but I couldn't get it out of my mind. It kept coming back and showing up again like a bad reputation. Why had the guy started to follow me and then stopped so suddenly? And how about that guy in the car and that $50 geranium? Well, I got a cab over at the St. Francis stand, and I rode out to the address that the girl gave me. On the way, I looked at the flower. From what I could see, it was just a geranium planted in a little wooden box. Like all the rest of them, it bloomed unevenly with buds that looked too nervous to come out, like a debutante with thick ankles. When the cab pulled up at the address, it was a rooming house out on Clay Street. The note I had said 3rd floor rear, so I went up there and knocked. There was no answer, so I went in expecting to find anything. Anything but what I did find. Hello?
Go away. Go away and leave me alone.
She closed her eyes and stopped talking. She was so sick it showed like a searchlight in a cave. Her complexion was pasty and the color of a November sky. She had no expression on her face, just thin lips drawn so tightly the rims were white. Well, she wasn't ready to quit yet, but you could tell she'd been papering the house for years. And you wouldn't want to bet on her. She was going to last about as long as a warm snowflake, it was easy to tell. You got a bad cough. You need some sun.
I need more than that.
Yeah, I guess you do.
Who are you?
Relax. I'm not the welcome angel. I just brought you some flowers.
Is it a joke, somebody?
I don't know, lady. With me, it's a $50 hustle. They're your flowers, so you work out the right answer.
Go away. Go away, please.
You want the flowers?
You brought them for me, didn't you? Leave them and go away.
Well, It's just a geranium. I'm going to leave it on the table.
Why'd they send you?
My reason was $50.
Did you come to hurt me?
I don't know. Do you rate it?
Oh, I'm too tired. You couldn't really hurt me, could you? Thank you for coming. Thank you for your kindness.
Sure, if that's what it is, you're welcome. That's all she said, and that's all that happened in that little room up on Clay Street. It wasn't much, and it wasn't enough to worry you, but for some reason I felt like a man in quicksand complaining about his height. When I left there, I took a car down to Market Street, and I had dinner. Well, it didn't go right because I kept thinking about this afternoon and last night. Who did she mean by they, and where did all these people fit together? The guy with the cane, the gal that gave me the $50 and the little chair about a maiden lane. Well, I tried to forget about it, but it wasn't easy. It was like trying to change a typewriter ribbon with mittens on. After dinner, I went home. It was about 8 o'clock, and when I got in the apartment, it was dark. Before I had a chance to put on the light, I knew somebody was in the bedroom. I walked over to the door. In the dim light, it looked like a walrus in pants, but it turned out to be Inspector Hellman from Homicide.
Hello, Novak. I just dropped in for a chat.
You always chat with your hand in the bureau drawer?
It's restful. I've been looking over your stuff.
Is this a social call or are you out stealing?
Where you been, Novak?
What do you care, Hellman?
All right, I'll tell you where I've been. In a third-floor room out in Clay Street.
I left one this afternoon.
It's the same one. Your fingerprints are all over the joint.
I'll bet you checked everywhere.
What were you doing out there?
Delivering flowers.
Is that your best try, Novak?
It's the best I'm going to do for you. If you don't like it, check with a woman out there. I brought her flowers and left.
What woman?
The one on the couch, a black-haired girl with a half-dead look.
You're wrong twice.
Huh?
There's no girl out there, unless she's tattooed on the guy's chest.
Oh.
And that guy doesn't have a half-dead look. It's better than that.
All the way.
That's right. He's dead enough to pray for. Will that do?
Hellman's sleeve so full of fat, I didn't expect anything else up there. He flipped on the light, and I could see he was real pleased with himself. He was smiling like a guy who's just found his partner bidding no trump with 13 spades. He sat down on the bed and unbuttoned his coat. Part of his stomach oozed out and hung over his belt like a 1910 lampshade. He lit a cigarette, and then he began to run his tongue over a set of teeth that looked more like old mandolin picks than teeth. He blew smoke and looked about as appetizing as a piece of squid pie.
Must have been a short argument, Novak. The coroner says the guy checked out in a hurry.
What else does the coroner say?
That it was good poison. You buy only the best, Novak.
Don't stub your toe, Hellman. I went up there to deliver a geranium plant.
So far, you got a good case. The guy was poisoned with a spring needle, hidden in that geranium box.
Who was he?
He didn't say, and there wasn't any identification. Do you want to help?
I don't know, Hellman. When I was there, we were doing Camille. Some ghost woman was dying on the couch by inches. It was her room. You better check.
We did. The room was rented 10 days ago by a man named George Langley. The landlady says there's never been a woman in the room.
That's what all landladies say. Wake up, Hellman. I stood there and watched her shake like a dust mop for 10 minutes. You can follow up on her and then check that florist stand at Kearney and Post.
What do I check for, boll weevils?
He's the guy that gave me that geranium plant.
We'll check. I want you down at headquarters by midnight tonight, Novak. You can talk to yourself till then. After that, you talk to us.
I'll make it up from here on, Hellman. You don't like it the other way.
Suit yourself, Novak. You know when you're due. In the meantime, we'll find out what we can.
I can't wait that long, Hellman. You couldn't find a tractor on the back porch. I'd hang if I waited for your boys.
That's what you're going to do. And at midnight, you can dangle as high as one.
I don't mind as long as my feet are on the same level as your head. When Hellman left, I sat down to try to piece things together. I knew everything was there if I could just shove it into place. It was like trying to swap an egg beater for a mixmaster. I was pretty sure there was something about the geranium plant I should remember. One little thing that threw everything else out of focus. Well, I finally gave up. I was $50 ahead and one murder rap behind. Depends on how you like your fun. $50 is all right, but the pleasure's limited. Like giving somebody a hot foot in an ammunition dump. If I was going to drag the town, I needed help. So I looked up the only honest guy I know. An ex-doctor and a boozer by the name of Jocko Madigan. Oh, he's all right for a guy who thinks people with steady hands are lazy. I finally found him in a little tinsel joint on Mason Street. It was high class for the neighborhood. The smoke was only a week old, and they had a cigarette girl. A long, leggy biscuit that wandered around trying to sell a sour smile at sweet prices. Jocko was down at the end of the bar rolling some olives back and forth. The rhythm was fine.
Ah, Patsy, you're just in time to help me off the wagon.
A stout glass for Mr. Novak.
No, I want to talk to you, Jocko.
Oh, Patsy, confidentially, I hate martinis. I just drink them for the vitamins. Everybody should have a few vegetables, and I have chosen olives.
Look, I'm in trouble, Jocko. Will you sober up and talk?
I could do that easily. I've done it 2 or 3 times, and it's no trick at all. But I refuse because it's a vulgar display of willpower.
Will you stop, Jocko?
You know, Patsy, there are only 2 things that could cause my downfall. Whiskey or women. I'm not particular. You find a nice old widow, and I'll quit this stuff.
All right.
Some plump old party with a memory as vivid as my own. Preferably somebody rich enough to convince me the lines in her face weren't put there by worry.
Oh, stop it, will you?
Patsy, I'll allow you to motivate my dissent, but I will not permit you to bring it to a halt. I apologize for interrupting. Go on.
What do you know about flowers?
Oh, I think they're pretty on a woman's shoulder, but I suppose that's mixed devotion. Why?
Well, I'm going to need your help, Jocko. There's a dead guy out on Clay Street, and Hellman's campaigning for me.
How do the flowers fit in?
A geranium plant. The guy was poisoned with a needle in the box. I took the plant up there to a woman.
Oh, a clumsy approach. Why a geranium plant?
It's a mixed-up story. I got hired in Noonan's bar to pick it up this afternoon at Post and Kearney. I got gumshoed all the way up Post Street and hit by a car at Maiden Lane.
You looked bent when you walked in.
I took it out to this address, and I gave it to a dying woman. Now she's disappeared, and Hellman's after me for the dead guy on her floor. Oh, I need some help, Jocko. I gotta find a way out of this.
Well, you passed up a golden opportunity when that car hit you.
That's one of the places you come in. Now, here's the license. I want you to hop down and check the registration, will you?
What else?
Find out who runs that flower stand at the corner of Post and Kearney. Now, if you get back in time, I can check tonight. Tag by my place. I'll either be there or I'll leave a message.
Where are you going?
To find a woman.
It seems like a peculiar way to handle a crisis.
Well, I gotta find the gal that started me out on this.
Patsy, I wish you'd forget about women.
And I wish you'd forget about whiskey.
Yes, we both have our problems. Except I enjoy one safeguard that you don't. At least I can look at the label and tell how old it is. Good night, lover.
Well, I got out of there and I went by Noonan's place. I asked him if he knew the girl in there last night. He said after 45, a man forgets about a woman's face, so I checked that lead off and started on the other girl. I hit all the cab stands out near Clay Street, and I finally found a hack that picked her up. It was about 4 o'clock, he said. She had luggage and rode over to Janet Street on Telegraph Hill, but he couldn't remember the address at the best rates in town, so I checked off that one, too. From here on, it was going to be a rough ride. I didn't know where to dig. I might as well have been out looking for a stick with one end. Well, I could try one more thing. I went by to search the Clay Street joint. It was a dirty room, and the geranium hadn't helped. There was a sweet odor and a thick, dusty cloud all over the place. It was like going to sleep in a bag of an old vacuum cleaner. There wasn't anything there that could help, and on my way out, I heard footsteps. I snapped off the light and waited. The door opened slowly. I couldn't see her face, but I knew it was the girl from Noonan's. Turn on the light and you'll see your friends.
Well, Mr. Novak.
Sit down. Let's talk.
In here? Why don't we drop by a gymnasium and get some fresh air?
We can start with your name.
It's easy. Say your piece, Mr. Novak. I've run out of $50 bills.
Yeah, that's the way it is with my patients. Who killed the guy?
I don't know, Patsy. I can narrow it down to one county for you, but after that you'll have to do your own sorting.
The police think I did it.
Maybe you did. You look big enough to carry the load. I don't care, Patsy. I'm not going to weep. I've got about 3 tiers left, and he isn't high enough on the list to rate one.
Who was he? And how'd you find out he was dead?
There's generally a dirty rim in the wash bowl. His name was Charles Dowd. Don't worry about him. He was a small-time guy set to fast music.
Well, I'm going to worry about him because homicide's worried about him.
Then worry in a calm way, Patsy. You do it that way, I'll help.
Sit down. Now, look, lady, you better help out or I'll lose your teeth for you.
Patsy, you're tough. And everything, I guess.
Who runs that flower stand?
It wouldn't help. When he gave you that geranium, there was nothing wrong.
For $50, there had to be something wrong.
It wasn't full of poison. I know it was in there, and it wasn't poison. Somebody made a switch up here.
What happened to the girl?
I don't know. Relax. You're going to use up all that nice energy.
Look, sis, you can haul in those long legs and give me some answers.
I'm going to haul them in long enough to ask a few questions. My turn now, Patsy. Back over toward the door. You can talk on your way.
Yeah, you look good with a gun.
You made a deal with George. I want to hear about it, Novak.
I don't even know George. If he's got a part, you just dealt him in.
I'm too old for fairy tales, Patsy. George got to you and found out about that geranium box. It couldn't have happened any other way.
Sorry, lady.
Remember, you're nothing to me, Novak. You're $50 worth of muscle. You're $50, and I'll spend you fast.
Go easy. You're going to break open a seam. I don't know your boy, George, and I can forget you, too.
You can do it while you're talking. I came a long way, Patsy, too far to toss it over for a mail order bum. You're just a passing pair of pants to me, and I'll throw you away faster than a wad of gum.
Now's your chance, baby. Come on.
Oh, let go. You're hurting my shoulder.
Relax. You're not going to have one in a minute. Come on, drop it. Now, reach down for that gun, and I'll jam you in the basement faster than a ton of coal.
All right.
Now, let's hear you talk.
I would, Patsy, but you're not listening.
That's what happens when you don't watch the door. Somebody falls in love with the back of your head. I didn't even have a chance to see who hit me. I don't know what good it would have done unless you're the kind of a guy who keeps a scrapbook on those things. When I woke up, I had company. He was taking a nap, too, only his was going to last longer. It was the little guy with the cane. He tailed me right to the end. He was lying there with his mouth open and a bunch of pink gum showing as if he was trying to pick up a few bucks with a toothpaste ad. I was still groggy, and I couldn't see around the room, but I could hear a slow, steady squeaking sound. I turned my head, and Hellman was sitting in a rocking chair. He looked as happy as a choir boy on Christmas Eve.
You have a good sleep, Novak?
Oh, why don't they move the morgue down here?
Yeah. I guess you ran out of poison.
Why don't you go away, Hellman?
Home, maybe, huh?
I don't owe your wife anything, so I'll wish that.
Who's the guy?
I don't know.
You looked chummy when I got here.
I don't know, Hellman. He followed me all over Post Street this afternoon. Check him yourself.
I did. There's nothing on him.
I'll bet his gold fillings are gone now.
Your trial run was a guy named Charles Dowd.
I know.
He was arrested in 1942 on suspicion of espionage.
He's in business again. A whole bunch of them are, and the kicker has something to do with that geranium plant.
What bunch?
These dead guys and a lot of others on the same schedule. It's that geranium plant. It all started at Post and Kearney. You better check that florist stand.
Don't you ever get tired, Novak?
Huh?
We checked the florist stand at Post and Kearney. The answer's no.
Did you talk to the guy?
No, because there is no florist stand at Post and Kearney.
You're crazy, Hellman. I got a geranium plant there this afternoon.
There's no florist stand at Post and Kearney. If you got a geranium, it was grown out of a crack in the sidewalk.
I left Hellman standing there over the dead man. The little guy was looking up at Hellman with a dull, bored look like an usher in a burlesque house. I was sure now there was something about that geranium I'd missed. If I could find the string and pull it, the whole thing would unravel. The questions were piling up, and there was only one answer. Who got to that box and made a switch? Well, it was close to 11 when I got back to my apartment. Jocko was in the kitchen working on an experiment.
Ah, Patsy, I'm drinking to your memory. I'm making up for cheap booze with extra sentiment.
What'd you find out?
You were mixed up. There is no flower stand at Kearney and Post.
Now, look, I've been through all that once. It was Post and Kearney. I couldn't have made a mistake.
Oh, anybody can confuse a street. It can be done easily. I once confused 2 whole suburbs.
Yeah, all right.
I boycotted a bar in Alameda for months before I found out they gave me the Mickey in San Carlos.
Now, look, I know what I did, Jocko. Maybe the flower stand moved. Maybe it was never there before. But today it was at Post and Kearney. How about that license number?
The car is registered in the name of George Langley. Who's he?
He rented the murder room, and he's mixed up in a switch on that geranium plant.
What kind of switch?
I don't know. But whatever it was, George did it. When it left that stand, there was something else in it besides a poison needle. Everybody knew it. The girl and the little guy with the cane, and probably the guy that drove that car.
They switched plans?
No, they changed. Yeah. Yeah, I guess he could have done that too, huh?
Was the man with the cane behind you when you got hit by the car?
Yeah, I think you're right, Jocko.
He wasn't trying to kill you. In the confusion, the man with the cane switched plants on you.
Oh, Jocko, you're an angel. I'm going to do something for you someday.
You already have. I charged this bottle of whiskey to you.
Yeah, Novak talking.
I got news for you.
Mine's good, too. That poison needle plant was engineered by the little guy with the cane.
We identified him. His fingerprints match an espionage agent called George Langley.
Well, he was due any minute.
There's nothing else on him except he lived in a place up on Janet Street.
So it happened that way.
Huh?
That's where the other geranium is, Hellman. You better get up there before they ring down the curtain. That other plant's going to draw all the boys and girls.
What does that prove?
Nothing, except you haven't got any business bothering a flower unless you're a bee. Well, you never know how the cards are going to fall, but when it's a wild game like Red Dog, whichever way they fall, it's going to hurt. And the last card's the one that breaks your back. So when Hellman hung up, I grabbed a cab and rushed out to Janet Street. It's a little short street draped down the side of Telegraph Hill like a torn ribbon. When Hellman pulled up at the top of the hill, I met him, and we started down to George Langley's address. Hellman opened the front door, and as we started into the bedroom, we ran into a traffic jam.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello, Evie. This is Hellman from Homicide.
I don't have time now, Patsy.
That's all you got, baby. Grab her bag there, Hellman.
Patsy, you're crazy.
Open her bag, Hellman. That's what they're all after. There's the geranium over by the window.
Let's have the bag, lady.
You're all too grabby. I'll take it. Come on, Evie.
Who's this guy?
A pixie, Hellman. He's the guy that sold me the flour down at Post and Kearney.
I'm sorry you got mixed up, Novak, but I'm short on regrets tonight. Give me the bag, Evie.
Go easy. We're going to get in too deep.
You're in up to your nostrils now, baby. The bag. I want that piece of paper.
You don't need a gun, Gerard.
That's up to you, Evie. You double-crossed me, and I'm too old for a new set of tricks.
That's the way it had to be, Gerard. You can see that. When George cut in, there was nothing else to do. It was high man in, low man out.
You're out there, and I want the bag.
Stay away from me, Jerry.
Give me time. I'll get far away.
I'm going to hang on to it. Stay away, Jerry.
I hear you, but that's all, baby.
Give me a hand.
You're going to need more than that, Angel.
Help me to the couch.
Sure, come on. There you are.
Thanks, Patsy. You didn't owe me that.
I can't take it back now.
How's Gerard?
He bleeds big.
If I wasn't so tired, I'd laugh and laugh.
No, I wouldn't do that, Angel. You're going to be there in time to hear the echo. What's in the bag?
A formula. One other thing, Pat.
Yeah?
One other thing.
What'd she say?
I don't know, Hellman. She took it with her.
Where does that leave us?
Short one girl. She's in the apartment or on her way up.
Don't look too hard, Mr. Novak.
How many more are there?
She's the big act. How do your friends look, sweetheart?
They look the way they should. Oh. They watched me get sick. They didn't do anything about it. They sat around waiting for the last ounce of blood to dry up.
You better go with Hellman.
Please take me while you have a chance. Take me to... No.
Yeah, you're more than ready.
Oh, I think they look wonderful. They let me work for years. They let me get this way. Let me sit around and listen to my heart break.
Well, I don't know why, but Hellman was confused. He finally got the story off the girl in a hospital bed. All 5 of them had worked together once, gathering government information, but when the big order came, double-cross set in like an epidemic. They were out after a formula. The dying girl had one half, and the other half was in that geranium plant. It came off the boat and went to that phony flower stand. Evie and Gerard were afraid to deliver it themselves, so they hired me to do it. The sick girl was in on another frame. She tipped off Langley, and he worked that hit and run with Dowd, only he forgot to tell Dowd about the poison needle. When Dowd was dead, the girl checked out for Langley's place. Between them, they had the formula, but they got in a beef, so she killed him. She came back to plant a phony lead for Evie, and that's how I got sapped. Evie tumbled and headed for Langley's place. When she left, the girl planted Langley next to me in that room and then went back to watch Evie and Gerard in that overtime match. I guess she was too sick to care one way or the other. Well, Hellman asked only one question. How come 5 such bad people ever got together in one shuffle? I don't know, except most people are full of a lot of good and a lot of bad. The day we met them, all the bad was showing.
The Armed Forces Radio Service has just brought you Pat Novak for Hire, starring Jack Webb. Pat Novak is produced by William P. Russo. Jocko Madigan is played by Tudor Owen. Inspector Hellman is played by Raymond Burr. Music was composed and conducted by Basil Adlam. Be with us again next week when over most of these same stations we'll bring you Pat Novak for Hire. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
She closed my office door behind her, started walking slowly toward me. Her lips looked warm. Her eyes looked cool. Matter of fact, everything about her looked awfully good to me, except for one thing. That big black gun she was pointing at my belt buckle.
The
new adventures of Michael Shayne, private detective. Michael Shayne, reckless, red-headed Irishman, is back again in his old haunts in New Orleans. This is your director, Bill Russo, inviting you to listen to another transcribed episode, which we call The Case of the Wandering Fingerprints.
Yeah, what'll it be, Bud?
Huh? Oh, nothing. I'm just waiting for somebody.
Nothing. Look, Mac, you're in a bar. People usually drink in bars. That's what we're in business for.
Okay. Give me a bottle of pop.
A what?
A bottle of pop.
That's what I thought you said.
Look, Junior, do you mind?
No.
Thanks.
Mike Shayne?
Yeah.
I'm Ziegler. Bring your drink over to the table here.
Okay.
Been waiting long?
No, just a couple of minutes. Well, let's have it. You said on the phone they'd be doing it.
There could be.
Well, look, Ziegler, let's not play guessing games. What's your pitch?
You and I are going to be partners, Shayne.
Partners? What do you mean?
I've got a little proposition you are going to go for.
You know, you sound awful sure of yourself.
Oh, I am.
Well, let's have it.
All right. Know anything about electrolysis?
Look, I'm no chemical engineer.
I am, sort of. Enough of one to have figured out this process.
Look, will you do me a favor? Start at the beginning.
All right. I've got a process by which I can transfer fingerprints.
You can what?
Transfer fingerprints. From one place to another. Any place.
You're nuts.
Am I?
Can't be done.
Don't take any bets on that, Shayne. You'd have to pay off.
Look, I tell you, it's impossible.
It's simple, if you know how. So you dust the prints with a certain chemical powder. You follow me? You take a picture of them, then make an electrolytic plate from the negative. Then dip it in acid. Then you make a mold from liquid rubber. And there you are.
Where?
With a little rubber stamp of somebody's fingerprint.
Look, I don't know anything about this chemical double talk you're giving me, but the whole thing's impossible. You just can't...
Like I say, don't take any bets. Now, here's where you figure. We're going to start a little fingerprint service. We sign up various clients. They all pay an initiation fee, a large one, as a matter of fact.
Just a minute. What do these people get for signing up?
Well, it's not so much what they get if they sign up. It's what they get if they don't.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Their fingerprints turn up in the wrong place.
Exactly.
Beat it.
Now, Shayne, that's not a very wise attitude.
If you think I'm going to be a front man for a blackmail racket...
That's an ugly word, Shayne, but that's more or less your job. To locate promising clients for me.
I said beat it.
You know, you're not being smart at all.
Look, maybe you didn't hear me.
All right, I'll give you a little time to think it over. But you'll come around.
Yeah? Don't you take any bets on that.
Oh, you'll come around, all right. Because, you see, you have no choice. And before very long, I think you'll see exactly what I mean.
In a moment, we'll return to Mike Shayne and the case of the wandering fingerprint.
Well, you run into all kinds, I guess. But that day, I'd hit the jackpot when a character named Ziegler told me to meet him in a bar and offered me the charming job of being a front man in a friendly little blackmail setup. I still didn't believe he could transfer fingerprints like he said, but he sure seemed convinced of it. I turned down his deal in a hurry. He implied I was making a large-sized mistake. Then, as I sat at the table watching him leave, I saw him stop at another table near the door. There was a cool-looking brunette sitting there alone. Ziegler said something to her and jerked his head in my direction. The brunette favored me with a long, cold frown. Then Ziegler left, but the brunette kept dissecting me with her eyes. I got the hunch that she was in the deal some way with Ziegler. Finally, even though the expression on her face was pushing me back, there was just too much there for me to stay away from. So I picked up my glass and went over to her table. Hello?
The answer is no.
What did I ask?
What else would you call it?
Look, maybe we'd better run through this again from the beginning.
Why?
Well, maybe we'll come out with a different answer. One that makes a little more sense.
The answer will still be no, and that makes plenty of sense to me anyway. Good night, Mr. Shayne.
Well, I sat there with my mouth open while she walked out the door. And I was one puzzled guy. What that little conversation was all about was way beyond me. Either I'd missed a few key words here and there, or else the girl was passing up a great career as a mind reader. The bartender came over to the table about then and started picking up the glasses, so I left. It was still early, and I suddenly felt like doing a little of the town. So I called a redhead I know and asked her if she was busy. She wasn't, so we took in the town. The next morning, feeling chipper as a school kid on Saturday, I tripped down to my office, opened the door, picked up the mail on the floor, and started for my desk. Then I stopped. The chair behind my desk was rocking slowly back and forth, and it was occupied.
Hello, Shayne.
Well, Inspector Lefevre. Inspecting again?
Sit down.
Yeah, thanks. You decided to move your headquarters here, or is this a social call?
Wrong twice.
Well, it's early yet. I'll sharpen up. Now, let's see. What could it be this time? Murder? Maybe robbery?
Robbery.
Arson?
Huh? Robbery.
Look, I was kidding.
I wasn't.
No, wait a minute, Lefevre. What goes?
You know an old family named Chartier, Shayne? I live in the quarter.
Chartier? No, why?
Sure.
I said no.
Haven't paid any social calls on him lately? Say, last night?
Look, I told you I don't know him. Why would I be paying him a call?
Just trying to give you a break, Shayne, but you won't even go halfway.
What are you talking about, Lefevre?
I'll tell you. Last night, the Chartier home was broken into. Bunch of jewelry was stolen.
What's that got to do with me?
I don't know yet. Maybe plenty. We found your fingerprints there.
My Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Oh, Inspector, there must be some mistake. My fingerprints couldn't have been there.
Shayne, fingerprints are sort of a hobby with us. There wasn't a mistake. They're your prints. How come?
I don't know how come. Oh, no, it couldn't be.
You're pretty hard to convince.
Oh, that's not what I meant. I meant... skip it. It'd sound like it was right out of a book.
What would?
Look, Lefevre, I didn't rob the Chartier home. Give me credit for more brains than that.
I had given you credit, Shayne. That's what puzzles me.
Hey, any idea what time the robbery took place?
Between 12 and 1.
Yeah, you know, I'm awfully happy to hear that.
Mm-hmm. Alibi?
Yeah, I had a date with a redhead.
Yeah. You happen to remember her name?
Of course, she's a friend of mine. Patty Baddock cooking.
Patty Baddock. Now, Shayne.
Look, could I make up a name like that?
You could. We'll check it.
Yeah, I know you will, Inspector.
And, keep in touch, huh?
Yeah, I know. Don't leave town.
Mm-hmm. One more thing.
What is it?
How about a little shot of oil for your chair?
Well, as usual, the inspector left me with a lot of questions and no answers. Not even an answer about the squeaky chair. I sat there for quite a while trying to figure out another logical explanation. And I finally gave up. Because as far as I could see, there was only one answer. Ziegler was able to transfer fingerprints. And he'd taken this very quaint way of proving it to me. I spent a little while in a half-hearted search for a can of oil and gave up. I guess I must have been staring unhappily out the window for maybe 15 minutes when I heard a slight noise behind me. I turned around and looked up. There, standing beside my desk, was my friend Ziegler.
Hello, Shayne.
You again.
Me again. You had a visitor a little while ago, didn't you? Inspector Lefevre.
So?
What did he want, Shayne?
He just heard a new joke and had to run right down here and tell me.
I think he wanted to tell you about that robbery at the Chartier place. And about your fingerprints being there.
Okay. I don't know how you did it, but...
It's very simple. I told you. My process.
Yeah, your process. Look, you may not realize it, but I was just lucky enough to have an alibi for last night. If I hadn't...
Oh, but I do realize it. I know you had an alibi. And that's just the way I wanted it.
You what?
Certainly. I didn't want you to get into trouble. This time.
Look, I don't get it. But I don't want to get it. This little game you're playing, it's not going to work. I told you once, I'm not going to be front man for your blackmail pitch, and I still mean it.
You know, you are hard to convince. Well, I guess I have no other alternative.
What do you mean?
Oh, just that I'd hate to have the same thing happen to you that happened to Al Metcalf. You have heard of Al Metcalf, haven't you?
Yeah, I've read about him in the papers. He's on trial for murder.
That's right.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me that...
I'm just pointing out that Al could have been a partner of mine. He had the same opportunity you have. But he was difficult about it. He turned me down. Cold. So?
But they've got a case against him. It's 3-2. He'll be found guilty.
Oh, yes, indeed. And it's interesting, isn't it, that most of the case against him is his fingerprints at the scene of the crime.
You mean you You planted them?
I wouldn't want that to happen to you, Shayne. So don't keep me waiting any longer.
You don't exactly leave me much choice.
Right. So you're my boy, Shayne, from now on. And don't ever forget it. Inspector Lefevre's already had you on the carpet for robbery. Think of the fun he's going to have when he gets you for murder.
In a moment, we'll return to Mike Shayne and the case of the wandering fingerprints.
Well, it all started when a character named Ziegler offered me a partnership in a fingerprint-planting blackmail corporation. I declined without thanks, so Ziegler promptly planted my fingerprints at the scene of a robbery, thereby bringing Inspector Lefevre into my office for an antisocial call. The inspector left after a few minutes to check my alibi, and then Ziegler dropped in. He told me he could, if necessary, plant my prints at the scene of a murder, like he said he'd already done with a guy named Al Metcalf, who, as a matter of fact, was facing a murder rap right now. Well, that sort of weakened my opposition. Ziegler pronounced me his boy. He told me to meet him that night in the same bar, and he'd give me my instructions then. After he left, I grabbed the phone and called Inspector Lefevre.
Homicide, Lefevre.
Shayne, Inspector.
Yeah. There is a Patty Batterkirkin.
Now, wait a minute.
And you were with her last night. So you're in the clear in that robbery, I guess.
Thanks.
I don't get it at all. Say, incidentally, what's Patty so mad at you about?
That's not what I called you about, Lefevre. Look, you're holding a guy named Al Metcalf on a murder rap.
You've been reading back issues. Metcalf's been our guest for weeks.
Well, it's a bum rap, Inspector. Metcalf's innocent.
Really, Shayne?
I tell you, he's innocent.
Shayne, I'll make you a little proposition.
Yeah.
You run your business, we'll do likewise.
Look, I'm trying to tell you Metcalf's fingerprints were planted at the scene of the murder.
Yeah.
Oh, I know it sounds phony, but it's the truth. There's a guy named Ziegler who can transfer fingerprints. He transferred mine to the scene of that robbery, and he framed Metcalf for this murder the same way.
Shayne, you're missing a real good bet. The pulp magazines are just crying for guys who can come up with stuff like that.
Okay, but I'm telling you, Lefevre, Metcalf's innocent. And what's more, I'm going to prove it to you. All of which was easier said than done, of course. I went over to the library and spent an hour or so reading up on the Metcalf case in the papers. I copied down the names of most of the people involved, and then I started out. The first guy I tried was a pawnbroker.
Sure, no doubt about it. Metcalf's the guy who bought the gun from me. The gun that killed Joey Krause.
I checked off the pawnbroker's name and went to see the woman who had been the dead man's landlady.
I saw this Al Metcalf go into Mr. Krause's room that night, just about 5 minutes before the shot was fired. And Metcalf was the only visitor Mr. Krause had that night.
The next guy I tried was a character named Dixon, who used to be a pal at Krause's.
Motive? Sure, Metcalf had a motive. A girl named Bunny. She was Metcalf's girl. Then she got to running around with Krause. So Metcalf knocked off Krause. But take my word for it. Don't go bothering Bunny, 'cause she's my girl now.
Yeah, all the answers were the same. Al Metcalf was guilty. He really had killed Joey Krause. Well, about then, I got on the trail of a very interesting thought. Wild, but interesting. But also about then, my watch said 8 o'clock, and I was due at the bar to meet Ziegler. So I didn't have any more time for meditation. But I knew that somehow, some way, I had to find a weak spot in Ziegler. Something that'd give me a club, too. Then I thought of a gag that might just possibly give me that club. It was old, but it could work. Ziegler was sitting at his table waiting for me. As I walked over to him, I could see he didn't look very happy.
Sit down, Shayne.
Yeah, thanks.
You're late.
A little.
I don't like people to be late. What kept you?
Look, in case you don't know it, I work for a living.
What kept you, Shayne?
I was conducting a little investigation.
Who for?
Me, okay?
Shayne, you have quite a few things to learn about working for me. Your attitude, for one thing. It'll have to change. But we'll let that go for now. I've got a list of people I'm going to give to you. I want you to contact each of them and sign them up. You can start...
Cigarette?
Thanks.
Here's a light. Help yourself.
Thank you. Now.
Oh, just one thing.
What is it?
The girl.
What girl?
The brunette who was sitting over near the door the last time I talked to you here.
Oh, you mean Susan.
Do I?
What about her?
That's what I'm wondering, where she fits in.
Well, let's just say that you and she and I will be sort of in business together.
I see.
Why?
Oh, just that after you left, I went over to her table.
Well?
Yeah. I thought we might make a little light conversation, but she wasn't having any.
She can be difficult. Shayne, all this talk about nothing in particular, I somehow get the impression you're trying to stall me. That would be very foolish, Shayne.
Yeah. Yeah, Ziegler, I've been trying to stall, but it hasn't worked, so I'm not going to stall anymore. Okay, give me that list. I'll go to work. He grinned, gave me the list, and left. Yeah, I was right. I wasn't going to stall anymore. Because that stray thought I'd started working on before had come back. And what brought it back was my remembering I'd taken my drink over to Susan's table that time before. Yeah, I was pretty sure I had the answer now. But pretty sure wasn't sure enough. I scooped up my cigarette lighter and went down to police headquarters. I dropped the lighter off in one of the offices so that the boys could admire it. And then I went to see Inspector Lefevre. Oh, that boy just loved to swing back and forth in desk chairs. He was at it again.
Come down to tell me why Patty, what's her name, is mad at you, Shayne?
I came down to tell you I was wrong, Inspector.
About Patty?
No, about Al Metcalf. He's guilty, all right.
Well, now, that's real good to know.
Look, Metcalf's fingerprints were at the scene of the murder, huh? Where were they?
Plastered all over the place.
Yeah. Now, my fingerprints were at the scene of that robbery at the Chartier house. Mm-hmm. Where were they?
Why?
Believe me, Lefevre, I'm asking you the $64 question. Where were my prints?
On a glass.
Yeah. Thanks, Lefevre.
No charge. Oh, you leaving?
Uh-huh. I gotta see a girl named Susan.
Need any help?
No, this is sort of a private deal.
Sure you don't need any help?
Sure. There is one thing, though.
What's that?
A chair of yours could stand a shot of oil, too. I walked out before he could think of an answer, but I had to hurry. I picked up my lighter and a few interesting facts with it and went back to my office. I sat there for a few minutes trying to figure out how I was going to find Susan. But I needn't have bothered, because just about then my office door opened. In came Susan. She closed the door behind her and started walking slowly toward me. Her lips looked warm and her eyes looked cool. Matter of fact, everything about her looked awfully good to me, except for one thing, that big black gun she was pointing at my belt buckle. Well.
You just won't take no for an answer, will you, Shayne?
Let's not start that double talk again.
I tried to tell you before it was no deal.
Look, do you have to keep pointing that gun at me? And what's no deal?
The setup with Ziegler.
Oh, I think I get it now. You don't like the idea of anyone else working with you and Ziegler, is that it? Well, look, Susan, I don't like the idea...
You've got a great sense of humor, haven't
you?
I
don't think it's very funny.
Neither do I.
Look, maybe I'm stupid, but none of this makes sense.
Stay where you are.
None of that little palaver we had the other night in the bar made sense either.
I said stay where you
So
are.
you're working with Ziegler. I still don't see why...
Oh, I'm working with Ziegler. That's a laugh. You're the one who hates... Hey, get back!
Too late, sweetheart.
Let go of me!
That's better. That was too big a gun for a lady to be carrying around anyway. Or aren't you, lady?
Oh,
Hey, no, not that. Now, look, stop it, will you?
All right.
That's better. Now, let's get this thing straightened out. You're not working with Ziegler?
Well, of course not. He threatened to plant my fingerprints and implicate me in a murder.
Well, I'll be... You too? Oh, sucker. Meet a sucker.
You see, I could have been implicated, too. It was all innocent enough, but I could have been made to look bad.
Yeah, we're both in the same boat. Matter of fact, it's sort of nice in here.
You can let go of me now.
But I still don't see how Ziegler could have gotten that glass with my prints. I thought you took it. Hey, wait a minute.
You can let
that bartender. The one who was so anxious for me to buy a drink. He came over to our table and picked up the glasses right after you left. He gave it to Ziegler. He's our boy.
Oh, Shayne.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I seem to have a hold of you. Maybe...
Maybe we better wind up this Ziegler business, huh?
Yeah. Well, with an incentive like that, how could I lose? I charged over to the bar, but the bartender I was looking for was off duty. I got his address, though, and went over.
Yeah, what's all... Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it's me. You don't want to beat it, and I'm coming in.
Hey, cut it out.
Never mind, Jim.
Ziegler.
Close the door, Jim.
Okay.
And Shayne, back up against that wall over there.
Well, looks like I hit the jackpot, Ziegler.
Yes. And it's such a pity, too. Because this machine isn't going to pay off with anything except a slug.
In a moment, we'll be back with a thrilling climax to tonight's Michael Shayne adventure.
Well, there I was. I'd figured out the whole deal, but at the moment it looked like there wasn't much future in being a genius. One look at the bartender and Ziegler showed me they didn't think so either.
So you figured out my little scheme, eh, Shayne?
Yeah, lucky me.
You know, I thought the mention of the Metcalf case was going to keep you in line.
You pulled that one out of the headlines and tried to make me think you had something to do with it.
It seemed to work for a while, anyway.
Yeah, until I found out Metcalf really was guilty.
We're wasting time, Ziegler.
The rest wasn't too tough. I have to admit it was a pretty slick little scheme.
I thought so.
Planting that glass with my prints and then making me think you'd transferred the prints from one place to another.
Ziegler.
Oh, incidentally, you were so interested in the general subject of fingerprints, you got me interested in them, too. Yours.
Mine?
Uh-huh. I got them off my cigarette lighter. Remember, you used it.
Clever.
And the boys down at headquarters did a little checking for me. I found out a couple of cities are interested in you. Topeka, for one. A bunco charge there, I think. You're always a man for a fast deal, huh?
You're very thorough, Shayne. I admire it. But... all right, Jim.
Yeah.
The bartender picked up an empty bottle. Then he held it by the neck, swung it onto the side of the table, and broke it. That left him with a jagged stub in his hand. He started toward me with it. I don't like broken glass, but there wasn't much I could do. I raised my arm in front of my face.
Take care of him, Dykes. Well, Shayne?
Well, Inspector Lefevre. How'd you know?
When the boys reported to me that you'd brought in some fingerprints belonging to this guy, Ziegler, I thought maybe we better find out what was cooking. So we tailed you. Right into the oven.
Inspector, would you believe it if I told you I was awfully glad to see you?
Yeah. Shayne.
Yeah?
It's a good thing you didn't need any help. Huh?
No comment. Well, that was just about that. Lefevre told me I was in line for some $500 from Topeka. The reward posted for Ziegler. So I was really on top, and I went busting back to my office to tell Susan to pick up where we left off. Susan. Huh. When I got there, she was gone. I waited, but she didn't come back. I'm still waiting. You know, somewhere along the line, that girl must have read the old fable about getting somebody else to pull hot chestnuts out of the fire for you. Not that I minded that so much, but at least she She might have flipped a few shells my way. Oh, well. There's always Patty Baddock cooking, I guess.
This is your director, Bill Russo, again. Our story is based on characters created by Brett Halliday. The music is composed and conducted by John Duffy, and Michael Shayne is portrayed by Jeff Chandler. The New Adventures of Michael Shayne is a Don W. Sharp production, transcribed in Hollywood and distributed exclusively by the Broadcasters Guild.
Johnny, what's happened to New York?
I'm not with you, Lee.
Well, we've been here 2 weeks. 2 whole weeks. And no crime has come our way. I seem to remember statistics to the effect that a major crime is committed in New York every 75 seconds. Well, they certainly haven't been coming our way.
Well, for my money, it makes a nice change.
You know what I feel like? I feel like watching the boxing.
Watching? But Lee...
Yeah, I know. I can't watch. But that's what I've got you for, isn't it? You're supposed to be my eyes. Well, we'll combine a little business with pleasure tonight.
Okay.
I want to see the big fight at the Garden, so we'll go along. And you'll see how good you are at explaining to me exactly what's going on. I want a blow-by-blow description of the fight. And heaven help you if I miss a blow.
Goodyear presents The Sounds of Darkness. Good evening. The Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of passenger, truck, and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce, and industry, bring you Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges The Sounds of Darkness. In tonight's Sounds of Darkness, you will hear Tony Jay as Lee Masters, James White as Johnny Bridges. Others in the cast are Louis Ife, Adrian Steed, George Carellin, and Hugh Rouse. Now let's join the world of Lee Masters in tonight's Sounds of Darkness, The Last Round.
Sailor Pavelski's coming down to the ring now, Lee. He's prancing around the ring, holding his hands over his head. They've made him favorite. He's 6-4 on the Sailor.
You fancy him?
Yeah.
Well, me, I reckon Tiger Jackson will stop him inside 6.
Oh, you gotta be joking, Lee.
No.
Tiger Jackson's well over 30. This guy's young in his prime.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes, a couple of dozen fights under your belt stands you in better stead than 5 years the right side of 30. This Sailor guy now, he's had 9 pro fights, that's all.
Yeah, I know,
I know. He's won them all. 6 of them on knockouts. But I still like the Tiger.
Oh, here he comes now.
Not such a reception as the Sailor, huh?
He seems kind of, I don't know.
Kind of what?
Well, he's not looking around and smiling the way the other guy was. He's walking kind of slow. His head's down. Instead of looking at his feet. He's getting into the ring now. Hey, he's not playing to the crowd at all, this guy. He's going straight to his corner. He's sitting down. He doesn't look much to me.
What's Sailor Pavelski doing?
He's standing in his corner, hands along the ropes behind him. He's sort of leering at Tiger Jackson. His pole act sure looks confident.
Well, when you get a fighting pole, he's usually pretty cocksure. You say Jackson doesn't look so good.
I've certainly seen better.
Ladies and gentlemen, a 10-round contest at the welterweight limit of 147 pounds. On my right, at 140 pounds, Tiger Jackson. On my left, at 146 pounds, Sailor Pavelski.
certainly with the pole, all right.
He's got them both in the center of the ring now. I give him the old routine about breaking clean and so on.
Quiet a minute, Johnny. Huh? I want to listen to that riff.
Oh, now don't tell me you can.
Quiet.
Okay, so the horse didn't win. Well, can I help it if the horse I back robbed home by 20 lengths? Since when's the crime to back a winner?
Since you fixed it so the favorite would lose and doped your horse to make sure it won. That's when.
You're gonna have to prove that, Copper. Me, I ain't saying nothing until I see my lawyer. All right, you bums. Shake hands now, and when the bell goes, come out fighting.
That ref, Johnny. Who is he? What's his name? Look in the program.
Oh, now don't tell me you could hear anything he was saying over the racket going on.
I heard. I can't remember the name, but I've heard that voice before at the wrong end of an interrogation session.
It says here his name is Lucas. Snowy Lucas.
In a pig's eye, his name is Lucas. I remember now. Yeah, his name is Bolt. Piggy Bolt, they used to call him on account that's just what he looked like. A pig. Yeah, this guy looked that way.
Yeah, now you come to mention it, he does.
Johnny, my little warning bell is ringing like crazy. You gotta keep your eyes peeled. Might be a false alarm, but I have a feeling that something crooked is on the program for tonight.
Jackson dotted him with 2 quick lefts to the jaw. And Sailor Rio looks as if he's in trouble. Jackson's knocked him down. It's funny. They didn't look like knockout punches to me. Just 2 little taps to the mouth. At first, they didn't seem to do any harm. Then, all of a sudden, the guy drops like he's being poleaxed. Hey, how about that? The poleaxe was poleaxed.
They're out, ladies and gentlemen. The winner by a knockout in the first minute of the 5th round, Tiger Jackson.
What is it, Johnny? What's the matter?
Pavelski isn't moving. He's just lying there. They're trying to bring him round. Not a chance. Hey, that guy really is out. How do you figure that? A little tap and he's still unconscious.
If he is unconscious.
You don't mean he's...
I don't know. But with Piggy Bolt around, it's only natural that things should smell. Come on, let's get moving. I want to be in the dressing room when they carry that guy in.
Watch it, bud. Watch it now. All right, go on.
Hey. What are you doing here?
FBI. Put the guy down.
Over here, Snowy.
How is he?
My boy's hurt bad. I'm Sailor's manager. He's hurt bad.
I don't feel any pulse here. He's not breathing. Yeah. Somebody's got quite a lot to answer for. This was Pavelski's last round.
He's dead? Are you trying to say my boy is dead?
He's dead. And just to make the party complete, his breath smells of bitter almonds. Potassium cyanide to you.
What is this? I don't know what's all this anyway. Who does this guy think he is?
Okay, you better sit over there.
Yeah, what is all this anyway?
To my way of thinking, the murderer must be one of you guys.
What are you getting at, Copper?
You're first, Tiger.
Me? I don't know nothing. I mean, for why should I want to murder the bum? I had him beat anyway.
Sounded like a great fight tonight, Tiger.
Thanks, Copper, but I don't know nothing about it, honest.
You're next, Collie.
This is a lot of nonsense. Why would I want to harm my own boy? Why should I go to...
Name first. Who are you?
Collie Blake. I'm the Sailor's manager. I was in his corner tonight, like I am every night. You was talking about whatever the name was. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Everything went like it usually does. I don't see how anybody could have slipped the guy a Mickey.
Well, we'll see about that. Tell me, Collie, the water bottle.
Yeah?
Did Sailor drink between rounds?
A fighter don't drink between rounds. Very, very rarely. He takes a swig from the bottle and he spits it out. He maybe gargles a bit. But not very often does a fighter drink between rounds. Well, that way he'd get sluggish, you know?
Yeah, I see. You got that water bottle, Johnny?
I got both of them here, one from each corner. And I got the buckets they used to sponge them down.
Good. All right, next.
Well, I'm Snowy Lucas. I was ref for the fight. I can't tell you nothing.
Yeah, Mr. Lucas.
That's right.
Would it have been at all possible, in any way, for anything to have been introduced into Sailor's mouth from Tiger's glove?
Come again. You mean could the guy, Tiger, could he have had this poison on his glove and pushed it in the Sailor's mouth?
That's what I mean.
Hey, now listen, I didn't do nothing.
I'm not asking you, Tiger. Well, Mr. Lucas, would it have been possible?
No, not a chance. You see, when they goes down onto the canvas, when their gloves touch the deck, before they start fighting again, it's the ref's job to grab the guy by the wrists and rub the gloves on his shirt, the ref's own shirt. Well, that way you get rid of the rosin, you know. They puts rosin on the canvas so the guy won't slip. Well, a dirty fighter will try to keep this on his gloves.
So that at the first opportunity, he can rub his glove in the other guy's eyes and temporarily blind him. Yeah, that I know.
Yeah, well, like I said, tonight's fight was clean. There was nothing like that. When Tiger did go down, I made sure he wiped his gloves clean.
Yeah, I see. Well, there's just one thing that worries me, Mr. Lucas.
Yeah? What's that?
The fact that your name isn't Snowy Lucas.
Huh?
It's Piggy Bolt. And the last time you and I talked, you were dodging a rap for doping a racehorse. Yeah, you won a lot of dough that time.
You know, wait a minute.
Maybe you also won a lot of money tonight. Maybe you backed Tiger Jackson to win. And maybe you made sure he did win by poisoning Sailor Powalski. Maybe somehow, when you wiped the rosin off Tiger's gloves, you managed to rub some poison on.
You must be nuts.
Maybe. Maybe not. But it's a possibility, isn't it, Piggy? It's a possibility that could send you right to the chair.
You're listening to The Last Round, tonight's Sounds of Darkness, brought to you by Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber.
Lab report on the gloves, Lee.
Yeah? What do they say?
No trace of cyanide, not a thing.
I told you was nuts.
So you did, Piggy. Well, it looks like it maybe lets you out for the time being.
Say, how long have we got to stay here?
Till I find the murderer.
Yeah, but it's 1 o'clock in the morning already.
Yeah, that's right. It is. All right, who's next?
My name's Wilkie, Jess Wilkie. I manage the Tiger here.
And you were in his corner tonight?
Sure, I'm his second, too.
What do you know about this?
Honest, Mr. Masters, I don't know nothing. My boy was doing good tonight, and he would have won anyway. I had nothing against this, sir. I mean, why should I? My boy was the better boy, and he was all set to win. So why should I follow it all up by giving them poison? Anyway, I was never anywhere near him.
So the lab reports show no traces of cyanide in either of the water bottles, or the buckets, or on the sponges, or the gloves. That right, Johnny?
That's right.
So how in the heck can somebody give a fighter in the middle of the ring, in Madison Square Garden, in the middle of the 5th round, a fatal dose of poison?
Can I talk to you a moment, Lee?
Well, I wouldn't leave this bunch alone with the body. All right, I tell you what. You got a guard outside?
Sure, I got 4 fellas from the Central Precinct.
Okay. Let them escort this bunch of beauties into the dressing room next door and keep an eye on them. They're not to talk to anybody. And while they're at it, they may as well search them.
Yeah, you can't search us unless you got a search warrant.
Well, now, you're quite right there, Piggy.
I know I am.
I tell you what the position is. Either you let us search you here and now without a warrant.
Huh?
In other words, you cooperate with the police for a change, Or else I'll personally see that they tie a charge on you for resisting an officer in the execution of his duty, and you'll do 6 months before we even start.
Well, hang on, wait a minute.
And I'll search you anyway, by force if necessary.
Huh?
So, what do you got to say to that?
Well, look, I'm not beefing. Well, sure you can search me. I got nothing to hide.
That's mighty nice of you, Piggy.
I'll say this.
Open the door, Johnny.
Okay, Lee.
Officer, take this chorus line round into the dressing room next door. And keep an eye on them till I let you know.
Sure thing, Mr. Masters. Come on, you guys. This way.
Yeah, all right.
Well, Johnny, what is it?
I was thinking. Seems like the only way anybody could have poisoned that guy would have been to have given him the poison in the ring.
That, Johnny, is the problem. I know it sounds impossible, but that's just what must have happened.
But, Lee, I'm telling you, it didn't happen.
Look, think back. Think hard. In between rounds, between the 4th and the 5th rounds.
Yeah.
Anything happened? Anything at all?
Jeepers, Lee, I don't think so. I mean, you know the usual stuff. You know, like rubbing the guy's muscles, fanning him with a towel, giving him the water bottle, all that kind of jazz. Nothing special.
You sure?
If there had been anything, I'd have noticed. That I'm sure of.
Which leaves us right back where we started. Somebody poisoned that guy while he was in the middle of the ring, watched by 6,000 people. Well, what did you get, Johnny?
Lucas or Bolt or whatever his name is was telling the truth. He backed a grand on Tiger Jackson to win. Nobody else had a bet. But I ran into Droopy outside.
Oh, is that who's with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me, Mr. Lee.
Well, you might be just the guy I want to talk to. Guess there's not much goes on in the sporting world, either on the level or crooked, that you don't know about, is there?
Well, I keep my ear to the ground.
Now, what's the word on the killing?
Killing? Somebody dead?
Maybe. How was the money going? What was the betting like on the fight tonight? Last night.
Ah, you mean Sailor Powalski and Tiger Jackson? Yeah, there was big bread floating around on that one.
A lot of dough, huh?
You asked me, the syndicate climbed in on this one.
As big as that, huh?
Yeah.
These guys don't open their eyes under $100,000.
The way I heard it, they stood to win $500,000.
And they won, of course.
Of course. When the syndicate bets, that ain't a gamble. That's a certainty. One way or another, they make sure of that.
Yeah. Okay, Droopy. Thanks a lot. See you around.
Here's something for your trouble.
Oh, gee, thanks, mister. It wasn't no trouble. For you, Mr. Lee, it's only a pleasure. You know that.
Sure. Have a drink anyway.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Lee. I'll see you around.
Well, very interesting, Johnny.
Yeah.
As I remember the fight the way you told it, Sailor didn't look as if he was losing until he dropped in the 5th. Is that right?
That's right.
And in spite of the fact that I fancied Tiger, Sailor was the obvious one to win, wasn't he?
He started out as unfavored.
Yeah, that's right. You know what I think?
What's that?
I think the Sailor was going to take a dive. I think it was all arranged that way. And for some reason, he changed his mind. By this time, it was too late. The syndicate had already laid out close to $250,000. He had to lose. That's why he was killed.
So now we know why, but we don't know how or who.
Just let me think a minute, Johnny. When you've eliminated every alternative, what you're left with must be the modus operandi.
Huh?
Yeah. Now, so far, we've eliminated the fact that he might have been given poison before he came into the ring.
Uh-huh.
He didn't pick up poison from Tiger Jackson's gloves.
Right.
He didn't get poison from the water bottle.
True.
And there were no traces of cyanide in the buckets. We've searched every one of these birds, and every one of them is clean. Of course. Why didn't I think of that before?
What?
I must be slipping. If I had seen the fight tonight instead of you telling me about it, I'd have solved this thing before we got up from our seats.
What are you talking about?
Johnny, you know something? I think I know how this thing was done, and I think I know who did it. Trouble is, I haven't got the faintest idea how I'm going to prove it.
Say, what is this guy trying to hang on?
Okay, gentlemen. I've called you all back in here to tell you that in any moment from now, you can all go home.
Oh, that's the nicest thing you've ever...
All of you, except one, that is.
Huh?
First of all, I'll tell you why Sailor Powalski was murdered. And this isn't guessing. We've checked, and we know. About 2 weeks ago, the syndicate approached Sailor through a third party and offered 20 grand for him to take a dive. Sailor agreed. The third party clinched the deal and took the 20 grand. When he went to give Sailor his share, the Pole had changed his mind. No amount of persuasion on the part of this third party could get the Sailor to throw the fight. Now, our friend, Mr. Third Party, was in trouble. The syndicate had laid out big money. Sailor had to lose. On his form, he was a cert to win. So, Mr. Third Party, the murderer, hit upon a bright little scheme. He got hold of some prussic acid. Yeah, and I know where he got it from. The poison was put into a soluble capsule, long and thin. And then the capsule was put into the sailor's mouth.
What are you talking about, copper?
Your brother-in-law develops photographs, Collie. Bet there's plenty of potassium cyanide lying around his darkroom.
Yeah?
You put the capsule in the sailor's mouth, didn't you?
You're nuts. When did I get that chance?
Before round 5 started. In the ring, in full view of 6,000 people, you slipped the capsule in his mouth.
Oh, the gum shield. Of course, the gum shield.
That's right, Piggy. Who handles a fighter's gum shield? Only his second.
Prove it. I'd like to see you prove it.
Just before the 5th round started, you slipped Sailor's gum shield back into his mouth. Only this time, the cyanide capsule was stuck to it. You knew with a couple of punches to the mouth that the capsule would burst and that the sailor would swallow the poison. And that's the way it happened.
Talk. Just talk. Prove it, copper.
I have proved it. That gum shield went to the laboratory. They found the traces that I need.
Why, you...
Get him, Johnny.
All right, I did it. What could I do? It was him or me. You know the syndicate. If Sailor had have won, they'd have rubbed me out for sure. I didn't have no chance.
Thanks, Collie. I got 3 independent witnesses to your confession apart from the police. Take him away.
Okay, come on, Collie. Come on now. Come on. Okay.
Well, maybe I'm not such a bad gambler after all.
A gambler? What are you talking about?
I didn't have that gum shield tested.
What?
It wouldn't have done any good. In the first place, all traces of cyanide would have been washed off it by the saliva in the mouth. And in the second place, it wouldn't have proved anything in the first place.
You were bluffing?
Yeah, I bluffed him into squealing in front of witnesses. He'll make a full confession down to the central precinct. That's the only way we could have got him, Johnny. Next time, I suggest a night off watching the fights. Just sock me one, will you?
So ends tonight's Sounds of Darkness, presented for your entertainment by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of world-famous passenger tires, truck and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce and industry. Join us next Friday and every Friday night at 9:30 when Goodyear will again present the blind detective Lee Masters in The Sounds of Darkness.
Sit down, Vance. Sit down. Nice of you to drop in.
Well, thank you, Markham. Well, I'm glad that being district attorney gives you the same privilege of working late that my chosen profession affords me.
Haven't seen you in a week, Vance. Don't tell me that the public has taken over my favorite private investigator.
Oh, I've been busy, but mostly routine cases. Then, this evening, I was driving by this way, saw the light in your office, and thought I'd take a chance that it was you up here and not a cleaning woman.
I'm glad you're not disappointed. Or are you?
If the cleaning woman had a murder case for me to work on, or if you don't, I will be. Anything unusual going on, Markham?
Yes, I'm working late because a young lady phoned me and asked me to wait for her. She said it was urgent.
Well, that sounds very interesting, Markham. Perhaps
Which one of you is the district attorney, please? Please?
Well, please come in.
I must see Mr. Markham. I phoned him a while ago. It's a matter of life and death.
Yours?
Are you Mr. Markham?
I'm Philo Vance. This is Mr. Markham.
How do you do?
Mr. Markham, my name is Mills, June Mills, and you've got to help me.
I'll certainly try if you'll give me a hint as to how.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that I'm so upset. I've never done anything like this before, and I don't even know if you can help me.
If he can't, I'd like to, Miss Mills. What's the trouble?
Well, I know the district attorney is called in to help convict a killer after a murder takes place, but can he help prevent one? That's what I want to know, can he?
He certainly can try. Tell me what it is you're troubled about.
It's my boyfriend, Johnny Blake. He works at the soda fountain down at the Kingsway Luncheonette. He's going to be killed.
Who's going to kill him?
Who?
Yes, Miss Mills. Who?
Why, I can't tell you. I can't tell you that. I don't dare tell you.
Why not?
Because they'll kill me, too, if I do. And you won't be able to stop them. They might kill me if they knew that I came here. Oh, I just thought of that. You've got to forget that I was here. Promise me that you will.
What about your boyfriend, Johnny Blake?
I'll think of something else. I'll have to. Nobody must know about this. Promise me, both of you, that you'll do nothing about it. Please, please, promise me. I'm frightened.
You've given us no alternative, Miss Mills. We have nothing to work on.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry I came up here. When I heard about... Oh, no, I can't tell you. I mustn't. Remember, you promised that you'd forget what I said. Please forget that I was here tonight. Please.
Well, what do you think of that, Vance?
I don't know yet. That girl was terrified. Something tells me I ought to see her boyfriend, and I will, first thing in the morning.
Chocolate soda, all black, no whipped. There you are, sir.
Thank you.
What's yours, miss?
Strawberry soda, no ice cream, please. And a bacon and tomato on toast.
Right. BT down.
Echo.
BT down.
Right, BT down.
Strawberry, right, miss?
Yeah, and a bacon and tomato on toast.
Well, that's coming up. I'm only vice president in charge of sodas. There you are. Your sandwich will be right up.
Thank you very much, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. What'll you... Oh.
Finish it, Johnny. You want to know what I wanted? How do you know, kid?
I know. Tony, I've got to talk to you.
Nothing says I got to listen. Only one thing talks with me, kid. Dough.
Wait a minute. Hey, Dick, take the counter for me for a minute, will you?
Yeah, sure, Johnny.
Tony, I haven't got what I promised you I'd have.
Oh, Johnny? Not too bad. I'll take a plate of vanilla.
Oh, sure, Tony. Coming up. You're not sore, Tony. There.
Sore? No, I ain't sore. Only I'm disappointed in you, Johnny.
Here you are.
White. That's right.
It's good ice cream. You, promised me something, you don't keep that promise. That ain't right.
Next Saturday, I'll have it for you, Tony. The whole $50.
Johnny, let me show you how I work. You borrowed $50 from me a month ago. Supposed to be for 1 week. Next week, you were supposed to pay me $55.
I know, but I couldn't that week.
Okay, so you paid me the interest, $5. But the next week, and the week after, and the week after that, nothing. Now you say next week you'll pay me the $50. Nothing doing, Johnny.
But I haven't got it, and I can't get it, Tony. Don't you understand that?
I don't understand anything, except if you don't pay me, I gotta take it out on you. Nothing personal, Johnny. Just that guys like me, we don't ask for security when we lend you guys dough. If I let you get away with it, other guys will get the same idea. That was good ice cream.
Look, Tony, there must be some way I can make a deal, will you? There must be something you'll take.
Sure, kid. My money. You better run around tonight and get it, Sonny, or tomorrow maybe you won't even be able to walk. It's good ice cream you got here, you know?
Sit down on the porch for a minute, Johnny, please.
I don't want to sit down, June. I brought you home. I've got to leave now. All I need is for your old man to catch me here. Good night.
Johnny, wait.
What is it?
He did come to the store tonight, didn't he?
Tony? Yeah, he came in. June, I got to get out of here. Your father...
Johnny, the rate of interest Tony charges isn't legal. You could go to the police.
Forget that, and quick. That'll only mean more trouble. Hey, where did you disappear to before? Where'd you go, the cops?
I went to the district attorney's office.
Oh, Junie, you little fool. If you told anything to the DA, I'm cooked. Don't you realize that? You didn't go to the police. You didn't.
Johnny, it was for your own good. I know you don't have the money. I knew what Tony would do.
Oh.
I had to go. But I didn't tell him anything. Honest, I didn't.
You little dope. Why I told you anything, I don't know. If a cop shows up at that store, Tony will take care of me, sure.
June, who's that with you?
It's me, Mr. Mills. Johnny Blake.
Daddy only took me home. That's all, Dad.
That's all. Johnny, you listen to me. I've told you to keep away from June. If she hasn't enough sense to know what kind of a guy you are, I have.
Mr. Mills, you don't understand about
Understand? Why,
Dad,
What are you
please.
trying to
So I don't understand, eh? Let me. I understand this. That you're no good for my daughter, Johnny. You're no good to anybody. And I'm telling you now, as quietly as I can, that if I ever catch you with her again, I'll kill you. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. What do you have?
Oh, good morning, young man. My name is Vance.
If you're selling anything, Vance, you better see the manager, Mr. Kelly. He'll be in about a half an hour.
My name is Philo Vance.
No, I'm sorry. I can't do a thing. Philo Vance? The private detective?
Well, I'm really a private investigator, but the difference is so subtle we'll skip it. I'm looking for Johnny Blake. Is that you?
Nope. I'm Dick Jackman. Johnny ought to be around, though, somewhere.
Where's that?
Well, I don't know for sure. I just came to work. He gets in before I do. Maybe he's downstairs in the basement grabbing a smoke. Or mixing some syrups or something. What's up, Mr. Vance?
I don't know. That's what I came to find out. Which way is the basement?
Right down the stairs at the back of the store. Say, I'm off for a couple minutes. You want me to take you down?
I'd appreciate that very much.
Okay, just walk along outside the counter, Mr. Vance. Meet you in the back.
Well, that's fine. Thank you again.
Here we are. Right through this door. Down the stairs. Oh, I'll go first, Mr. Vance.
If you will.
See, we keep all kinds of stuff down here, Mr. Vance. Syrups, big refrigerators, everything. Hey, Johnny, got company. Yeah, that's funny.
Maybe he isn't down here.
Oh, no, he's got to be. One of the boys said he saw him go down here about an hour ago. Hey, Johnny! John! Mr. Vance?
I see it. Was that Johnny Blake?
Sure looks like him from here, Mr. Vance. I wouldn't like to go over there. I would like to look at it from up close.
You won't have to, Dick. He's dead. I can tell that. I can see from the way he's crumpled up. What's that on the floor next to him?
Well, that's a syrup pump. Vanilla syrup pump. We keep all of them down here in the morning where they can be scrubbed.
Well, I'd say somebody hit Johnny over the head with it and killed him. Dick, who was it Johnny was afraid of?
Don't ask me, Mr. Vance. I don't know. I haven't any idea who it was. No kidding. I wouldn't know, Mr. Vance. I wouldn't know.
It might help me find whoever killed Johnny, Dick.
Yeah, maybe, Mr. Vance, but I'd say that nobody can help Johnny anymore, and, well, I don't want to be in a spot where nobody can help me either.
Dick, listen. Johnny's girlfriend, June Mills, told me part of the story.
She told you about Tony?
Vaguely. I need a little more information.
Well, Tony's the reason I won't talk, Mr. Vance. See, he's a pretty tough character. June probably told you that Johnny borrowed dough from Tony, didn't she?
Not exactly, but she didn't have to. As a matter of fact, Dick, you don't have to do any more talking either.
Hello, Markham speaking.
Markham, this is Vance.
Hello, Vance.
I'm down at the Kingsway Luncheonette. You remember the girl who came to see you last night?
Yes, very well. Why?
I should have come down here last night, only she begged so hard I postponed it until this morning. What she was afraid of has happened. Her boyfriend, Johnny Blake, has been murdered.
What?
That's right. He was hit over the head with a syrup pump. A vanilla syrup pump. And his body was tossed in a corner. You'd better get Sergeant Heath and some men down here right away.
Yes, I will, of course. So, Vance, it's finally happened. You found a murder and called me in. Well,
I hope that's as far as precedent breaking goes on this case, Markham. I'd like to solve this case. Incidentally, I have something to work on.
you have? What's that, Vance?
Johnny Blake's soda fountain partner, Dick Jackman, told me what it was that Johnny's girl was afraid of. He'd borrowed money from one of those small-time gangsters who lend money to soda clerks and barbers and small salaried office workers who have no security.
Yes, we call them Shylocks, Vance. They're usually pretty hard customers.
Are they, Markham? Well, I'm going to see this one. Maybe I can soften him up a bit.
Good ice cream, Vance. Sure you don't want any?
Quite sure, Tony. You seem to be enjoying that quite a bit.
Why not? I like it. I get ice cream sent up here to my office every day. If I like something, I enjoy it.
It's very hard for me to find fault with that logic. Let's talk about Johnny Blake, though.
Nothing to talk about. You told me he got murdered. It's too bad. He owed me dough. But I can write it off.
Listen, Tony. I found Johnny in the basement, killed with a syrup pump. The basement window had been smashed, and the murderer got in that way. Where have you been all morning?
Me? Right here. I got 6 people who'll swear I was here all morning.
I have no doubt about that. You admit that Johnny owed you money and couldn't pay it, don't you, Tony?
That's right, only I wouldn't knock him off for that. You see, now I'll never get my dough. That ain't good business, Vance.
It might be in your line of work, Tony. You might credit it to advertising.
That's pretty cute, Vance. You mean other guys will remember that maybe they should pay me what they owe me or they wind up like Johnny. Hey, that's pretty cute, Vance. I should have thought of that myself.
Are you quite sure you didn't?
I'm positive, but I'll remember about that, Vance.
I wouldn't if I were you, Tony.
Vance, haven't you got any curiosity? Or haven't you got any nerves?
I assure you I have both. Why?
You know those sounds you're hearing your shots. How come you don't ask about them?
You'll tell me, Tony. You were just dying to tell me the minute I heard the first one.
No wonder you don't eat ice cream, Vance. You don't need any. You're the coolest thing I ever ran up against. You want to know about those shots?
Well, let's say you want to tell me about them.
Yeah, I do. You see, Vance, those are my boys shooting off those guns. They're practicing. It's my idea. You like it?
Not well enough to shout bravo. They have permits.
Sure. That's my idea, too.
I see. What are they shooting at?
Well, right now it's targets. Targets I set up downstairs. They practice so that if they ever get in a jam, they'll be able to shoot straight. I got the idea from the FBI. How do you like it?
I like it all right, Tony. Only I have an idea that anybody that commits a crime ought to be caught. That's something I got from the FBI.
This is District Attorney Markham. The vanilla murder case began when Johnny Blake, a soda dispenser, was found dead in the basement of the store where he worked. Vance and Dick Jackman, another soda clerk, discovered the body, and beside it, a syrup pump which Vance found to be marked vanilla. Vance has found out that Tony Amrotti, a loan shark, had threatened Johnny. I've uncovered some information that might be helpful to Vance, and I've phoned him to meet me outside the basement window. He should be along any minute now, because it's about half an hour. Vance, is that you?
Yes. Hello, Markham. What's going on that you couldn't tell me on the telephone?
I could have told you then, I suppose, but I thought I'd like to have a private chat with you, Vance. First, though, here's the news.
You sound like a radio commentator, Markham.
No analysis, Vance. That's your department. I'll stick to the facts. You can tell me what they mean. You remember the girl who came to my office last night?
June Mills, of course.
Well, I've talked to her. And she admits to me that her father threatened Johnny.
Oh?
He's not too involved, but he didn't like Johnny. In fact, he threatened to kill him if he found him with his daughter again.
Is that so?
Definitely. Well, this little piece of information of mine gives you another suspect, Vance, right?
No question about it. Where is Mr. Mills now?
June and her father are at home. Sergeant Heath is keeping them there temporarily.
In that case, I think I'll pay them a visit. I might as well clean up that little detail.
Vance, I've given you some information, but you've been a little reluctant to part with any news. Have you made any progress at all on this case?
I think so, Markham. In fact, I can tell you with every confidence that when I return from the Mills house, I'll tell you who murdered Johnny Blake.
No, stop crying, baby. There's nothing that crying will do that'll help.
Let her cry if she likes, Mr. Mills.
No.
Surprising as it may seem to you, an expression of grief does offer a measure of consolation.
Thank you, Mr. Vance.
Not at all. Mr. Mills, I'm not going to do any routine questioning about your threatening Johnny Blake. That isn't important at the moment. The only thing that is important is who killed him.
Well, it wasn't me.
I hardly expected you to sign a full confession just because I decided not to question you, Mr. Mills. But on the other hand, saying it wasn't you doesn't absolve you either.
Mr. Vance, I want to tell you now what Johnny was worried about. What I couldn't tell you last night. I don't care what happens to me now. I want you to know the truth.
I think I know the truth, Miss Mills. And after this little talk I've had with you two, I think I know something even more important. I think I know the killer.
I'll have a large strawberry soda, no ice cream, and a bacon and tomato on toast, please.
Right. Stretch a strawberry. BT down.
Thank you.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Vance. Something I can serve you?
No, thank you, Dick. Not right now. Listen, you've been very helpful to me. Would you do one more thing, please?
Well, if it'll help, count me in, Vance.
It will help. I want you to borrow $50 from Tony Amrotti.
Mr. Vance. No can do.
But you said you'd help.
Tony wouldn't lend me a dime. Don't believe me, ask him yourself. He's sitting right over there at the corner of the counter eating ice cream.
Vanilla, of course.
Natch?
So Tony won't lend you any money, Dick?
Nope. Don't ask me why. It isn't as if he was afraid he wouldn't get it back. Tony's got his own way of collecting, you know.
Yes, so I've learned. Well, thanks just the same, Dick. I think I'll have another talk with him.
Good enough. See you around, Mr. Vance.
Hello, Tony.
Hi, Mr. Vance. Come on over and have some ice cream.
I'm coming over, but not for that reason.
Come on, there's a stool right here, just waiting for you. Sit down.
Thank you. Tony, I understand you lend money to anybody with or without security.
That's right.
That's a little illegal, isn't it? I mean, at the rate of interest you charge.
Maybe. Only there ain't no such thing as a little illegal, is there, Vance?
I suppose not. Tony, inasmuch as you lend money to anybody, why won't you lend any to Dick Jackman?
That soda jerk over there? He's a bad boy, Vance. He forgets to pay back. And if you start putting any pressure on him, he'll yell for the cops.
And you don't like that, eh, Tony?
Look, if you was in my line of work with you, that's the only risk we take in this racket. The guy don't scare, we're sunk.
If you've never lent Dick any money, Tony, how do you know he's a bad risk?
Information. I got information about 6 months ago on that guy. He owed a bookie half a C for 5 months and only paid him a month ago.
Half a C?
Half a century. Century's $100.
I know. Let me understand something. Dick paid your bookmaking friend $50 a month ago. Just a little after Johnny borrowed $50 from you.
I guess that's right. Coincidence, huh?
Perhaps. Perhaps not. Well, thanks, Tony. I hope you enjoyed your ice cream as much as I've enjoyed this little chat.
I'm only starting on my ice cream. Only one portion so far. Hey, Dick, another plate of vanilla, huh?
Right. Coming up, Tony.
Tony, you know where the district attorney's office is.
Sure. Somebody once pointed it out to me. Why?
Be there at 6 o'clock tonight. Unless you'd rather I had an escort sent to invite you down.
I see what you mean. What do you want me there for, Vance?
Oh, a lot of reasons. And you won't be alone. I'm going to ask Dick Jackman and June Mills and her father to be there, too. You're really going to want to come, aren't you, Tony?
Am I? Why?
Why? Because I'm going to name Johnny Blake's murderer. And I couldn't very well do that without you there, now could I?
I'm sorry you all are being kept waiting, but Mr. Vance is due here in a moment. He stopped by to see Sergeant Heath at police headquarters to get the results of some fingerprints we were checking.
Is that why our prints were taken when we came in here, Mr. Markham?
That's right, Mr. Mills. Yours, your daughter's, and Dick Jackman's. We already had Tony's, didn't we?
Don't be so proud. Cops in 6 cities have got my prints. Maybe 7. Let me see now. Yeah, it's 7. Hey, Mr. Markham, can I send down for some ice cream?
No, not at the moment, Tony.
Ice cream. All I hear all day is ice cream. I'd like to forget that for a while if it's all right with everybody.
Listen to him. The kid's getting nerves. Right, Miss Mills?
I don't know. I don't know anything anymore.
Good evening, all.
Oh, here's Vance now. Hi, Vance.
Well, I see that all our invited guests are present, Markham.
Yes, they are.
Thank you all for being here. In a few minutes, I promise you, 3 of you may leave. Now let me bring you all up to date on some details, please.
Any way we could stop you?
No, Tony, I think not. To begin with, when Dick Jackman and I found Johnny's body, it was lying in the corner of the basement, quite a distance from the stairs. So far, in fact, that Dick wasn't quite sure it was Johnny at first.
That's right, Mr. Vance.
Dick and I saw the murder weapon at the same time, the vanilla syrup pump. I didn't know what it was at first, but Dick identified it for me.
That's right, too.
What he didn't know, and what I didn't know then, was that there were fingerprints on that pump. Fingerprints of the murderer.
All I know is they ain't mine. Unless this is a trick.
They aren't your prints, Tony. You see, the fingerprints on the syrup pump are Dick Jackman's.
Why not? I handle that pump a lot. Isn't that reasonable?
Yes, but you didn't handle it this morning. You had just come to work, remember? And the pumps were downstairs in the basement to be scrubbed. You got your fingerprints on it when you hit your friend Johnny Blake on the head.
Oh, no.
You can take him, Markham.
Oh, no, he can't. Nobody takes me. Nobody gets me.
Quite a wallop you have, Tony.
Yeah. Tell that to your friends, will you, Vance? Good advertising. What a chump this Dick Jackman was. Left fingerprints.
I'm sorry to have wasted your time in this case, Vance. Inasmuch as there were fingerprints, it actually was nothing but a routine police case.
That would be true, Markham, except that there were no fingerprints.
What?
I beg your pardon?
I made up the detail of the fingerprints merely to force Dick into making a break. You see, I knew he was our murderer.
You knew Dick was the murderer and there were no fingerprints. How?
Just think over the facts for a moment, Markham, and you'll know how I knew, too. Well, Markham, where do you want me to begin? Now that our 3 other suspects are out of the office and Mr. Dick Jackman is in Sergeant Heath's hands.
I like my explanations slowly, Vance. Start with the motive, please.
Motive? Money. You see, when Johnny Blake borrowed money from Tony, he actually borrowed it for his friend, Dick Jackman.
How did you find that out?
It added up. Tony told me that Dick paid a 6-month-old debt shortly after Johnny borrowed money from Tony.
I'm beginning to understand. When Tony demanded money from Johnny, Johnny went to Dick and insisted that Dick pay him the $50. Dick couldn't pay it, knew he was in a spot if Johnny talked, and he had to do something desperate.
He had to, and he did.
Let me see now. On his way to the store the morning of the murder, he passed the basement window and saw Johnny working down there. He broke the window, jumped down, and hit Johnny with the pump Johnny had just finished cleaning.
Exactly. Then he climbed out the basement window and came in the front entrance to work.
I see. Well, I'm satisfied about the motive. Now tell me about the clue.
The clue was there when I found the body, only I didn't realize it at the time. Markham, Dick and I were 15 feet away from Johnny's body and the syrup pump. But Dick knew it was a vanilla syrup pump. The only way he could have known is if he'd used it to kill Johnny.
That's right. It was too far away to see the lettering on it, wasn't it?
Of course, and in the maze of complicating details, I overlooked it. Temporarily, of course. When I thought back on the case, I realized what an error Dick had made right at the very beginning.
I'm glad you did, Vance, because it was an error at the beginning that brought us to the end of the vanilla murder case.
The Files of Rex Saunders.
Concerning marriage. Some marriages are made in heaven, while others are unmade by a forced application of the vow, unto death do us part.
And now, the Private Files of Rex Saunders. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, brings you the celebrated star of stage and screen, Rex Harrison, in another exciting story taken from the Private Files of Rex Saunders, radio's newest man of mystery. We hope you enjoy these weekly stories of intrigue and adventure, and for another adventure in home entertainment, we suggest you try RCA Victor's fine line of radio and television products, now on display at your RCA Victor dealer. Now for our story.
In the police records, the Farrow case was listed as unsolved. At the time of the investigation, I'd been called in, but like the police, I found the facts leading me up a blind alley. The circumstances surrounding the Farrow case were of a common variety. Steve Farrow owned and operated the Alcazar, a plush gambling casino across the river, and Steve Farrow had a set philosophy on gambling and life.
I only give and take a hand from the top of the deck. And if anybody deals to me otherwise, there's going to be trouble. Trouble in spades.
Steve Farrow had a philosophy, and he had a wife, Rita. She was slim, blonde, and attractive. And it was known amongst those who know that Rita didn't play the marriage game according to Hoyle. Early one morning, 2 years ago, Rita Farrow got out of her car, started up the stairs to her house, and then 3 bullets ended Mrs. Farrow's life. Steve had an unshakable alibi. He was out of town on business. The gun that fired the shots was never found, and in the police records the notation was made, Rita Farrow murdered by person or persons unknown. The case was officially closed, but unofficially the police department, as well as Alec and I, maintained a deep concern in the affairs of Steve Farrow. We noted with interest his recent marriage to a young lady named Kitty, another slim, attractive blonde. And Kitty resembled the first Mrs. Farrow in more ways than one.
Sure you won't join me, Les?
No drinking on duty. The boss is strict about that, Mrs. Farrow.
I told you it was still Kitty to you, Les.
So you said, Mrs. Farrow.
It used to be Kitty before.
That's finished. You're his now. You're Steve.
Oh, stop it. Steve. That's all I hear from you. Steve this, Steve that.
He's been good to me, and he's done all right by you.
Les, listen to me. I made a mistake, a terrible mistake. I'm afraid, I'm scared to death.
Of what?
Steve.
Why?
What happened to his first wife?
She got what was coming to her.
Then he did kill her.
I didn't say that.
I found letters.
What are you talking about? What letters?
They were in his desk in the other room. Every once in a while he takes those letters out and reads them. I've watched him do it. I forced the lock on that desk tonight. Those letters were written to her from someone named Al. He found them. That's why he killed her. I married a murderer.
You're letting your imagination run away with you.
You've got to help me.
Now get your hands off me.
Les, if I ever meant anything to
Kitty,
you...
don't.
Oh, Les, I need you so. Oh.
You better finish it, Brad.
But oh, Steve.
Hello, Kitty. Les?
Steve?
Did you keep Mrs. Farrow entertained like I told you to, Les?
I guess I'm not much on entertaining.
You don't look bored. Good night at the Alcazar last, 75,000.
75,000, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, Les, you can run along.
Okay, Steve, huh? Good night.
Night. Well, Kitty, aren't you going to kiss me?
Sure. Sure, Steve.
Kitty,
Yes?
where are they?
Hey, what are you...
Shut up, the act. Where are they?
Steve, my wrist is...
I'll break it. The letters, what did you do with them?
Don't know what you're talking about.
Get those letters out of my desk. Now, you took them.
Steve,
Didn't you?
Yes, Cecily, stop. Oh.
I told you to stay out of that desk, didn't I, Kitty?
Yes.
What were you doing with those letters? Why did you take them?
I was curious.
You give me those letters back right now. Just remember one thing. Curiosity killed more than one cat.
Mr. Saunders, you've got to help me. My husband is planning to kill me the same way he killed his first wife.
Mrs. Farrow, when did the incident with the letter occur?
Oh, last Tuesday, when he came home from the Alcazar. Steve hasn't said a word about it to me since, but I know what he's thinking.
Last Tuesday. It's almost a week. Why did you wait until tonight to come here to see me?
Steve hasn't let me out of his sight. He didn't go to the Alcazar all week. I was afraid to phone. He was called out of town on business this afternoon, so I came right over.
Out of town on business. Remember, Rex, it was the same way the night the first Mrs. Farrow was murdered.
Mm-hmm.
That was Farrow's alibi.
According to what I heard, you were interested in getting Rita Farrow's murderer.
I still am.
Well, my husband is the man you want.
Your husband was cleared after a thorough investigation. The murder gun was never uncovered. The case is officially closed.
But what about me? Something isn't done, I'll be next. Can't the police open the case again?
Only with sufficient evidence.
What about those letters? Maybe there's something in them that will give you what you're looking for.
I'd have to see those letters. Where are they now?
They're probably in the house someplace. Steve said he won't be back until tomorrow afternoon. There's a safe in the living room. If we can just...
The window.
Mrs. Farrow, look out!
No sign of anyone on the lawn, Rex. How is she?
Mrs. Farrow's all right. She only fainted.
The bullets missed?
Yes, she's in the other room resting.
Well, now you can see it wasn't mere conjecture. She is marked for murder.
So it seems.
Now, perhaps, we have the necessary evidence to have the Farrow case reopened.
Not quite. First, we have to find the one who fired the gun through that window.
So where we start to look?
We'll begin right here in this room.
Huh?
With this wall panel. Get me a knife.
A knife? What are you going to do?
One of the slugs from that gun is embedded in this panel. We look to police ballistics for further direction. All right, Alec. Get it started.
Right. Which direction?
Home.
Did you get the report from ballistics?
I did.
Well?
The bullet was fired by a .45 Colt automatic.
Well, that should be of some help. Why are we going home?
There's nothing else we can do right now. The ballistics report showed that the bullet aimed at Mrs. Farrow was fired by a missing gun.
What?
The same missing gun, Alec, that killed the first Mrs. Farrow.
Pick your place for recorded music. RCA Victor's wonderful new Victrola 45 table phonograph is so neat, so compact, you can take it from room to room. The Victrola 45 table phonograph is so convenient you can play it in the living room, move it into the bedroom, or out on the sun porch on a cool summer evening. It's versatile, and best of all, it's economical. You can buy it for a song. For wonderful music brought to you by RCA Victor's amazing distortion-free 45 system. Just load up to 14 of those handy, non-breakable 7-inch records on the big center spindle, flick a switch, and you can listen to over an hour of the music you want when you want it. Yes, the Victrola 45 table phonograph is everything you've ever wanted in recorded music. It's a remarkable way to play records, practical and economical, too. RCA Victor's exciting new Victrola 45 table phonograph.
Saunders?
Yes? Who's this?
I thought maybe you'd like to talk to me.
Perhaps I would. What do you wish to talk about?
A gun. You interested?
Depends upon the gun.
Is it 45 Colt?
I'm interested.
It's for sale.
How much?
Special to you, C-note. Cheap?
Where do I make the purchase?
Pier 47, foot of 3rd Street. I'll be open for business in a half hour. 11:15.
Pier 47, 11:15. How'll I know you?
You won't. I'll know you. And you come alone. Otherwise, I don't ring up a sale.
Alone. I'll be there. Now remember, Alec, stay down low in the seat.
Uh-huh.
I'm anxious to make this transaction. I don't want to frighten him off.
Don't turn around, mister.
I wouldn't think of it. Especially with that pressure I feel in the small of my back.
That's smart. You looking for someone?
Yes, it so happens I am. A man with an item for sale.
You got the fare?
You don't waste time.
I deal in quick turnovers. The C-note.
I usually do business face to face.
I don't in my line. Hand the 100 back.
As you say. Here.
Okay.
I believe I'm to receive something in exchange for that $100 bill.
Yeah, that's right, you are. And I got it for you, all right?
Alec?
I never should have let you come over here alone. What happened?
To put it briefly, I didn't get a good buy for my money. As a matter of fact, I didn't get anything but a headache for my $100 bill.
Then what about this automatic?
What Alec, where did you get that pistol?
It was lying beside you on the pavement, right here.
Well, Inspector?
It's the gun, all right, Saunders. This is the one that killed Rita Farrell. That must be the call from the firearms registry. Yeah? Is that so? Okay, Father, thanks.
Firearms registry?
Uh-huh. The gun was licensed to a Dave Cole.
Dave Cole. Address?
The Trumbull Hotel on Elm Street. And here's an interesting fact that the registry has on Cole. He's employed at Steve Farrow's Alcazar.
The desk clerk said Cole went to his room about 2 hours ago.
All right, Alec, let's go. What floor?
9th. Oh, press the button. 297. My guess is that Farrow had Cole murder his first wife.
That seems to be a good guess.
And Cole was to do the same job on Kitty Farrow tonight.
That's the way it looks.
There's one thing I don't understand.
What's that?
Where does the man who sold you the gun fit in? Why did he want to sell it to you anyway?
Well, for the 100 he received, I imagine.
But why did he knock you out?
Oh, evidently to make sure that his identity wasn't traced. Mr. Cole could make life quite unbearable for our stool pigeon friend.
When we bring Mr. Cole down to headquarters, he's going to have enough trouble to make his own life bearable.
Room 97. Here it is, Alec.
Yes.
The clerk said you didn't see Cole go out again?
That's right. He said Cole always leaves his key at the desk downstairs. Say, come to think of something.
What?
That clerk. He acted rather strangely. Maybe he phoned Cole that we were on our way up here, and then Cole left hurriedly by those rear stairs.
Maybe you're right.
Huh. The door wasn't locked.
That's what I meant by maybe you're right. Maybe Cole did leave hurriedly.
It's empty. Cole made a getaway, as I figured.
You check that closet, Alec. I'll see what's in the bathroom.
What should I look for?
Offhand, I'd say Mr. Cole. Judging by these bloodstains on the floor.
What? Bloodstains? Where?
Right here in the dressing room. Oh, never mind the closet, Alec. I found him. Call Inspector Roberts at Homicide. Tell him we found Cole, drowned in his bathtub.
Then those bloodstains on the floor weren't Cole's.
No. Evidently in his struggle to get free, Cole scratched his assailant. Particles of hair and flesh were found on Cole's fingernail. Except for that, it might have passed as the killer wanted it to. A suicide.
But who could have done it?
I don't know. But we've another important factor, the time of death. The coroner places it at about midnight.
Then Cole was still alive when you met the informer at the waterfront. We don't have a likely suspect.
Hello?
Saunders, Inspector Roberts. I have that information from Carter City for you.
Yes, Inspector?
He checked out of his hotel about 10:30.
I see. Oh, thanks very much. I'll keep you posted.
Right.
Alec, it looks as if we might have a likely suspect after all.
Who?
Steve Farrow.
Farrow? But he's in Carter City. He couldn't...
Farrow checked out of his Carter City hotel at about 10:30 tonight.
What?
He could easily drive back here to town in an hour.
And Cole was murdered around 12. Farrow had plenty of time.
Yes, but we haven't, Alec. And neither has Mrs. Farrow with her husband back in town.
Mrs. Farrow still doesn't answer.
You keep trying that number, Alec. If you get her, tell her to stay at home. Tell her I'm on my way over.
Les, what's the hurry? Thought we were just going for a drive.
I like to go fast, Kitty.
Kitty? That's better than Mrs. Farrow. That's more like old times. We're still friends, Les?
Still friends.
Les?
Yeah?
I never want to go back there. Please don't take me back ever.
You're still Mrs. Farrow no matter how many times I call you Kitty.
I want to tell you something. I wasn't going to tell you, but I've got to.
What are you driving at?
He tried to kill me tonight. I told you it was going to happen. Steve. He wants me dead.
You're crazy.
Believe me.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I do. That's why you mustn't take me back to that house.
You're sick, Kitty. You're imagining things.
No, Les, you've got to believe me. That's why I came out for this drive when you asked me. I had to tell you about it. Oh, you've got to help me get away.
I told you before, I don't want to hear talk like that. Steve Farrow's my friend.
All right. You can turn around and take me back to town.
We're not going back to town. That is, you're not.
What? What do you mean?
I'm taking you to Steve's lodge up at Crystal Lake.
What?
Steve's waiting there for you.
Steve's No, Steve's in Carter City.
He finished his business in Carter City. He called me an hour ago. Said to bring you up to the lodge. The hunting season is on. He wants you with him.
Les, you mustn't do it.
Steve said it's to be a surprise. Now, you're not supposed to know he's up there, so act surprised when you walk in.
Please, don't take me there. I'll never come back alive.
Any calls, Alec?
Nothing. No luck, eh?
Not a sign of Mrs. Farrow. I tried everywhere.
Now what do we do?
Nothing we can do but wait. Just sit and wait.
What's the matter, Kitty? You've just been sitting there all morning, not a word out of you.
Is there anything to say, Steve?
Sure. You can say I'm doing a good job cleaning this rifle. It's finished. Clean as a whistle. Well, rain's letting up. Should clear off soon. Then we'll go out hunting. Kitty.
Yes?
I was thinking about you and me, about our being up here at the lodge alone. I was thinking if either of us wanted to get rid of each other, it could be a cinch. We'll be out there in the woods this afternoon. Not a soul within miles. Boom. Shot is fired. One of us drops dead. An accident. A hunting accident. Go prove anything.
Hello?
Mr. Saunders, this is Mrs. Farrow.
Where are you? I've been trying...
Listen, there isn't much time. I'm up at Steve's lodge at Crystal Lake. Steve's here.
What?
As soon as the rain stops, he's going to take me into the woods. He's going to kill me. It's going to look like a hunting accident.
Mrs. Farrow.
She's coming back into the house.
Mrs. Farrow. Mrs. Farrow. Mrs. Farrow. This way, Alec. They turned down this path.
The rain was certainly on our side. It held Farrow off and made it possible for us... Rex.
What is it?
At the bottom of the hill in that clearing.
Mrs. Farrow.
Look, there's a man coming out of the woods behind her. He's running after her.
Back to the climax of our story in a moment. It's amazing to think a portable radio can be no larger than an average-sized book, just 6 inches and weigh only 3.5 pounds. Yes, the Personal, made by RCA Victor, is a portable radio so small and so compact you can tuck it under your arm and take it with you anywhere. And it's beautiful. RCA Victor's Personal sets a new standard in style and fashion. It's perfect as a gift, particularly this summer when so much time is spent out of doors, on weekends at the beach or in the mountains. Women will be captivated by the Personal's stunning appearance. Men will be astonished by its brilliant performance. Both will realize that the RCA Victor Personal is the outstanding portable radio of them all. Truly a gift that keeps on giving. Yes, it's a wonderful, practical buy. Buy RCA Victor's handy, lightweight, little portable, the Personal.
Mrs. Farrow.
Mr. Saunders?
I have somebody with me. Kitty.
You... Mr. Saunders, he's come to kill me. He's going to try again.
Kitty,
You've got to save me. He's going to kill me.
Mrs. Farrow.
Please, please save me. He'll kill me. You've got to stop him, please.
You'd better wait outside, Farrow. All right, Mrs. Farrow, he's gone now.
You must let him come back again. Promise me you won't let him. That shooting wasn't an accident. It wasn't an accident.
It evidently wasn't, but your husband can't be held responsible.
But he did it.
Mrs. Farrow, the bullet the doctor extracted from your shoulder was a .45 caliber. At the scene of the shooting, I found your husband with a .32 caliber rifle, unfired.
Steve! Quick, let's close the door. What's up, Steve?
Kitty's dead.
What?
She's dead.
You said on the phone it was only a shoulder wound.
That's what they said, Les, but something happened. Some kind of poisoning set in. They found the gun in the woods. They grabbed me for the rap. I got away from them. I came here. And you've got to help me get out of town, Les. You're my friend.
Whose gun did they find, Steve?
It was mine, but I didn't do it. They won't believe me. I haven't got a chance. No. We'll wait till dark. Then you can help me get out of town.
You're not going anyplace,
What?
Steve.
Les.
Don't move. If this gun goes off, it goes off right in your face.
But you're my friend. My best friend.
You mean your best stooge. Well, now I'm through taking the orders. I ran my last errand for you. Now I'm giving the orders.
What are you going to do?
Shut up. Operator, get me the police, homicide division.
Les, look, I'll give you anything you ask.
You'll give me.
The Alcazar, everything.
Sure, everything. Everything's mine. Now I take over. Hello. I hear you're looking for Steve Farrow. Yeah, well, I got him for you. My apartment. Their name is Les Maddock. 65 Crown Street. You can come and pick him up. No, don't worry. He won't get away. I'm a good shot. Right.
So it was you.
Uh-huh.
You shot Kitty. You planted my gun up in the woods.
That's right. And you can count the first Mrs. Farrow in it, too. It didn't work with her, but now it came off.
You expect to get away with it?
Sure.
What about my trial? They let you talk at a trial.
You're not getting that far. You're not getting any farther than this room. When the cops come, Farrow, they're going to find you on the floor with a back full of holes. You tried to make a break. I had to stop you. That's the way it's going to be.
Drop that gun, Maddock.
What?
I said drop it.
Oh, my arm!
Sorry to break up this confab, Maddock, but as long as you weren't going to wait for the arrival of the police, I thought it somewhat necessary to intercede. You can go now, Steve. I have all the information I need. Oh, and by the way, Steve.
Yes?
Your wife's waiting for you downstairs.
What? Kitty's alive?
Very much so. But I had an idea her temporary demise would inspire you to talk and act in the desired fashion.
A trick. It was all a lousy trick.
And to paraphrase your words, Maddock, it worked. It worked real good.
What detective compilation would be complete without the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, with Basil Rathbone as Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson? From 1939 to 1947, the show aired on Mondays at 8:30 p.m. for 220 episodes, with Rathbone as Holmes for most of those. Tom Conway took over the role after Rathbone's departure for the last 39 episodes. In the Notorious Canary Trainer, in 1908, Watson takes Holmes for a vacation to the village of Kingsgate. While sitting on the lawn relaxing, Holmes receives a letter from a woman named Mary Victor, staying at the same inn, asking for his help. She's being followed by someone, and came there from London to escape the person, who has now located her at the inn. Holmes and Watson meet the man, who tells them that he's planning to murder a pair of canaries that are annoying him. A rather strange story? It gets quite a bit stranger before it's over. Next we have Rogue's Gallery, that predecessor to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, that was originally called Bandwagon Mysteries, and starred Dick Powell as Richard Rogue, Private Eye. It ran from 1945 to 1951, although Powell left after the second season and was replaced by several other actors in the title role. One of the funny ongoing bits on the show was that Rogue was constantly losing consciousness, either by getting hit on the head or being drugged, and is invariably met by his alter ego, Igor, which is Rogue spelled backwards, who helps him by pointing out clues that he has overlooked while he was conscious. Igor was voiced by Peter Leeds. In Where There's a Will, There's a Murder, Rogue is hired by an old woman to find out who stole her will. It gets a lot more interesting when Rogue finds her murdered shortly afterwards. And our last detective show of the night, Tales of the Texas Rangers, a procedural detective show that ran from 1950 to 52 on radio, and then later on TV from 55 to 58. Joel McCrea starred as Ranger Jace Pearson, along with his faithful horse Charcoal. He solves reenactments of actual Texas Ranger crime cases, usually assisted by local law enforcement. In the episode Cleanup, the town of Kilman, Texas, has experienced a population explosion due to an oil boom, and with it, an influx of drifters, gamblers, racketeers, and other criminal types. A murder in one of the oil fields brings Pearson to the town to solve it. A really good story with the usual great acting and great sound effects that this show was known for. So enjoy the shows, and thank you very much for watching and enjoying. I'm Greg, and I will see you on the next one.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invites you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us about another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. Say, and I've got a little something to tell you myself. I want to tell you that if you haven't sent in for your free recipe calendar, I think we've still got enough on hand to take care of you if you hurry. The requests have been pouring in like mad, literally by the thousands. No wonder. It's really a terrific offer. It's a calendar for 1945 and 46. It's in full color, and it tells you all you have to know about cooking with Petri wine. Write to Petri Wine, Petri, Petri Wine, San Francisco 26, California. San Francisco 26, California. But better hurry so we can get your recipe calendar to you immediately. And now let's drop in on our good friend, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Foreman.
Where are the puppies tonight?
Well, I found them playing with a dead seagull, so they've been sent up to bed in disgrace.
Well, you certainly look comfortable yourself, Doctor. What's that small blue book you're reading, the latest bestseller?
No, indeed not. This book was never a bestseller, my boy. It's entitled Practical Handbook of Bee Culture, with some observations on the segregation of the queen.
Quite a catchy title. Who's the author?
A fellow by the name of Sherlock Holmes. He was engaged in writing it when the adventure I'm going to tell you about took place.
Well, you told us last week, Doctor, that a pair of canaries played an important part in the story.
That's quite right, Mr. Foreman. It was in the summer of 1908, I remember, and I had persuaded Holmes to leave his Sussex bee farm for a few weeks and to join me in a holiday at the little fishing village of Kingsgate in Kent. We were staying at a charming little inn called the Fisherman's Arms, and for the first few days, our holiday was a delightful one. And then,
I suppose, Doctor, strange things began to happen.
They did indeed, Mr. Foreman, they did indeed. Very strange things. One afternoon, we just finished a late tea, I remember, and were sitting outside on the lawn sunning ourselves and enjoying our pipes. Holmes lay back with his long, thin fingers clasped behind his head, gazing thoughtfully at the multicolored fishing boats bobbing at anchor in the harbor. After a moment or two, he spoke to me.
Watson, you're really a splendid companion. I can't think of anyone else who would let me smoke my pipe in silence for half an hour without asking me what I'm thinking about.
That's not very surprising, Holmes, after all the years that we're together.
Well, nevertheless, the gift is a rare one, old chap, and I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you, old fellow. By the way, since the half hour's up, what have you been thinking about?
The lack of enterprise of a modern criminal. Audacity and romance seem to have passed forever from the criminal world. Read this note I received this morning, old fellow. See for yourself how low I have sunk.
All right, have a look. Mr. Holmes, I am staying in the same inn as yourself, and as I have had a very frightening experience this week, I thought perhaps you would help me. Please do. It's signed Mary Victor.
An exciting document, isn't it? Written on lavender notepaper, reeking of perfume, and the handwriting is obviously that of an adolescent girl.
You haven't bothered to answer the course.
Oh, yes, I have. I sent a message back by our good landlord that I would be glad to see her.
Why, Holmes? You came down here to complete your handbook on bee farming.
Oh. Confound it. Those two wretched canaries are getting their sunbath on the windowsill above us.
Oh, I think it's rather jolly to hear the little fellows chirping away up there.
Well, I find the sound most distracting. Let's go inside.
You know, Holmes, those birds are owned by a charming couple, a Mr. and Mrs. Wainwright. I was chatting with them on the stairs this morning.
I'm afraid their charm will escape me as long as their pets continue to tweet in that irritating manner. You've spoken of the peace and quiet of the country inn, Watson, and yet I find that... Come in. Ah, Miss Mary Victor, I presume.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Please come in and close the door, won't you? Thank you. This is my friend, Dr. Watson. You may speak quite freely in front of him.
How do you do, Victor?
How do you do, Doctor?
Now, sit down, young lady, and tell me what's troubling you.
Mr. Holmes, I came down here from London to get away from someone, but I've been followed. I've been afraid to leave the inn. Until last night I felt I couldn't stand being cooped up any longer. So I went for a walk on the seashore. Someone followed me, Mr. Holmes. I ran back here as fast as I could, but now he knows where I live, and I'm frightened. Please help me.
My dear Miss Victor, I'm afraid you must be much more specific before I can help you. Who has followed you down here, and why are you afraid of him?
I'll tell you the whole story. It'll sound strange to you, but I swear it. There he is again down by the gate. I'm going to my room.
Now, don't you frighten Miss Victor. I'm sure we'll be able... Oh, that's all. Extraordinary thing.
I don't see anyone outside who might frighten her. There are 2 or 3 fishermen loitering about. Wait a minute. Here's a young fellow walking up the path. Come on, Watson. Out through the French windows again.
Oh, gracious me. Here we go again.
I think we'll take the liberty of accosting him. Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
Are you looking for Miss Mary Victor?
Is she young and pretty?
Yes, sir. She is. Extremely so.
Then I'm looking for her. Where can I find her?
I can see you're being facetious, sir.
There's no harm in that, is there? By the way, who are you gentlemen, may I ask?
My name is Holmes, and this is my friend Dr. Watson.
I'm Basil Carter. You're not Sherlock Holmes, are you?
That is my name.
I thought you seemed familiar. I know your brother, Michael.
Oh, indeed. Then I presume you're connected with the Foreign Office.
Yes, I'm in the consular service.
Are you staying at the inn, young man?
For a few days. It's funny that I should run into the great Sherlock Holmes.
May I ask?
I was planning a murder.
Oh, really?
But with you gentlemen here, I see that I shall have to be very discreet.
Who is your intended victim, may I inquire?
There are 2 of them. The 2 canaries in the room next to mine.
Oh, canaries. For a moment I thought that you were really serious.
But I am serious. The wretched creatures have been driving me mad.
Yes, I quite sympathize with you, sir. I've been thinking of committing a case of mayhem on them myself.
We can take one apiece, Mr. Holmes. Well, I'm glad to have met you both. I'll probably see you again.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir. Goodbye. I don't like that fellow, Holmes. If you ask me, he's the man who's been frightening the poor girl that came to us. He had a peculiar look on his face when you asked me if he was looking for Mary Victor.
Well, there's only one person who can settle the question, and that's the young lady herself. Come on, old fellow. Let's go back indoors.
Shh. Here comes Wainwright, the owner of the Canaries. Good evening, Mr. Wainwright.
Good evening, gentlemen.
This is my friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I am honored to meet you, sir.
How do you do, Mr. Wainwright?
Beautiful evening, isn't it? I just took a stroll down to the store to get some more birdseed. By the way, Mr. Holmes, I hope our canaries don't bother you. Little fellows are such a comfort to my wife and me.
Oh, no, not at all, sir. I find their chirruping very soothing.
Oh, I'm so glad. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, sir.
Good night, Mr. Wilson.
Not Wilson, Mr. Holmes. Wainwright.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm so sorry. I thought you said Wilson.
Good night.
Not like you to mix up names, Holmes.
I didn't mix them up, old fellow. I never forget a face. Mr. Wainwright is in reality Wilson, the Canary trainer, whom I had the pleasure of sending to prison for a 7-year stretch in '95. Some years later, he made one of the most spectacular escapes from prison in the history of crime, and has since managed to evade all efforts to recapture him.
Great Scott, he seems such a sweet old fellow.
Well, possibly he's reformed, but I doubt it. Our stage is set for an intriguing problem, old chap, and our cast is an interesting one. A frightened young girl, a diplomat of uncertain integrity, and a noted criminal. Watson, I have a feeling that once again the game's afoot.
Holmes, why are we strolling along the pier instead of staying at the inn? I thought you said that you were expecting trouble.
I am, old chap, and I'm sure it'll find us out.
You know, Holmes, I'm still completely mystified by the behavior of that girl, Mary Victor. I knocked at her door last evening, again this morning. I couldn't get any answer.
And the landlord told me that she was not seen at dinner last night, nor at breakfast this morning, and yet her room has not been vacated. Curious.
Hello, there's the village constable, sunning himself at the end of the pier.
Good morning, Sergeant Blake.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson. How are you, gentlemen?
Yes, splendid, thank you, Sergeant, and very appreciative of the weather that you've provided for us.
Oh, think nothing of it, sir. We always arrange that for our really distinguished visitors. By the way, Mr. Holmes, I was reading one of your friend's stories about you last night. The one called The Adventure of Mysteria Lodge.
That was, Wisteria Lodge, you foolish fellow.
Well, maybe it was. Anyway, I was reading it aloud to me old woman. And if you don't mind my saying so, Mr. Holmes, we thought you made a bad mistake.
Oh, really?
Though, of course, you come out all right in the end.
Dear me, Sergeant, I stand reproved.
Excuse me, Sergeant. Holmes, look. Look at that figure standing by itself right at the end of the pier.
Mm-hmm. Our friend Wilson, the Canary trainer.
He's got a revolver.
Here, we don't want any of these goings-on in Kingsgate.
Come on.
Here, you. What are you doing waving that revolver about?
Keep back, the three of you.
I'm the law here. Don't you tell me what to do.
Keep back, I say. I'm not afraid to fire.
Do as he says, Sergeant. You don't want to trifle with. Just exactly what are you up to, Wilson?
You've caught up with me once again, Sherlock Holmes. But this time you're not going to send me back to a prison again, and maybe the gallows. If I can't escape you, then I'll take my own way out with this revolver.
Wilson, what in thunder are you talking about?
The murder at the inn last night. I did it.
Murder?
I'm confessing in front of the three of you, so you leave my wife alone. She didn't know anything about it. Now, I hope you're satisfied, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
He's pointing the revolver as he heads.
Wilson, you fool, stop it!
Strike me pink. He done it. Over the pier and into the sea.
Get help, Sergeant. It's police and dead.
Right, sir.
Come on, Watson.
To the inn, I suppose.
Of course we are. We've just heard a murder confession, but we don't know who has been murdered.
Holmes, what was the telegram that you sent off just now?
A message to my brother, Mycroft. The innkeeper informed me that Basil Carter, the young diplomat we met yesterday, left the inn rather hurriedly in the early hours of this morning. Come on, let's go upstairs.
Well, we'll have to break the news to Mrs. Wainwright, I suppose.
Before we do that, I think we'll see if Miss Victor's in her room. Which one is it?
Here, top of the stairs.
We'll take the liberty of looking in. Miss Victor hasn't been seen since last night. Uh-huh. Unlocked.
Lord, what a mess. Those strewn all over the place, open suitcases.
Yes, it
Look
looks
at
as if the young lady had been planning an immediate departure.
Where can she be? No one's seen her since last night.
Oh, I beg your pardon, gentlemen. I thought I heard Mary Victor come in. I'm Mrs. Wainwright.
Mrs. Wainwright, I'm Afraid we have some rather bad news for you.
Your husband shot himself a quarter of an hour ago at the end of the pier, and his body fell into the sea.
Is he dead?
We must presume so, madam. I left the police sergeant there searching for him. Sergeant Blake should be back here any moment now.
So he did it. After all.
You don't seem very surprised, madam.
He threatened to do it.
Mrs. Wainwright, before your husband shot himself, he confessed to committing a murder in this inn last night.
A murder? Whose murder?
At the moment, we're not quite sure.
Oh, he must have been out of his mind.
Mrs. Wainwright, I'm afraid I must ask you some rather painful questions. Are you aware that your husband was a criminal, that he served a prison sentence under the name of Wilson?
Yes, I knew that. He told me when we were married 2 years ago. But he said that he'd gone straight ever since he'd come out of prison. That's why he changed his name. He was trying to make a fresh start.
You know of no reason for his planning to kill anyone at this inn?
None. And unless you find someone murdered, I wouldn't give too much thought to it.
Yes, if you'll forgive my saying so, madam, you seem remarkably unmoved by your husband's tragedy.
Why should I pretend? We were very unhappy together. This might be the best way out of it for both of us.
Oh, my soul.
My husband carried quite a large amount of life insurance. In the event of suicide, would that be payable?
Depends on the policy, madam. But I must say that, from your attitude, I begin to doubt whether your husband is dead.
What do you mean?
I mean that if Mr. Wilson, or if you prefer it, Mr. Wainwright, wished to disappear in spectacular style, what could be simpler than to pretend to shoot himself, drop into the sea...
Mr. Holmes!
I'm up here, Sergeant. Did you find him?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. We fished him out right away. Dead as a doornail. Shot himself through the head, he did.
Well, that disposes of your last theory, Holmes.
Did you find the revolver, Sergeant?
Yes, ma'am. Got it right here with me. One bullet missing. Have you found out if anyone here's been murdered, Mr. Holmes?
I found out very little as yet. Wait a moment. Listen.
I don't hear anything.
Exactly, you hear nothing. Yet we're within a few feet of the Wainwright's room.
What do you mean, Mr. Holmes?
I mean that there is one sound we should be hearing very clearly at the moment. I think of it before. The sound of your canaries chirruping. We've heard little else for days. Come on, Watson.
Where are you going?
Your room, madam. I'm afraid I must dispense with your permission.
You're already in my room. It seems a little late even to mention the subject.
Here's the bird cage and the windowsill. Oh, the birds are gone.
No, old chap. If you look more closely, you'll see them on the bottom of the cage.
Let me open this door and get one of them out. By Jove, Holmes. They're dead.
And yet when we entered the inn a few minutes ago, they were still chirruping.
But who on earth would want to kill a couple of birds?
That, my dear fellow, is one of the things we have to find out. So far, I must admit, we have a self-confessed murderer, and the nearest thing we can find to a corpse is a pair of dead canaries.
And now, back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. Strange events are taking place in the Kentish fishing village of Kingsgate. A self-confessed murderer has committed suicide, but his victim cannot be found. As we rejoin our story, the great detective and his old friend Dr. Watson are once again examining the room of Mary Victor, one of the missing guests.
You know, Holmes, the murder that Wilson confessed to before he committed suicide might have been the killing of those two canaries.
I think not, old chap. Wilson obviously loved the creatures and kept them in spite of the fact that they were dangerously apt to identify with his criminal past. Uh-huh. Interesting. Very interesting.
Huh? What have you found?
This note lying on Miss Victor's dressing table. Yeah.
Let's have a look. You think you can hide from me, Mary, but you can't. Wherever I go, I shall follow you. So why not get wise to yourself and stop running away? Sounds as if the poor girl was in danger, all right.
Possibly, but the writer of that note was certainly obliging. Though the letter is unsigned, he at least gives us a clue to his identity.
Oh, what clue?
The phrase, get wise to yourself, is very un-English. It's American. Come on, old chap.
Well, where are we going now?
The envelope to this letter has the Kingsgate postmark on it. I should be surprised if that fount of all knowledge, the village mistress, can't help us find an American visitor.
Yes, I know the young man you must be looking for, gentlemen. His name's Walter C. Bunker. He's been in here to send telegrams, and his accent's so strong you could cut it with a knife. It's just like one of the Red Indian fellows you read about, you know.
Can you tell me where he lives, madam?
Oh, there again, sir. He's been rooming at Mrs. Bell's. 15 Laburnum Grove, down behind the guest room.
15 Laburnum Grove, Mrs. Bell. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very much obliged to you. You, Mrs. Bell?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
Well, we understand that Mr. Walter Bunker has been staying with you, madam.
That he has. A nice young American gentleman.
Is he at home, may I ask?
No, sir. And I'm worried about him. This morning, when he goes out, he asks me where his cemetery is.
Cemetery? Oh, gracious me. Huh?
I tell him, and then he gives a queer kind of laugh. I'm not to see you anymore, he says. And then he walks off, and I haven't seen him since. I tell you, I'm worried about him, gentlemen.
And where is the nearest cemetery, Mrs. Bell, the one you directed him to?
About 3 miles from here.
Mm-hmm.
Just this side of Branson Wood.
Thank you, madam. Come on, Watson. The cemetery seems deserted. Shh. There's music coming from the church.
Oh, Lord, it's a funeral.
Or a wedding.
Jove, it is a wedding, Holmes.
I'm afraid we're on the false trail, but we'd better make sure.
Quiet, gentlemen, please. The ceremony is just ending.
Just one question. Can you tell me the names of the couple who've just been married?
Miss Mary Victor from the inn, and a young American by the name of Bunker.
Thank you. Yes, we have been following a false trail, confound it. The frightened young lady was merely frightened by her persistent American fiancé.
The threatening letter that he sent her.
Ambiguously worded, when you come to think of it. Anyway, we can cease to worry Miss Victor. She is now Mrs. Bunker. I think we can assume that she's out of all danger.
We've got to start all over again.
Oh, no, my dear fellow. The field is narrowing. We'll head back to the inn now, and I have a feeling that we're on the last lap of our strange adventure. Yes, here's another suspect eliminated. This is from my brother Mycroft. I telegraphed him earlier on today to check on the movements of Basil Carter, the young man who left the inn so mysteriously in the early hours of this morning. His answer informs me that the gentleman in question was recalled to the Foreign Office suddenly and arrived safely a few hours ago.
Well, now I'm completely puzzled.
And I, old fellow, at last see daylight.
Wish I did, Mr. Holmes.
Sergeant, go upstairs and get that man's widow and bring her to my room, please. And then I think I can give you the solution to this problem.
What do you want with me, Mr. Holmes?
Sit down, madam. You and Sergeant Blake make yourselves comfortable. Now, in the first, the murder occurred this morning and not last night.
I know what you're hinting at. The Canaries. I admit I killed them. But you can't do anything to me for that.
Why did you kill those birds?
I hated them. As much as my husband loved them. And when I knew he was dead, their singing drove me mad. And so I killed them.
But they must have been already dead when we told you of your husband's suicide.
True, Watson, but the lady was fully aware that her husband was dead when we informed her of the fact. You see, she murdered him.
You're talking rubbish.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. How could she have murdered? We saw him shoot himself before our eyes.
Because when Wilson raised that revolver to his head, he was convinced that it contained blank cartridges. Unfortunately for him, his wife had deliberately replaced the blanks with live cartridges.
But great heavens, why? How?
Let me reconstruct the case for you. Wilson, with the connivance of his wife here, had contrived a disappearance plot. He knew that I had spotted his real identity, and so he planned this rather dramatic exit. Confessed to a non-existent murder, and then, well, had his plan materialized, he was to shoot himself, fall from the pier, and apparent suicide.
What a fantastic scheme, but how did he plan to get away?
Well, he would have swum under the water, safe distance, and so made his escape.
Oh, his plan couldn't work possibly.
No, probably not, not. But at least it was ingenious. He would have destroyed his true identity and have had his revenge on me by making me search for a murder that had never been committed. Unfortunately for him, his wife was his accomplice and saw in the scheme an excellent way of killing her husband.
You think you're so very clever, Mr. Holmes, but even if it were true, how could you prove it?
Observe this revolver, Mrs. Wilson. It's the one your husband shot himself with.
What can you prove from that?
Ever hear of fingerprint tests?
I've heard of them. But that revolver's been underwater.
True, quite true. But thanks to the research of my excellent friend, Dr. John Thorndyke,
an infallible test has been discovered for recording fingerprints even after immersion in seawater. I applied the test to the prints on the revolver and the bullets and compared them with some that we found on the water glass in your room. They are the same, Mrs. Wilson. Now, does a man let his wife load his suicide weapon? Sergeant Blake, I think it's obvious that the time has come for you to take over the case.
All right, so I did change the bullets. I hated him. I'm glad he's dead. And what's more, I'd do it again.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Sergeant Blake?
Well, now that I've taken Mrs. Wilson to the station and booked her on a murder charge, I wonder if you'd mind answering a question.
What's that?
This fingerprint test. I'd like to know about that. I never heard of being able to take prints after a revolver has been handled 2 or 3 times and soaked in salt water.
Yes, Holmes, and I'd like to know, when you performed the test and took the prints off the glass in her room, I thought that I was with you all the time.
You were, my dear fellow.
Well, then,
I can give you the answer in one word. Bluff.
What?
There is no such test, my dear Watson. It would be almost impossible to expect clear prints after so much handling, and totally impossible after submersion. Fortunately for us, though, Mrs. Wilson was cool enough to believe me and give me a confession.
And there's no such person as Dr. John Thorndyke?
Oh, yes, indeed there is. He had great success last year in the case of the Red...
You didn't tell me about that case, Holmes?
No, I didn't. It was deliberate, old chap. With your taste for writing sensational stories, I was afraid you might publish them.
Oh? Would it have mattered if I had?
Oh, yes, it would.
Huh?
You would have given away, what shall I say, professional secrets. You would have provided the public, and in particular the criminal public, with a complete education on fingerprints. And when it happens, my dear Watson, we shall have no tricks left. That will be a sad day for detectives.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of Wisteria Lodge. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce, the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. This is Bill Foreman saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The F.W. Fitch Company presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style. Use Fitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair. Use Fitch shampoo.
The F.W. Fitch Company, makers of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo and Ideal Hair Tonic, presents Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Rogue speaking. Business was booming like California real estate. And I was lending my magnificent talents to about 6 different investigations on this day I'm going to tell you about. I was as happy as a cat in a canary cage when on my way back from lunch I stopped at the cigar stand in the lobby of my building to buy a packet of cigarettes. Herb Hyde, the character who owns and operates that cough emporium when he's not playing gin rummy with me and cheating, gave me a big wink. Herb's a little guy who is at all times conversant with the score, who is playing, and whether the game is fixed or not. He's slightly bigger than the fox, twice as smart, and that balding gray head of his contains more pertinent knowledge than your nearest library. When he slyly closed his left optic and just as slyly opened it again, I bent my manly torso over the counter and gave him my undivided attention.
Hey, Rogue, you got company, Rogue. Big stuff.
Yeah. Somebody waiting in the office?
Yeah, $2 million waiting up there. Angela Mullins.
Angela Mullins?
Yeah, that's right. That rates a whistle from anyone. She's got plenty of dough, Rogue, money. And if she's looking for a private investigator, something's up. But look, after you shake hands with her, be sure to count your fingers.
Yeah, I understand she throws her dough around like an armless woman.
Yeah, she inherited a cool $1 million when her husband kicked the bucket. And she's run it up to double now by sharp deals. You know, I understand she killed her husband with her meanness. Wouldn't even give him enough to eat. She's got a niece and a nephew, her only living relative. Niece lives with her, Nephew is married and lives in San Francisco. She won't give either of them a dime. Meanest woman in the world. She's 67. She's
Look,
got...
Herb, how do you know all these things? What have you been doing? Making a study of the old girl just in case she ever dropped in to talk with me?
Oh, you know how it is, Rogie. On a place like this, you get all the gossip.
Oh, Herb, you're the poor man's Winchell. You store up information like a squirrel stores up nuts.
Yeah. Oh, no. Well, you see, I'm just a dummy. I wouldn't be running a little stand like this. I'd have a big one, big. You know, in a better building.
Yeah. How about some gin rummy in my apartment tonight, huh?
Sure, yeah, sure. I'll be over at 9.
I'll admit that I was running a high fever in my curiosity department during the elevator ride which whisked me toward my interview with Angela Mullins. The old lady was a legend in our town. She was irascible, mean, miserly, and cruel. She drove the only remaining electric car in the world and drove it wide open right through the heaviest traffic. She had a sea bag full of residence mortgages and took great personal delight in foreclosing them. Grand girl. She was waiting in my outer office, black bonnet tied under her chin, black alpaca dress shiny with age, low-heeled button shoes, and gimlet eyes.
You Richard Rogue, the investigator?
Yes?
You don't look as smart as the newspaper stories about you sound.
Well, I'm quite a bit brighter than I look.
Well, I hope so. You know who I am?
Yes, of course. You're Mrs. Angela Mullins.
That's right. I suppose you think I'm a little crazy. Most people do. You think I'm a miserly old hag.
You know, I hardly ever think about it. Sit down, please, Mrs. Mullins.
Oh, thanks. I will. I want to talk with you, Rogue, but first I want to know what your charges are.
Well, it depends on the case. You tell me what you want me to do, and I'll name my price. If you want me badly enough, you'll pay it. If you don't, I've lost nothing but time. Now, what do you want me to do?
Young man, I've done business with people like you for over half a century. I don't tell my problems until I get a price.
I've got great respect for the sanctity of womanhood and for old age. So I'm not going to ask you to leave until you're rested.
If you're as clever as you think you are, you can accomplish what I want you to do in 24 hours. What are your charges for 24 hours?
Depends on the work. If it's as simple as you say it is, it'll cost you, $500 for the first 24 hours.
$500?
Take it or leave it.
I'll take it. Mr. Rogue, I want you to find out who it was who stole my will.
Stole your will?
Yes. A few weeks ago, I was supposed to die. A half-witted doctor who's been taking care of me for many years told me I was going to die. My relatives had a great celebration, I suppose. I fooled them, though. I lived.
Yes, I see you did. What were you supposed to die of?
My heart. I'm supposed to have a bad heart. It's as strong and steady as yours. I feel fine. But that fool doctor keeps warning me to take care of myself. Trying to make an invalid of me, Mr. Rogue.
Look, if you had a heart attack 2 weeks ago, shouldn't you be home in bed?
I came down to see my dentist. He's here in your building. I had a tooth bothering me, and that was my excuse for getting out of the house without my spying niece knowing I was coming down to see you. Somebody stole my will, Mr. Rogue. And if I died today, I would die intestate. My money would all go to my only living relatives. A niece whom I loathe and a nephew whom I detest. Now, tomorrow I'm going to see my lawyer and write another one, just like the one which was stolen.
I see. Now, what disposition did the will make of your estate?
I left $5,000 to each of those helpless little fools, and all the rest to a missionary society.
You think it was either your niece or your nephew who stole the will?
Who else would have any interest in it? I kept it in a strong box under my bed. It's gone now, strong box and all. Here's your $500. Whoever stole that will expected me to die. They were disappointed the last time, Mr. Rogue, and now I don't know what they'll do next.
All right. Now, your nephew lives in San Francisco, doesn't he?
Yes. How did you know that?
Well, I'm an investigator. I try to keep informed on everything. Was your nephew in town at the time the will disappeared?
He was. He was by my bedside waiting for me to die and arguing with me.
Huh?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Rogue. Angela, you should be at home in bed. I told you that when you left my office.
And I told you I wasn't going there until I took care of some business, Sam. This is my dentist, Mr. Rogue, Samuel Hall.
Oh, yes, we've passed through the lobby several times, shared a few elevators. How are you, Dr. Hall?
Fine, thank you. Angela, I want you to go right
Sam,
home.
if you don't stop ordering me around,
I'm telling you for your own good. Go home now. I'll see you there tonight. And if that new crown I install gives you any trouble...
Yes. Remember this, Mr. Rogue. Our discussion has been strictly private. Now, if you'll help me out of this chair, I'll go home.
Of course.
Yes. I'll see you both at 8 o'clock this evening at my home.
I'll be there. That $500 check in my pocket did its best to pay for the depression I felt that afternoon, and it came in second. I didn't like Angela Mullins. I called up some of the old-timers around the banks and the newspapers in town to put the bite on them for some information about the old girl. And the best any of them could say for her was that she had been the best speller in the 3rd grade. Evidently, she'd done nothing decent since. My conscience told me to give back the 5 bills and bow out of the case. $500 is a lot of money. But I have to shave every morning, and when I shave, I have to look at myself. So I decided to turn the case down. When I arrived in front of the dilapidated old mansion where Angela Mullins lived and counted her money, there were 2 other cars in the driveway. One was an old model coupe with the earmarks of hard use. The other was a shiny sedan with the insignia of a doctor on it. It was just 8 o'clock as I went up the creaky steps across the porch and knocked with the old-fashioned knocker.
Hello, Mr. Rogue. I'm afraid we're too late.
What do you mean we're too late, Dr. Hall? I'm right on time.
We're too late, Mr. Rogue. Angela had a heart attack at 6 o'clock. She's dead.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. First, sometimes after we've talked about Fitch shampoo, someone will remark, yes, but I still don't see how a shampoo will remove dandruff. Well, there are really 2 reasons. The first lies in the nature of dandruff itself. Contrary to many ideas, scientists do not consider dandruff to be a disease, but a natural scalp condition. Therefore, dandruff has to be removed, not cured. The second reason is that Fitch shampoo removes dandruff for the first application. And this means not only loose dandruff, but the kind that clings to the scalp as well. For Fitch shampoo penetrates the thousands of tiny hair openings on the scalp, cleansing them thoroughly and dissolving every trace of dandruff. Ask for a big economical bottle of Fitch's Dandruff Remover Shampoo at your drug or toilet goods counter, or have a professional application at your barber or beauty shop. Remember, Fitch is the only shampoo made whose guarantee to remove dandruff is backed by one of the world's largest insurance firms. Use it regularly each week. Now back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
Angela Mullins was dead. Whoever had lifted that strong box containing her will from under her bed had made millionaires of the only 2 living relatives the old lady left behind. I had accepted a $500 fee for finding out who the strong box lifter was. When I walked into the house, the nephew, Paul Warner, the niece, Claire Mullins, and Dr. Hall, the dentist, were there. Paul and Claire were in the living room when Dr. Hall ushered me in. Claire was as stunning as a blackjack behind the ear and was the lyrics to every love song. She was sitting in a big old-fashioned chair crying. Paul was standing in front of the fireplace, his rugged face caricatured into a sad scowl. Dr. Hall introduced me.
Claire, this is Richard Rogue, private investigator. Claire Mullins, Mr. Rogue.
How do you do?
Hello.
And this is Paul Warner, Mr. Rogue.
I'm glad to know you, Warner.
Thanks.
Dr. Stevens is still upstairs, Mr. Rogue. He'll be here in a moment, I suppose.
May I ask what your business is here at this time, Mr. Rogue?
Well, your aunt commissioned me this afternoon to do a job for her.
She doesn't need any jobs done for her now. She's dead.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry.
You're sorry? Huh, I'm not.
Paul, don't say that. After all, she was your mother's sister.
I'm sorry, Claire, but I can't be hypocritical. The only reason I'm sorry she's dead is I wanted to talk with her tonight. I wanted to try again to borrow some money from her.
Don't worry about that, Paul. I can help you out with the amount you want.
Mr. Rogue, I think you'd better come back some other time.
Your aunt's death doesn't end my job for her, Miss Mullins.
What do you mean, Rogue?
Well, I still have to find out who stole her will from under her bed when she had her last heart attack.
Her will?
Yes, she came to see me about that this afternoon.
You mean something has happened to that will, the one that left everything to that mission in Tibet or someplace? Has she written another will?
No, not that I know of. She said she was going to make a new one tomorrow. Do you know anything about the missing will, Mr. Warner?
No. Are you accusing me of this theft, Rogue?
I'm not accusing anybody at the moment. But there were only 2 people in the world who stood to win by the disappearance of that will.
I don't understand what you mean, Mr. Rogue.
If your aunt died without leaving a will, her estate will be divided between her living heirs. That's you and Warner.
Ah, that's right, Claire. Ha-ha! We're rich.
Oh, Paul,
Mr. Rogue, I don't think this is quite the time to discuss the affair of the missing will.
I would like to talk to the doctor on the case. You'll excuse me, please.
Why do you want to talk to Dr. Stevens, Rogue?
Because I think under the circumstances that he should be very sure that death was caused by unaided heart failure before he signs that death certificate. Mrs. Mullins was afraid of an attempt on her life.
You think one of us murdered her for money?
It's been done before. I'm not saying it was done this time, but I think there should be an autopsy to protect the heirs from suspicion. As long as neither of you had anything to do with your aunt's death, I'm sure you'll agree that such a procedure is for your protection.
Did I hear talk of an autopsy in here?
Oh, you're Dr. Stevens?
Yes.
This is Richard Rogue, the private investigator, Dr. Stevens.
Oh, yes, Mr. Rogue. Could I help you in any way?
I'm working for the late Mrs. Mullins. Doctor, are you positive that her death was due to a heart attack?
Are you questioning my knowledge of my profession, Mr. Rogue?
No, I'm merely asking you a question, Doctor. Under the circumstances surrounding the death of Mrs. Mullins, there is a possibility of murder. I'm sure you wouldn't care to assist a murderer.
Murderer? Well, I certainly would not. You think Mrs. Mullins was murdered?
Oh, I think it's possible. I'm going to tell the facts as I know them to the police. And I also am going to suggest an autopsy.
That's a lot of foolishness, Mr. Rogue, and I shall so inform the police.
You're willing to say that only heart failure could have caused Mrs. Mullins' death?
Mr. Rogue, my diagnosis is heart failure. Good day.
I left and called Urban from the nearest drugstore and gave him a quick pitch on the case. He owed and awed a little bit and finally decided he'd talk with the commissioner about an autopsy. I remembered my gin rummy date with Herb Hyde, so I told Urban to call me at home later that night. I didn't get the call. When I got home, somebody was waiting for me. I opened the door. Oh, and the world caved in. I fell into a great void. I fell into a blackness so heavy it felt like velvet against my skin. I fell for centuries before the blast hit, and the blackness was shattered with zigzagging red, blue, and yellow lights. And I was picked up in a blast so strong that it shot me up into the heavens at a speed faster than light. I opened my eyes and saw Cloud 8, my home away from home. I called Ugor. Ugor!
I'm coming, Rogie. I'm coming. Put down your flaps, Chiefy. You're coming in for a landing.
Oh, Ugor, somebody hit me.
You're making an understatement. That's not like you, Chiefy. Somebody beat your brains out.
Oh, it's so good to be here on Cloud 8. It's so peaceful. And if you'd shut up, it'd be so quiet.
Hey, Rogie, you were a little late tonight. I thought maybe you were going to get by without coming up.
Oh, no. Who hit me?
Well, somebody did, Chiefy. Now you've got to get to work. You got to get back downstairs.
Oh, don't mention it. I'm staying up here a good long time. I'm kind of sick.
You won't feel any better until you get downstairs, Rogie. Now, come on. Over the side with you.
No, Ugor.
Stop hanging on, Chiefy. Ugor knows best. You have to go back downstairs.
But I've been sick.
Oh, no. Over you go. Over the side. There. So long, Rogie.
Rogie. Hey, look. Oh, for the love of Mike, Rogie.
Yeah? Oh. What do you want?
Rogie, it's Herb Hyde. Remember our gin rummy date?
Oh, it's you. Wow. Hi, Herb.
Fine. Hey, what's the matter, Rogie? What happened to you?
Well, isn't that pretty obvious?
Yeah, sure is. Here, take a drink of this water.
No, get me a brandy. There's some over there in that cabin.
Sure. Can you see now?
Of course I can see. What have I got to look at?
There's a note here.
Yeah? Oh, let me have it.
Rogie, somebody wants to get rid of you.
Huh? Oh, well, it just says, get out of town. Oh, it's not even signed.
Look at your place. All turned to the devil. Somebody was looking for something. Well, who do you suppose it was, Rogie?
Well, who knows? There are plenty of people who would like to see me move out of town. Get Urban on the phone, will you? Tell him to come over here.
Sure. I'll get him right away.
Every nerve in my head was doing the Highland Fling to the tune of the Anvil Chorus as I lay there and tried to figure out who it was that slipped me that lead pipe sleeping pill. I was working on a half-dozen cases, and I didn't know which one of them had enough dynamite in it to cause the mayhem. Herb Hyde called Urban. We sat there and played gin rummy until Urban arrived. The part of my mind which was still working was on my troubles, and Herb's was on the cards. I was 370 behind when the door opened and Urban walked in.
Well, what happened to you, Rogie?
Oh, what a question.
Somebody hit him on the head.
Yeah, that's right.
Kind of shook the place down a little, too, didn't they, Rogie?
Yeah, Urban, you know all the cases I'm mixed up in at the moment. Where am I near enough to a pinch to cause somebody to bend the plumbing over my head?
Well, we ordered that autopsy on Angela Mullins, as you asked us to.
Angela Mullins? She dead?
Yeah, what did you find out, Urban?
It was a good tip, Rogie. She'd been fed enough poison to kill an elephant.
Poison, huh?
That's right. Poisoned with cyanide.
Now back to Dick Powell as Private Investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery.
For some reason or other, I was expecting Urban to crack that news about the death of Angela Mullins being murder. One of my famous hunches had whispered that suspicion to my subconscious as soon as I'd heard of her death. Herb Hyde, who'd come over to play gin rummy and remained to put my head back on after some character unknown had knocked it off, was delighted to find himself in the middle of a murder investigation. Urban gave me all the dope in words of one syllable.
She was poisoned with cyanide. That's all there is to it. It was fed to her some way, and she died in a matter of minutes of what looked like heart failure. How did you know it wasn't a heart attack, Rogie? What made you so smart?
Well, Angela Mullins was up to see me this afternoon. She was expecting an attempt on her life.
Well, she wasn't disappointed, was she?
No. Well, you lost a client, Rogie. Did you get your dough in advance?
Yes, and I'm going to keep right on the job. Who do you think did it, Urban?
There are only 2 suspects in the case. I've talked to both of them.
The niece and the nephew?
That's right.
One of them did it, huh?
They had plenty of motive.
Yeah. What do you know about it?
Well, I know the old lady's will was missing, and I know they'll divide the estate between them if the will isn't found. A couple of $1 million is a great motive for murder.
Yeah, it's a nice price.
You managed to break it down yet, Urban?
No, they both swear they didn't have anything to do with it.
Well, that's a fairly normal reaction.
Yeah, sure.
Think you can get an indictment?
The DA's thinking it over. One of them did the job all right. They were the only 2 people around when the old lady died. And this cyanide takes less than a minute to be effective. We got an open and shut case against one of them.
I think I'll take a run over to the Mullins house. I'll see you later, Urban.
Mr. Rogue, I didn't poison her. I want you to know that.
You might as well face it, Claire. Cyanide, that's the poison they found your aunt had died of, is one of the fastest-acting poisons known. There was nobody in the house but you and Warner at the time, was there?
No, there was just the 3 of us here. Paul and I were sitting downstairs here, and Auntie had just gone up to lie down for a while. Next thing we knew, she was dying.
Well, let me look around a little bit. Where did your aunt keep her important papers?
The really important ones she kept in that strong box under her bed. The strong box that the will was in.
Uh-huh.
The police have been over the house. It isn't here.
Did you have a desk?
Yes, it's in her office. The study upstairs. The study's upstairs, but you won't find anything there. Really, Mr. Rogue, I wish you'd go. The police are taking care of everything.
I want to take a look through that desk, Claire. Oh, now look, don't cloud up and cry at me. I'm just trying to help you, that's all.
I didn't do it. Oh, Mr. Rogue, I wish I were dead.
There's something about a beautiful girl's tears that turns my iron will to sugar and melts my good intention away like snow in the sunshine. I comforted Claire for a while, all the time wondering whether or not I was giving all that fine philosophy away to a murderess. And then I went to work. I combed that house like a head of hair, and I didn't find the will. But I did find some pay dirt. A letter written on distinctive stationery. That little buzz I get in my solar plexus told me that I'd solved a murder. That letter and that interview with Angela Mullins in my office added up to a pointing finger which I followed right out of the house. I was on the trail of the missing strongbox. I called Urban, gave him a hot tip on murder, then went to work. When I arrived at my destination, no one was home, so I let myself in through a basement window. I went to work like I only had 5 minutes to live. I started in on the top floor and hurricaned my way back into the basement before I found what I was looking for. The missing strongbox with the name Angela Mullins stenciled on its lid. I put it under my arm and walked up the stairs with it. As I walked into the kitchen, I saw him standing there with a gun in his hand.
Hello, Mr. Rogue.
Oh, hello, Dr. Hall.
I see you found it.
Yes, you were a little bit too sure of yourself, Doctor.
Yes, I can see now that I was. Where did I slip up, Rogue?
I found a letter from you to Mrs. Mullins. A letter about a $50,000 note she was pressing you for.
Yes?
Well, Doc, you'd carelessly written that letter on the same stationery you had used to write me a note. The one you left in my apartment telling me to leave town. When you batted my brains out, remember?
Yes. How unfortunate. You know, Rogue, killing is like lying. One leads to another.
Oh, what good's he going to do you to kill me?
You are the only person who even suspects me of murdering Angela. I tore up the note, and incidentally, I also tore up the will. There's absolutely nothing now to tie me into this murder, Rogue, except you.
Look, Doc, you'll never get away with this.
No, Rogue, no. You'll never get me alive.
Well, I guess I'll have to.
Well, Rogue, I guess we got here too late.
Oh, I'd say you got here just in time. There's your murderer.
Yeah, we checked that information you gave us, Rogue.
What did you find?
Dr. Hall was the killer. Very clever job. He put enough cyanide to kill a horse into a little gelatin capsule. And then he put the capsule in the crown on Mrs. Mullins' tooth.
Oh, brother. And when the capsule melted, the cyanide hit the bloodstream. Oh, Urban, what would you do without me? Well, that was the end of that case. When the doorbell rang, Doc got rattled, and I knocked him cold. Urban was very proud of me. Dr. Hall admitted he'd put the capsule full of cyanide in the gold crown he'd made for Angela Mullins. She had been pressing him for payment of a $50,000 note, which he couldn't pay. He was executed. The will was never found, and Claire and Paul got the old lady's money. But they did very handsomely by me for getting them off the hook, and I spent the money in pursuit of Betty Callahan. She was playing hard to get in those days, but, I wore it down. Case of mouse catching the mousetrap. You know what I mean? This is Dick Powell again, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed our story tonight. Ray Buffum wrote it. Leith Stevens composed and conducted the music, and Dee Engelbach produced and directed. Be with us again next week, will you? We have a story for you entitled When the Sun Shines Through the Roof. Thanks for listening, and now here's Jim Doyle.
Listen again next week at this same time to hear Dick Powell as private investigator Richard Rogue in Rogue's Gallery. And by the way, Dick will soon be seen in his newest Columbia picture, Johnny O'Clock.
Laugh a while, let a song be your style, use pitch shampoo. Don't despair, use your head, save your hair, use Fitch shampoo.
After and between Fitch shampoos, you can keep your hair shining and manageable by using a few drops of Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic every day. Fitch's Ideal Hair Tonic is not sticky or greasy, yet it gives your hair that well-groomed look.
Presenting Joel McCrea as Jace Pearson in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, authentic stories from their official files. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, clean up.
Several years ago, the town of Kilman, Texas, boasted a population of slightly under 3,000 inhabitants. Until a wildcat gusher started a fabulous new oil boom. In a matter of months, the population rose to 12,000 as drillers, roughnecks, and other field personnel poured in. And behind them, like vultures, came the horde of racketeers, gamblers, and grifters. But even organized vice was not profitable enough for the boss of the crime syndicate, Frankie Gennaro. Gennaro started to move in on the oil business itself.
Sure Paul is alone, Stetson?
Yeah, Frankie. In the shack with a light.
What have we been getting from him?
Herb's got the figures.
Yeah, he's got 4 wells in production. We've been getting 200 barrels a day.
So what's his beef? He's still getting plenty?
He choked the wells down. Says he won't pay off anymore.
Yeah, we'll see about that. You better come in too, Herb.
Yeah, okay, Frankie.
Don't knock, open it.
Hey, what's the idea of busting in here?
No idea, Paul. I hear you've had some kind of a misunderstanding with my boys here.
There's no misunderstanding, Gennaro. You're just not getting any more oil from my wells. I'm not taking any more threats from you or your tin-horn friends.
Watch what you're saying, Paul.
I'll say what I want. I'll not only say it to you, I'll say it to the law.
Your mouth's got a loose trigger, Paul. Shoots off too easy.
Get out. Get out of here before I bend this pipe wrench over your head.
Take him, Strut.
Let go of me. Oh. Grab him, Frankie. Let me go. He's got a knife.
Let him have it, Herb.
Oh, he clipped me with that wrench.
Well, he won't do it again, Stutz. This'll teach the other operators not to get smart. Come on, Herb. Let's get out of here.
The death of Joe Powell sealed the lips of other frightened oil operators, and they said nothing as Frankie Gennaro continued to exact tribute from the smaller private companies. But Powell's murder aroused special interest of the Texas Rangers. Captain Stinson sent for Ranger Jace Pearson.
You know what's been happening in Kilman since the oil boom started, Jace?
Yeah, I've heard.
I've got rangers in the town, of course. Good men. But they're too well known. We're being blocked all the way by people who won't talk or who are afraid to talk.
I've never worked the Kilman district. I'm not known there.
Well, that's why I sent for you. I want Kilman cleaned up, starting with Joe Powell's murder. But a man wearing a badge won't stand a chance.
You want me to work without one?
That's right, Jace. But not alone. We got a new man just transferred into the company, Steve Clark. You can work together.
Good. You better brief me on the Powell murder.
Well, all we've got is in the next room. Have a look. Here's some photographs taken at the murder scene.
Stabbed in the back. A belt and shirt twisted, though. Powell must have put up a fight before he went down.
He fought all right. Look at this wrench.
Yeah. Blood stains and a few matted hairs on it. This the same wrench that was next to the body in the photos?
The same one.
Powell must have hit somebody with it before he was killed then.
It looks that way.
That means 2 or more men ganged up on him. He dropped one with a wrench, and then the other one stabbed him.
That's the way I see it.
Yeah, blood on the wrench been typed?
Yeah. Here's a report from the lab at Austin.
Typo, huh? Brown hair, Caucasian male.
Micrometer measurements are there, too. And that's all we've got, Jace.
How about a list of undesirables hanging out in Kilman?
Oh, yeah, I got that, too. Here. Mostly petty crooks, gamblers, and muscle men. Our boys run a few out and new ones come in.
Must be one man at the top, though.
Usually is, but which one?
A few possibilities on your list here. This one, Stutz Tracy?
No, he's not big enough to be given the orders. Does he know you by sight?
No, I just know a few of these names by reputation and photos.
Now, here's another bad one. Herb Enfield.
Yeah, heard about him, too. Plenty. Supposed to be a real vinegarone.
Yeah, he's tougher than the back end of a shooting gallery.
Yeah, well, he's not smart enough to cover up for himself.
The only other possible boss I can see is this one, Frankie Gennaro.
Uh-huh. Got lots of arrests and a couple of indictments. No convictions. On the surface, his record's clean.
He always has an alibi, and it always stands up.
Well, I guess I better get started.
Right. We'll go over to the barracks, and I'll introduce you to Steve Clark. You'll want to change your clothes anyhow.
Yeah. Well, the first job's to locate key men. When we find out who's making the wheels turn, we can put our badges on again and move in with a force.
Well, the whole company will be standing by.
You better warn the rangers in town not to let on they know me.
Well, they've been warned. You'll be treated just like a stranger. You have anything to report, contact me directly. But be careful. And you better leave your car outside the town and just meander in on horses.
Cowpokes?
Yeah, just a couple of wandering cowpokes.
I met Steve Clark. We dressed like a couple of cowpokes and parked our car outside of Kilman. It was almost midnight when we rode in. The town was sprawled all over the map, dotted with trailers and crude shacks thrown together from tin and old packing crates. Despite the hour, everything was going full blast.
Sure is booming, Jace.
Yeah. The hotel down a ways looks especially lively. Bet that isn't legal liquor they're taking on around here.
Yeah, I bet there isn't much of anything here that is legal.
A bunch of oil trucks coming through. You better get out of the way. Get over, Charcoal. Come on, boy.
Over, boy, over.
Seems to me that it's kind of late for them to be hauling oil. Ought to be a daytime operation.
Might be a shortage of trucks, Jace. Everything has to be hauled. No pipelines to the refineries yet. You think it might be hot oil?
Maybe. We don't know why Joe Powell was killed, but if somebody'd been stealing his oil and Powell found out about it, we'd have a pretty good motive.
Yeah. But if those trucks are hauling stolen oil, they're being pretty open about it.
Oh, boy. Listen to that racket.
Yeah.
Being pretty open about everything around here. Come on, Clark. Let's get us a room. Then I want to call the captain and find out about these night-riding trucks. Any plan we had about staying at the hotel was cut short by the desk clerk. There wasn't a room available in the town. We hung around for about an hour before we found a rancher who told us we could bunk down in the loft of his barn outside of the town.
Cleaning that mess up isn't going to be easy, Jason.
It's going to be even tougher than it looks, Clark. Notice what happened when the sheriff and one of the rangers they know walked in?
Yeah, all the gambling stopped 5 minutes before they got there, and all the liquor disappeared. Whoever's running that place knew they were coming.
No wonder our men haven't been able to get any place.
We could have stopped that place from operating, Jace. We saw what was going on.
It wouldn't do any good to show a badge and shut down one spot. We got to shut them all. But first, we got to hook them all together.
Yeah, gets you right. Hey, look over there. Roadside phone booth by that gas station. You still going to call Captain Stinson?
Yeah, it's a good spot. Station's closed.
I'll take the horses back off the road and wait.
Good. I got through to Captain Stinson at his home. But what he had to say about the trucks wasn't encouraging.
Yes, Jace, we've had reports on the trucks. They run every night.
Have our men ever stopped any of them?
Yes, but they seem to be all right, Jace. They have receipts for everything they're carrying. And the trucks are properly licensed.
I still can't see why they're running at night.
Neither can I, but there's no law against it.
Hasn't the commission set a limit on the number of barrels each well can pump in a day?
Yes, each well is allowed 300 barrels a day, as long as the present pressure holds.
Have the operators been accounting for that much oil each day?
Yes, the commission keeps a careful check. Operators report production of 300 a day. The trucking company receipts show haulage of 300 a day. And the figures at the refineries tally, too. It's a three-way check, Jace. I don't see how they could beat it.
Well, I'm still convinced that Powell's death has something to do with hot oil.
Well, I can't help you there, Jace. It's all in your lap.
I'm hoping to match the hair the lab found on that wrench Powell used. But I need a motive to narrow down the field. 12,000 people in town make a lot of suspects.
Well, do the best you can.
I will. I'm sending you a list of names. Men we spotted running gambling games and selling liquor at the hotel. We'll have to let them run for a while. Till we move in with a big broom.
We'll raise dust whenever you're ready.
For 3 days, I left Steve Clark wandering around town, spotting the rackets, while I rode through the oil field at night, striking up casual conversations with the pumpers wherever I saw one of the night-riding trucks load up and leave. Howdy.
Well, howdy. A little bit off your trail, ain't you, cowpoke?
Just riding around, wishing some of this land was mine.
Yeah, we all wishing the same thing. I'm just going to have a donut, a little coffee. Want a cup?
Yeah, if your friends on the truck didn't drink it all.
Them fellas, they're always in too much of a hurry. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can tie a horse to the derrick there. He'll be all right.
Thanks.
There you are.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a funny hour for making oil pickups. What makes them haul so late?
Oh, I don't know.
They always take a full load?
Uh-huh. 100 barrels a clip. That's a full tank truck.
Them field storage tanks hold 1,000 barrels each, don't they?
Uh-huh. Want a donut?
No, thanks. I checked with a few more pumpers, then rode out to the barn where Clark and I were bunking. I woke him up.
Oh, morning, Chase. What time is it?
Almost 6. What'd you find out?
Oh, let me stretch here. Yeah, got another flock of names you can send on to the captain. Here you are.
Yeah, we got just about every small-time hood staked out. Everything but the head man.
Chase, I'm not so sure there is a head man.
There's gotta be. All the racketeers stick to their own game in their own part of town. They're all protected by the same muscle men.
Yeah. So?
So they belong to an organization. Otherwise, they'd be fighting among themselves, trying to move in on each other.
Yeah. Didn't think of that.
And dipping a finger in the oil business here, too. I'd swear to it. And that's big. We find the man on top of that, we'll have the kingpin of the entire operation.
Well, I'll keep looking around, Chase.
No, let the town go for a while. From now on, we'll concentrate on the wells. When we get the man responsible for killing Powell, the whole thing will tumble like a house of cards.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Beginning 1 week from tomorrow, that's Sunday, October 8th, Tales of the Texas Rangers will be heard at a new time. Remember, our next show is Sunday, October 8th, 1 week from tomorrow. Now we continue with tonight's case, Cleanup, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
We staked ourselves out at Powell's wells. For 2 days, we kept check around the clock on every load of oil that was hauled away, watching from a distance. It was a dead-end watch.
Yeah, it checks out, Chase. 4 wells, 300 barrels each per day, 1,200 barrel total. And that's what they've hauled away.
Yeah, but since we've been here, nothing's been hauled from Powell's wells at night.
Yeah, gonna keep watching them?
Just for tonight, so we can measure the flow from the wells. You can keep the pumper busy for a while at 9 o'clock while I run a tape gauge into the storage tanks.
You'll have to check them again later.
Yeah, I'll wander up and keep the pumper busy around 3 a.m. Then you can make the second check. We'll compare our figures, and we'll know if those wells are really choked for 300 barrels each or if they're pumping more in the legal quota.
Okay, Jace. Let's hope it works.
We made the check, but we didn't have to do much figuring. The wells were on the nose. 300 barrels a day each, not a drop more.
Yeah, that's it, Chase. And the refinery reports show that it's all going through. There's no hot oil to be accounted for.
Well, it was a thought. Let's get the horses and turn in.
Yeah. Guess Powell just happened to brush somebody the wrong way.
Yeah.
That oil angle would have helped plenty. Too bad.
Hey, wait a minute. There's a car coming.
Yeah. He's turning up the road toward that Regan over there.
Regan isn't lit. Nobody's working there. It was a dry hole. Get low. Yeah. His lights will sweep this way when he turns.
Hey, stopped at the dry hole, all right.
Yeah. And look. Powell's pumpers walking across the field to meet him.
Yeah, they're going up to the knowledge house on the rig.
It's a funny place to be holding a meeting at this time of night. It's a cinch they don't want to be seen. That pumper knows more than he told us. Come on.
What's the plan, Jace?
Maybe we can slip under the platform of the Regan without them seeing us. If we can get under the knowledge house, we may learn a few things through the floorboards. We crept through the muddy channel that drained into the slush pit and got under the knowledge house. We were hidden, but we could hear them.
Trucks will start making pickups again tomorrow night.
Here?
Why not? Unless you think you're going to object.
I can't do it. You know Powell changed the choke before
his accident? Yeah.
All right, sir. How can I give you any oil? Wells are only pumping regular quotas.
Have the chokes changed again, so they pump a little extra.
I can't. Not without Miss Powell's okay. I'm working for her now.
Maybe you didn't hear me. I said change the chokes.
Oh, I'm afraid, Stutz.
Must be Stutz Tracy, Jace.
Yeah.
Well, don't look at me like that, Stutz. You know
know I'm on the spot.
Listen, you, we've got the operators in this field lined up. We don't intend to have any trouble with a wise guy.
Pumper! No, wait a minute, Stalks, wait a minute. What'd you have to hit me, friend?
Just to make you think. That's only a sample. Maybe you'd like what Paul got.
Don't talk like that, Stalks. I'll do what you say. Just tell me what you want me to do.
I've already told you. The trucks will roll tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Don't disappoint. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
He knows what happened to Paul, Jace. Let's grab him.
No, stay down. He's not the head man. But I wonder why we haven't been seeing him around.
Wish I could have gotten a look at his face. His voice sounded familiar.
Yeah, you've seen mugshots of him in the photos we have.
Hey, a fellow with the broken nose.
That's right. Have you seen him around?
Yeah, I think I have.
Shh. Pumper's leaving. All right. How about it? You seen Stutz?
Yeah, only this afternoon at the hotel. He was talking to Frankie Gennaro.
Well, that's the first time either of us has seen him since we've been here.
I heard him talking to Gennaro. He said he'd been up to Big D.
In Dallas? What was he up there for?
Well, that wasn't mentioned. They didn't talk much. All I know is that Stutz just got back. He'd been gone 2 weeks.
Come on. We can get out of here now. Gone 2 weeks, huh? In other words, since Powell got killed.
Yeah, what do you make out of that, Jason?
Maybe he doesn't know just something about Powell's murder. I got a hunch he was in on it. Powell clipped one of his attackers with that pipe wrench, remember? Must have left a mark.
And if Stutz had that mark, he wouldn't hang around and give people a chance to notice it. Is that it?
2 weeks is just to be about long enough for a scar to heal over. We've got to get a sample of Stutz's hair to match with the hair samples Lab got off that wrench.
Well, how do we get that?
You get our hands on a comb or brush. Anything he's used on his head. But first, we've got to find him.
Well, he may have headed back to the hotel. That's a favorite hangout.
Yeah, we'll try it. But on the way into town, I want to call the captain.
Yeah.
Come on, Charcoal.
Come on, boy. What are you going to call the captain for?
Find out who owns the trucks hauling the oil and what refinery they're going to. See if we can hook the ownership up with any of the people we've been watching here.
Why?
Well, because records have been falsified to cover that hot oil. We find out who's changing them, and we'll know who Stutz is working for and who killed Powell.
Jay's hot oil won't prove murder.
No, but once we link Stutz as an accomplice in the murder, I got a feeling he'll squeal like a pig caught under a gate. I made my call to Captain Stinson. He arranged to have the trucks followed and the ownership checked. Then Clark and I headed for the hotel where business was going on as usual.
There he is, Jace, at the counter. They're using it as a bar.
Herb Enfield and Frankie Gennaro. There's a trio the warden of Huntsville would love to have.
Well, maybe you'll get him later on. Well, what do we do? Just wait around until Stutz combs his hair?
No. Look, on the stool beside him.
What? Oh, his hat.
Is it his?
That's the one he was wearing when I saw him this afternoon.
Good. There'll be enough hair strands in it or little clippings in the band to tell us what we want to know.
Jace, how do we get it?
I'll call for a drink and crowd him. You just grab it and fade.
You want me to take it back to the barn?
No, there's a small airfield near the next town. Get it over there and call the Austin lab and have it picked up. They can report to Captain Stinson. When I call him in the morning, he should have enough for us to start dropping the net.
I've got the lab report, Jace. Stutz Tracy is the man Powell hit with that wrench, all right.
Good. You get a line on the trucking company and the refinery?
Yes, you like it. The trucking company is owned under an alias by Herb Enfield and his wife.
Good.
And the refinery is owned by a woman. We checked on her, Jace. She's Frankie Gennaro's girlfriend.
Oh, that does it. When are you coming in?
The whole company's standing by right now, ready to roll.
Well, then come ahead and throw up roadblocks on the way. An awful lot of people are going to want to leave here in a hurry.
We're ready to comb the town, Jace.
You got a section for Clark and me?
Take your choice.
You know who I want.
Good. Well, go ahead. The rest of the men have their assignments. Names you supplied. Listen, you people! All of you! Now, most of you are decent folks. Go home and stay home. The streets may not be safe for the next couple of hours, but by tonight, you'll have your town back. We use the hotel for a jail. All right, let's go. You men in there, you're surrounded. Come out with your hands up. All right, come on. Get moving.
All right, all of you, up against the wall. And don't anybody reach for a gun. Anybody else want to try that?
All right, Stutz, on your feet.
What do you cowpokes want?
We're not cowpokes. We're Texas Rangers.
Rangers? But...
Get up. Get up. You're coming over to the hotel lobby. We'll tell you all about it.
Well, that's quite a haul, Jace.
Yeah. But I can't locate Herb Enfield and Frankie Gennaro. Clark's holding Stutz Tracy in that side room, though. He might know where the others are. You got the photos of the hair samples lab matched?
Yeah. Here.
Good. I'll show these to Stutz. They should convince him. He say anything yet, Clark?
Jace, not a buzz.
I'm not gonna say anything either.
Stutz, I got something to show you. Ever seen anything like this before? Take a look at this photograph.
What is it?
Just a couple of hairs. One on the left came from your hat. We borrowed it last night.
What's the idea?
And the hair on the right is just like it. Exactly like it. That came from a bloody wrench we found beside the body of Joe Powell. Powell hit you with that wrench, Stutz, and then you killed him.
I was never even near him.
That hair and the scar on your head proves you were.
Yeah, but I didn't kill him.
You were there. You know who did.
I was knocked out. I didn't see who.
Come on, Stutz.
Who was with you?
Herb Enfield
and Frankie Gennaro.
Yeah. Oh, he'll kill me. He's gonna kill me.
Gennaro's the boss, then.
Yeah.
He's got a hideout someplace. Where is it?
No, he'll kill me.
I said, where is it?
You gotta protect me. There's a cabin up past the Red Cedars, other side of the oil field. That's where he's been living.
You'll have a clear view of the road up there, Jace.
We won't use the road. We'll ride up from behind. Is Enfield there, too?
Yeah. Yeah, they're always together.
Jace, they might not even know we moved in on the town.
They'll know soon.
Yeah, there's a cabin, Jace. Pretty fancy.
It ought to be. They've milked plenty out of this town.
Yeah. Cows running dry for 'em now, though. Hey, somebody around the side of the cabin there in a hammock.
That's Gennaro. In a nice silk robe. He's in for a change of wardrobe he isn't gonna like.
He's getting up, Jace. He sees us.
You looking for something?
Yeah. You're wanted in town.
That's Tracy send you for me?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did. Enfield, too.
Anything wrong in town?
Huh? I don't think so. You see anything wrong, Clark?
No, I thought everything was fine.
Hey, Herb!
Yeah, Frankie?
Stutz wants us in town. Sent these fellows out to tell us.
Oh? I've seen you two around before, haven't I? Hey, what's that on your shirt, cowpoke?
Oh, that's just a Texas Ranger badge. Come on, both of you. You're going into town.
You shady!
You, fellas mind telling me what you think you've got on me?
Well, let's start with the killing of Joe Powell.
I can prove I was someplace else when Powell was killed. Herb and Stutz and I were playing cards with 3 other men all night long.
Not this time, Gennaro.
What do you mean?
We've already proven where Stutz was, and he's made a full confession. There'll be no alibis this time. Don't move, Gennaro.
Look out for Enfield!
Wait a minute, fellas. We don't want to fight.
Shouldn't fool around with a gun, Herb. A knife in the back is your specialty.
Oh, my arm.
Well, I'm glad to see you know that I didn't kill Powell.
Sure, Gennaro. You're the boy with the brains. You don't do the work. You order it.
That's something you can't prove.
No? You don't think Herb is going to take all the blame, do you?
You're not going to set me up, Gennaro.
Shut up! I want a lawyer.
Yeah, I can understand that. I never saw a fellow who needed one more. All right. Get moving.
Take it easy.
Frankie Nero and Herb Enfield were sentenced to life terms at Huntsville. Stutz Tracy was given 50 years, and lesser offenders in the Kilman cleanup were given sentences of from 1 to 5 years. Those who were released without being charged left the town of Kilman quickly and quietly. The cleanup was complete.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
Folks, here's a special announcement I think you'll be interested in. You'll next hear Tales of the Texas Rangers, beginning Sunday, 1 week from tomorrow. Yes, we're moving to a brand new time on Sundays, beginning Sunday, October 8th. I hope you'll make it a point to hear us at our new time, beginning in just 8 days. Good night, folks. See you next Sunday.
A week from Sunday, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Lou Krugman, Paul Frees, Tom McKee, Herb Ellis, and Byron Kane. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking, and reminding you to be with us again at our new time, 1 week from tomorrow, Sunday, October 8th.